It's almost going to be midnight for you. So thank you so much for accepting to speak and address. And thank you, Payal, for inviting me. And also appraising everyone that how this is a historic moment for Gargi, that Professor Bala sitting in Jamaica is speaking with us, collected here. And our principal will join us shortly. She is in a meeting, sir. But we have another co-panelist who had to fill in because the presenter, Professor Ravindran, took ill and he was hospitalized yesterday. So one of our colleagues, who is also the nodal officer for the conference, Dr. Geeta Siddharth, very graciously filled in for Professor Ravindran. She'll be speaking after you. And what to say of Professor Bala? That Professor Bala Ganapathy, popularly known as Professor Bala, headed the Department of Philosophy, University of Delhi, until May last year. He is presently with the University of West Indies, Kingston, Jamaica, holding the chair, ICCR chair for Indology. He is also a member of the academic committee of the Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. His research interests are in the areas of Indian philosophy, philosophy of religion, social and political philosophy, and philosophical practice. In addition to teaching and research, Professor Bala is a certified philosophical counselor, and it has been certified by American Philosophy Practitioners Association, New York. He is one of the founding directors of the Philosophical Practitioners Association of India, known as PPAI, a non-profit organization established for the promotion of philosophical practice in India. Professor Bala has numerous publications to his credit, and his research areas are really eclectic. They vary from history of philosophical traditions to philosophy and ecology to ethics to biotechnology and artificial intelligence. Thank you, sir, for accepting to address us despite the huge time difference. And of course, as I just said, that soon it's going to be midnight for you. So he's going to be speaking on equanimity and well-being and inquiry into Indian tradition. Thank you, sir. Over to you now.
Namaste to all of you. Thank you so much, Dr. Rekha Navneet, for this kind introduction and also for this wonderful invitation. As you mentioned, though I hope I am audible, right? Am I audible, friends?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for confirming that. It's very important for me. Yeah, I was thanking Dr. Rekha Navneet for this kind invitation and also for this kind words of introduction. Actually, I agreed to this despite knowing very well that it is going to be midnight for me, only because the theme is so close to my heart. And also, when there is an invitation from Gargi College and especially from Dr. Rekha Navneet, I couldn't say no to it. So these two factors made me a part of this conference, talking to all of you. Revisiting well-being, perspectives, challenges, and the road ahead. See, we have been talking about. I was looking at the brochure and I was looking at the themes that were chosen, sub-themes that were chosen, and the topics that were chosen by the previous and subsequent speakers, like which ranges from science of well-being, mental well-being, living meaningfully, and there are wonderful workshops on living with purpose, wellness in spirit and practice, celebrating emotional, mental, and spiritual wellness, well-being economy, challenges to well-being from caste, gender, and disability. So this is a wider spectrum of the themes that are being dealt with in this particular conference, which made me like really fascinating. But there is one thing that I thought which is missing, which I can come in and try to fill, like philosophical perspective of well-being. So I thought that's what is one of the major concerns as well, which is missing in the other presentations. That's what I'm trying to fill in. Having said that, I was just trying to, the theme that I have chosen for today is equanimity and well-being, an inquiry into the Indian tradition. So what I am basically working on these days is, I'm sure some of you might be knowing, I'm working on philosophical health, which can be maintained through philosophical counseling. So I look at well-being in terms of philosophical health, and how do we maintain our philosophical health, and what do we mean by philosophical health, and what do we mean by health itself. So these are the major concerns that I have, with which I would try to go further in this particular presentation. I was actually concerned that since it's midnight for me, I may not be able to speak eloquently, so I have written the paper so that I can read it and present it to all of you. Here, the first thing that I mentioned is well-being. I see it as something that contributes to philosophical health, and I also try to see well-being and philosophical health to be something that is beyond biomedical research limitations. Okay, so these are the two important aspects that I thought I should mention beforehand. And in the course of discussion, I would be looking at certain things like, do we have first person experience of health? Sometimes we definitely have first person experience of ill health, but do we have first person experience of health? So that's one of the concerns that I would look at, and which forms the part of epistemology of health. And then I will also look at World Health Organization's definition of health, which goes beyond the biomedical research limitations. And then finally, I will look at the concept of equanimity in the name of samatha that we find in Bhagavad Gita as contributing to the well-being of the individual. This is the threefold division of my talk that I'm going to give today. The holistic conception of health cannot be reduced to either the physical or physiological components of psychological components of human life. Endorsing this view, this presentation contests the biomedical reductionist approach to health. It proposes philosophical health as something that includes various other components of human life, along with physical and psychological, while transcending them. However, it does not presume philosophical health to be either superior to or a precondition of physical or psychological health. Rather, it points out that these components alone do not exhaust the individual's well-being. There are other aspects of individual's life, both internal and external, subjective and objective, that influence human health and well-being. This is an attempt to point out the necessity of transcending the restrictive modern disciplinary divisions and boundaries of health that the Cartesian dualist model largely influences. I argue for philosophical health that includes all modern specialized formulations of health while transcending each of them. The aim is to explore the concept of philosophical health and further articulate samatha, equanimity, as a self-balancing state to be philosophical health or well-being by drawing resources from the classical Indian philosophical text Bhagavad Gita. So basically in the first section of the presentation, I aim to delve into the concept of philosophical health in three ways. One, I'll try to probe into something that I call epistemology of health. And two, I would look into the definition of World Health Organization in extending the conceptualization of health beyond the absence of disease or infirmity. And three, I also try to look at how philosophical counseling is contributing to philosophical health and well-being of the individual. These are the three things that I would try to do. And in the subsequent section, as I mentioned, I will look at Bhagavad Gita and try to explain samatha to be the equanimous state, which is required for well-being of the individual. If you look at health in general, conceptualizations of health in general, friends, something that you find that you come across is a kind of in the present times. Health is something like statistical kind of one. So it's a statistical health, which is a kind of global game for me. That's how I look at it. It is possible to conceptualize and determine physical and psychological health as per the prevalent medical protocols agreed upon by the global biomedical industry that controls the status of diagnosis, treatment, and cure. So if you are looking at the health in the present conceptualization, these three, like the status of diagnosis, treatment, and cure are completely controlled by global biomedical industry, which has developed certain kind of medical protocols which are dependent on statistics. Like if you have this much composition of this number of this much composition of this particular chemical in the body, then it is healthy, and if it crosses, it is not healthy. So everything is reduced to the statistical data. Based on these established protocols, the question for discussion would be, is it possible to conceptualize, determine, measure, and provide an evidence-based explanation of well-being, which is beyond this biomedical research or philosophical health for that matter, because I am equating philosophical health with well-being. However, such a biomedical understanding of health is reductive in approach and is based on two misapprehensions. One is it reduces all health to either physical or psychological states only, okay, which is a problematic thing, because even the workshop titles that I looked at, which were done yesterday, they were trying to hint us that health is beyond, or well-being is beyond mere physical and psychological states. The second point that is important for me is viewing health as a quantifiable and measurable kind of one. Is it that well-being is always quantifiable and measurable? This is a big question that I would like to throw it louder. Yet, it can often be noticed that even if a person is physically or physiologically as per the standard healthy biomedical protocols, she may not sometimes be well. You may find that somebody has these statistical numbers, but still a person may not be well. So how do we understand such kind of things? Right? Mere physical or psychological fitness doesn't always ensure an individual's well-being. There are other aspects of individual life, both internal and external to the individual, that contribute to human well-being. Internal aspects include epistemological, metaphysical, and ontological, whereas external aspects include social, religious, environmental, etc. These aspects together impact the well-being of the individual from a holistic perspective. The above misconceptions view health as an absence of disease, disorder, or infirmity only. Health for them is a negative state of lack of ill health rather than a positive state of well-being. To avoid such narrow reductionist approach to health, one has to look for a deeper and broader positive perspective of health. Philosophical health or well-being is proposed to be such a positive concept. Now, I would briefly look at this epistemology of health, which is very important to me when we try to conceptualize philosophically uh, uh, the, the concept called well-being. If health is viewed as a positive state, what does it comprise of and how to comprehend it? Let us discuss these two questions on the broader canvas of epistemology of health, concerned with the knowledge of health and the means of knowing health. These concerns lead us to a deeper concern, further deeper concern. How does one know that one is healthy? Do you know that you are healthy? Do you feel that you are healthy? Are you aware that you are healthy? Is a very important question to me. To put it in a more philosophically relevant way, does one have a first person experience of being healthy? Is it that health is only an assumption, the exact knowledge of which is yet not yet to be known by the people? The significance of this concern is rooted in the fact that one can have a first person experience of illness. See, for example, when you are ill, you have the first person experience of it. But when you are healthy, do you have the first person experience of it? So, for instance, when we talk about this illness, there is a scholar by name McWinney who observes illness as the subjective perception by a patient of an objectively defined disease. Despite the limitations of generalizing such an observation stresses the place of first person experience and an objectively defined state of disease in comprehending illness. Further, it is worth noting that, at least in some instances, illness results in pain that are experienced instantly and directly, thus becoming a part of first person experience. Whether one similarly experiences health is hard to ascertain. Nevertheless, can one assume the state of health to be a fib if one cannot have first person experience? How important first person experience is to be aware of health, given that there are other means of knowledge such as perception, inference, etc., requires proper attention. Illness is known by various means of knowledge such as perception, inference, and analogy that support biomedical research in its determination. Similarly, the same means of knowledge sometimes provides the knowledge of health either in part or in totality. Thus, by analyzing the biomedical data, it is possible to assess, at least sometimes, the health or the illness of the individual. However, one must note that this determination is possible of the physiological component alone. Determining health beyond the biomedical perspective emphasizes the place of first person experience as an instrument of knowledge. This emphasis is rooted in the fact that one can feel unhealthy even if he or she is healthy as per the biomedical parameters and vice versa. In other words, first person experience and biomedical determination can be different at times. It follows that ill health is available to first person experience beyond biomedical determination. It also follows that biomedical determination of health and ill health are limited to physical, to some extent, psychological components of human life. Thus, they cannot provide a comprehensive and holistic conception of healthy life. One can observe from the above discussion that first person experience helps us understand the limitations of biomedical determinations of health. However, it is essential to ask whether or how first person experience helps us determine an individual's health, especially in the background of such an experience of ill health being possible. If one can have a first person experience of illness, how can one not have such first person experience of health? Various other internal and external aspects of human life play a significant role in healthy human life. The contemporary health industry has yet to identify and develop protocols to understand for understanding the state and process of some of these aspects. The interrelatedness and interdependence and harmony among these aspects may lead to a positive understanding of health beyond reductionist perspective. Thus, an answer to the above query drives us to the supposition that health is a natural positive state of being with harmony among the various aspects of human life. Though this natural state is continually present, one is not consciously aware of it. It is consciously felt only when it is either disturbed or regained. When the natural state of harmony among various aspects of life is disturbed, the first person experience of this disturbance is felt as illness, which is sometimes biomedical and sometimes beyond biomedical. One can only infer such natural, balanced, and equipoised state of health after overcoming a disturbed state of illness. In this way, health is taken for granted. Though health is always available in the first person experience, one is hardly conscious of it. As a natural state of harmony among various aspects of human life, health gets equated with peace and tranquility. Thus, it is essential to note that both illness and health are available to first person experience. However, the first person experience of illness is consciously felt as it is a state of disturbance of natural harmonious state. The first person experience of health is never consciously felt as it is the natural state of equipoise. Such an understanding of health facilitates a positive perspective of health against the biomedical one, as it presents a positive state of equanimity. Thus, the epistemological inquiry benefits us with a realistic metaphysical conception of health as a positive state of equilibrium. Though the international global health industry primarily advocates a biomedical understanding of health, there were attempts to go beyond it globally. One such example is the definition of health provided by World Health Organization. It is interesting to note this definition that World Health Organization has provided. It says health is not a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well being, and not merely an absence of disease or infirmity. This is the definition of health that World Health Organization provided in 1948. This definition transcends the limitations of biomedical understanding by widening and deepening the scope of nature of health. It broadens the scope by including external and internal aspects of human life. Similarly, it deepens the understanding of health by prompting us to go for a positive conceptualization beyond the negative representations of health in terms of absence of disease. Though the definition mentions mental, social aspects along with the physical ones, it must be noted that other aspects of human life, such as emotional, spiritual, sexual, environmental, etc., that play an appropriate role in determining the individual's health, do not find their place in this particular definition of World Health Organization. This is the limitation that I find of the very definition of World Health Organization, which must be noted further. Stressing the importance of these varied factors while contesting the biomedical approach, the holistic approach argues for an integration of biomedical, ecological, and psychological aspects of life in determining the health of human life. Health is multidimensional. Even when we talk about well-being, it is a multidimensional one. It cannot be just reduced to biomedical research or to biological health, biological well-being alone. Whereas when we say that health is multidimensional, varied aspects of human life function and interact with their uniqueness. That is the most important aspect that we have to make note of. Thus, though the definition of WHO pushes the broad borders of the scope of health beyond biomedical reductionist perspective, it limits itself in reaching a holistic conceptualization. So that's the limitation of the World Health Organization that we find. Now let us quickly proceed to how is this philosophical health conceptualized within the discourses of philosophy or philosophical practice, and also taking hints from the recent development of philosophical counseling, which contributes to philosophical health or well-being as I understand it to be. Historically, the discovery of philosophical counseling, which is only a means, preceded the conceptualization of the end, which is philosophical health. The modern formulation of philosophical counseling began with Gerd Achenbach's initiative in 1981, whereas the earliest contemporary conceptualizations of philosophical health is available in the work of Luis de Miranda's work, which has come in 2021. In this context, I don't know, I think it would be appropriate to mention to all of your friends that this scholar, Professor Luis de Miranda, he's teaching at Switzerland. He's teaching in biomedical humanities department. He's a philosopher teaching in the department of biomedical humanities. That's a very interesting department, I felt when I read this title itself. And he proposed, he made the earliest modern conceptualizations of philosophical health, and he has a wonderful initiative on philosophical health, which is available on website. Please, you all can type philosophical health, and you will get to know about his work. He is offering a workshop in collaboration with the Philosophical Practitioners Association of India. It's a 6 months workshop. Every month he offers 2 sessions on philosophical health, which is to be noted, and which has a significant place in the modern discourses on well-being. So I would advise and I would suggest to all of you that those who are interested in this kind of a discourse, you must join this workshop, which is free. No, anybody can join, which is free, which would be helpful to all of you. So, having said that, the discourse on philosophical counseling, though young, is diverse and pervasive. Various scholars and practitioners have enriched this discourse with their varied contributions to concepts, methods, and debates and practices. The goal of the contributions of this discourse is to help the individuals in addressing their immediate and long-term concerns in life. There can be immediate concerns, which can be moral dilemmas, cognitive biases, or lack of understanding of what is essential in a particular situation. And we can talk about long-term concerns, such as self-improvement, the meaning of life, worldview assessment, etc. However, both focus on the participants' self-care and self-knowledge by using methods of reason and argument in a dialogue form. Clarification of thinking, avoidance of self-deception, and the development of warrantable worldview are aimed at in the process of dialogue. The result of philosophical counseling is conceptualized to be either one and all of the following, such as enhancing the rational autonomy, attaining a greater degree of rational self-knowledge, pursuing authentic self-goals, achieving integrity and authenticity in self-knowledge and action, and developing responsible self-control. These aspects are projected to be offshoots of resolving concrete life concerns while working on self-development. Resolving life concerns at both individual and societal levels, and connecting an individual's life with that of life in general, or specified to be part of the discourse on philosophical practice. It can be drawn from the above that knowledge of the self as a rational, autonomous, responsible individual is the goal of this philosophical counseling that leads to philosophical health, which we are calling as well-being. As knowledge must result in successful collaborative action, an individual to be philosophically healthy or to be called as possessing well-being should act according to this knowledge with integrity, authenticity, and self-control. So, talking about this, Luis de Miranda gives a very interesting kind of definition of philosophical health, which I believe a very important thing that we must take note of. He says philosophical health as a state of fruitful coherence between a person's ways of thinking, speaking, and their ways of acting, such that the possibilities of a sublime life are increased and the need for self and intersubjective flourishing is satisfied. A philosophically healthy individual or group or a system or a protocol ensures that the goals and purposes of the whole or pragmatically aligned with its highest ideals while respecting the regenerative, plural, and possibilizing future of multiple forms of life. This is a very interesting and very significant definition for me because philosophical health, see, in general, well being can be spoken of the individual. But when we are talking about philosophical health, we are not just talking about the individual, we can even talk about a group, philosophical health of a group. And we can even talk about a system, and we can even talk about a protocol that ensures these certain kind of goals. So this is the kind of extension from the individual that Luis Miranda attempts in this kind of a definition. So this is what makes humans capable of being endowed with philosophical health. In other words, philosophical health is constituted by being aware of oneself as a being with potentialities, consciously choosing goals with integrity, and willfully working towards achieving them responsibly. This is what he calls as crealectic. Okay, he talks about creal. Creal means creatively real. So he says when we try to actualize our possible potentialities and act in the world or with something like possibility of possibility, like while looking at possibility of possibility, he says we become more creative, and that is how becoming more creative we reach out to the real well. So he calls this whole process as creal, and he calls it as a technique of crealectic. Okay, so that's a very interesting kind of perspective that he presents to us. Uh, anyway, we have looked at, initially I presented something like epistemology of health, and also I presented limitations that modern biomedical research presents, and how World Health Organization's definition overcomes such kind of limitations. And then I also spoke about what is philosophical health and how has it emerged in the recent past in terms of crealectics and looking at the possibility of possibility. Now, let me take it further, because I believe when we are talking about health, when we are talking about well-being, we are talking about the individual deep inside, and the individual self is always culturally endowed. So I believe assessing various cultural resources will benefit us with broader and deeper perspectives of well-being. Diverse cultures may have their conceptualizations of health beyond the biomedical one. Exploring these cultural resources leads us to a pluralistic conception of well-being and philosophical health. There are many such formulations of health within the Indian tradition. In fact, there is an interesting work that Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan has brought out. Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan was also vice chairman of UGC a few years back. He is into biomedical research, a wonderful scholar. While recommending the integration of best resources and practices from biomedical sciences, Ayurveda, and yoga as a smart strategy and practical approach, he formulated, argued that Ayurveda and yoga to be experience-based, non-protocol driven systems of health beyond the biomedical reductionist systems. So this is a very interesting conceptualization he presents to us. He says it is required that all these three biomedical sciences, research, practices of biomedical sciences, Ayurveda, and yoga, all these three have to be taken up in a smart way so that the individual can lead a state of well-being. But one has to be aware that Ayurveda and yoga are experience-based medical practices, which are non-protocol driven systems. Okay, and that is how he makes a distinction between these two as well. So similar kind of conceptualizations are available in various cultures, and I believe one has to look at their own cultural resources in order to conceptualize well-being. from a cultural perspective. And one such perspective is available in Bhagavad Gita in Indian tradition. So specifically, I look at the sixth chapter, which is Atma Samyama Yoga, and where the concept of samatha is presented to us. The Gita considers health, peace, and tranquility or bliss to be identical. One who is at peace with himself and others can be in a state of tranquility and thus remain healthy. Similarly, one in a state of tranquility can be at peace while maintaining health. These three cannot be reduced merely to either physical or psychological states, though they can be sometimes understood that way in a limited sense. While explaining their combination of a state of equanimity, which is samatha, the Gita names it as yoga. That is how, when Gita defines yoga to be samatvam yoga muchyate, basically it is saying that this equanimity, the combination of sat, chit, and ananda, the combination of health, peace, and tranquility, and the balance of them is considered to be yoga. The term yoga in this perspective goes beyond the popular understanding of cessation of mental modifications presented by Patanjali in terms of yoga, chittavritti nirodha. The Gita prescribes yoga as a state of equanimity of health, peace, and tranquility. Even if we conceptually accept such a perspective, how does one reach it and sustain it? It will be a significant question to address. So for this, I try to look at this sixth chapter, as I said, Atma Samyama Yoga, yoga of self-balance, where this kind of conceptualization of equanimity is articulated. The distinction between pain and suffering is explained by the difference between physical and philosophical understanding of life. Being healthy is not limited to any one of them. Getting rid of pain and suffering is crucial in conceptualizing philosophical understanding of health. Pain is represented to be rooted in the body, whereas suffering is in the self. The metaphysics of Gita posits the self that transcends material existence and is eternal. Both body and the self mutually affect and limit each other until one realizes the real nature of the self. The real essence of self is explained in terms of Satchidananda, which is existence, consciousness, and bliss, and a state of samatha or equanimity where peace, happiness, and are in equipoise. The realization of this real nature helps the individual overcome pain and suffering, thus leading to health beyond biomedical determination. So this is how the whole discourse leads to the importance of the self in well-being. Okay, when we are talking about well-being, what is it that we are talking about, referring to, or well-being of whom? It is the self, well-being of the self, that is very important here. And Gita explores into this concept of well-being, this concept of self itself in a very interesting way. The central human life, it maintains that self is the central to human life because self can uplift itself from life's predicaments. In fact, if you look at this chapter 6 of Bhagavad Gita, verse 5 talks about Uddharet Atmanam Atmanam Na Atmanam Avasadiyet. Atmaiva Atmano Bandhu Atmaiva Ripuratmanaha. So this is a very interesting verse which tries to present the importance of the self in maintaining the well-being. Okay, the whole definition of well-being is also available here, which is very interesting to all of us. This statement has two implications when it says Uddharet Atmanam Atmanam. It says the very first sentence, Uddharet Atmanam Atmanam, says basically who can uplift you. So most of the times we say that there is nobody to help me and I am helpless, right? But it starts with the statement that you have to help yourself. So the help has to begin with self-help. And if you are not ready to help yourself and expecting help from others, that's nonsense. So this is a very interesting kind of beginning that this particular verse makes. One is the importance of self-help. The locus of pain and suffering, happiness and peace is the self. Unless the self becomes aware of them, which is self-knowledge, and decides to help itself in overcoming and seeking them, which is self-will, upliftment is not possible. No other thing can uplift the self, as everything other than the self is an object of knowledge of self and thus cannot intend to elevate the self, right? Since you are the subject and no object can uplift you, only you can uplift yourself. Subject can do that. The object of knowledge can attract or repulse the subject, but cannot uplift the self. Given the importance of the self, the Gita counsels not to degenerate the self. That's what is stated in the second verse, in the second half of the first verse, like na atmanamausadiyat. Know it. Don't try to degenerate yourself at any point of time. Belittling the self in terms of its possessions and relations with other beings and objects results in experiencing an extension of suffering. This self-denigration happens in the form of false understanding of the self. This false understanding is explained by distinguishing between self as a friend and self as an enemy. This is the second verse of the same shloka that you find, where it says, Atmaiva Atmano Bandhu Atmaiva Ripuratmanaha. So it says basically the self is the enemy of the self and self is the friend of the self, right? That looks to be nonsense, right? How can self be both enemy and friend of your own self? The text notes that self can be friend and enemy. Now the question is, how can the same self be both friend and enemy? And how can this be central to human life? The Gita addresses these questions by distinguishing between a false and a correct understanding of the self. It maintains that the false understanding of the self is to be subjugated. The incorrect understanding is explained in terms of identifying the self with only the body or only with the mind or only with the senses. This identification leads to associating their limitations with the self, which is the cause of suffering. The Gita argues for conquering such false understanding of self. The self that prevails over the wrong understanding is presented as the friend, and the one that hasn't conquered is termed a foe of that self. By conquering the false understanding, one can get rid of the suffering attached to it and gain a state of equipoise. Now, the troubling aspect of this discussion is who conquers whose false understanding. When you say your false understanding is the enemy and your correct understanding is the friend, then who is conquering whom? Whose false understanding is it? According to Gita, it is the self that has to conquer the false sense of itself. However, such an explanation appears to be troubling as to how the self, which has a false knowledge of itself, can ever identify or reach out to its originality. Okay, it seems to be have endowed with a logical fallacy of presupposing the epistemological capacity of transcending its conceptualization of itself. Unless it has a prior knowledge of what it is, can it ever apprehend its understanding as false? See, unless you know what you are, can you get rid of your false understanding by identifying it to be false? If it already knows the real self, then false understanding itself is impossible. In both ways, this explanation seems to be failing. However, when we look at our empirical pragmatic life, we encounter many situations where we understand ourselves wrongly and later realize it. For instance, a person may assume herself to be a coward until she acts courageously. It is not that the person has learned to be courageous, rather, it is known by acting courageously. Similar is the case with intelligence. The person knows her intelligence by acting intelligently. Even until then, she believed herself to be non-intelligent or unintelligent. The Gita doesn't consider this to be a fallacy. It advocates self-inquiry into the as self-inquiry to be the method to surpass the false notion of the self. The false notion of self that is readily available to the individual has to be investigated thoroughly to grasp its vainness and avoid its suffering. The health of the individual is connected with conquering the false notion of the self that covers its real nature and projects suffering. Inquiry into the self leads to self-knowledge, a state of equipoise of peace and happiness. So this is a very important aspect of Gita that we must try to understand. Gita also tries to offer samata drishti, which means an equanimous perspective, as a solution to the problems of human life. The text doesn't refer to human life in abstraction. Instead, it addresses the concrete life of any and every human being. That is how most of the knowledge classical tradition projects is like it is for the eternity. No, it applies to the past, the times and space during in which it was advocated, and also to the posterity eternally. So that's the knowledge, eternal knowledge that we have. The text it follows the experience-based approach and focuses on the concrete problems of everyday empirical life of the individuals. One can nurture the samata drishti to address life's issues with a balanced approach. Concrete human life is examined, analyzed to indicate that every individual has to live with three essential components. If you look at your life, every human being, whether you are rich or poor, you belong to this gender or that gender, whether you are you belong to this category or that category, it doesn't matter. All of us have to live with three essential components: the objects, beings, and experiences. In the course of life, every individual has to deal with many objects: beautiful, ugly, expensive, economical, pleasurable, unpleasurable, desired, undesired, etc. Similarly, every one of us have to live with numerous fellow other beings who may be good or bad, polite or rude, friends or foes, close or distant. Similarly, we also have to live with varied experiences that we undergo, such as pleasure and pain, hot and cold, honor and dishonor. Irrespective of age, social or economic or intellectual status, every individual has to live with these three components of life. If these three are wrongly handled, it disturbs the happiness and further self-peace. And that is how well-being is disturbed. Okay. And Gita recommends this sixth chapter talks about all this. Okay, you can carefully read that. Gita recommends that by practicing samatha drishti, one can eliminate, samatha drishti is equanimous perspective, one can eliminate the disturbance of this equipoise state of the self. It must be noted that samatha translated as equanimity does not mean treating all similarly as it is often understood. For instance, samatha drishti does not prescribe the individual to treat all objects similarly. Okay, it doesn't, for example, ask us to treat both gold and stone the same way. No, once when we advocate samtasthiti, we're not asking the individual to look at gold and stone in a similar way. That's not possible, right? Instead, it enunciates that every object has its due place in the world, and one must ensure its due place in one's life. This further implies that nothing should be given more or less value than what it merits. To continue the above example, gold may not be able to do what a stone can do, and where gold is useful, a stone may not be of use. Similar is the case with wealth and food. Okay, if you have wealth, is that enough? If you don't have food, both are not the same, right? So you have to be careful. Both have their significance, and one cannot be merited over the other. Understanding the place of each, giving its due place to them in one's life is Samata Drishti according to Gita. An individual in life possesses many objects, providing excessive value for a few and less significance to a few others. This creates longingness, disorientation, uh, possession and loss of what one dislikes and longs for leads to happiness and suffering of the individual respectively. As both craving and aversion result in suffering, Gita prescribes an equanimous perspective towards objects so that the individual can give due importance and thus balance oneself. The human being is a rational being. Human life is endowed with various relations that one maintains with different individuals. Not all individuals are the same. Instead, the difference establishes the uniqueness of each. Based on the possible relations that one can maintain, the Gita classifies people into eight different kinds, like a well-wisher friend, Sukrun Mitra, an enemy, an indifferent, the middleman, Madhyastha, the envious, Dvesha, kin, bandhu, the righteous person, sadhu, and unrighteous person, papa. So this is how Gita divides the individuals, human beings that we come across into 8 categories. This categorization is not claimed to be absolute. A person may not be good to one, not may be good to one and not good to the other. Similarly, a person may be friend now and become an enemy later. Considering the asymmetry of the relations, one has to nurture equanimity towards fellow beings by giving them their due significance in one's life. Since people are different and thus unique, the equanimous perspective suggests that one cannot expect the other not to be someone else. Expecting one to be like the other results from the comparison we often resort to based on our likes and dislikes. Comparison creates unwanted expectations and disappointments. This is why Gita prescribes acceptance of people as they are to any sort of comparison with each other. Similarly, we don't blame, for instance, if you go to a flower garden, one can't expect a rose to be a lily and criticize lily for not being like a rose. Similarly, we don't blame fire for being hot and stone for not being soft. We give them their due importance and value them. A similar equanimous perspective is advocated in maintaining human relations. Let's take another instance. We often help others with an expectation of equal reciprocation and get disappointed when the expectation is not met. Expecting reciprocation is natural on the part of the individual. However, if what is expected is more than what a person can deliver, it leads to disappointment. Even if the person is capable of reciprocating similarly, many other factors may play their part in completing the act of reciprocation. Since even we miss sometimes our own expectations, one should not insist on the fulfillment of the expectations fully. By way of avoiding comparisons and limiting expectations, one would be able to maintain an equanimous perspective towards fellow beings. Management of objects and individual is less problematic as both exist as a part of objective world. But how one lives with one's experiences is a challenging task. Managing the experiences is complicated as they are part of the self. Most of the common health problems of individuals are rooted in the mismanagement of their experiences. The Gita categorizes experiences into three: experiences of the body, experiences of the mind, and experiences of the intellect. Experiences such as heat and cold belong to the body, whereas experience of joy and sorrow are psychological states. In addition to these two, humans also experience honor and insult, which are intellectual judgments. Reactions to the experiences of the body fall under the realm of physical health, whereas responses to the experiences of mind fall under the domain of psychological health. Reactions to the experiences of intellectual judgments fall under the sphere of philosophical health. Dealing with these three kinds of binary experiences signifies maintaining the individual health, which can be understood to be well-being. Dealing with these three kind of binary experiences is important in maintaining individuals' health. It is often advocated that to be healthy, one of the pleasurable, favorable binaries, such as joy or honor, must be maximized while minimizing the unpleasant and unfavorable. Sometimes we do think that, yeah, being healthy is like increasing the experiences of pleasure. That's what one can be. That's how one can be happy. This is what we think. However, Gita points out that we can't escape the other among these binaries if we want one. If we accept one, we have to admit the other as well. This takes us to a tricky situation where we must accept or reject both. Accepting both presents a contradiction, as one appears more inclined towards joy than sorrow. Similarly, rejecting both is impossible, as they are invariably related to human life. Considering these possibilities, the Gita advocates an equanimous perspective towards the binaries by transcending both. Freedom from binaries is possible only by nurturing an attitude of equanimity within the self. It is not by increasing one or decreasing the other of the binaries that an individual can be said to have well-being. Instead, it is by understanding the limitations of both and giving them their due value based on the possible merit that one can maintain the well-being of the self. This is the perspective of equanimity that Gita advocates for the philosophical health of the individual. So that's where I would prefer to stop. So basically, I have presented the epistemology of health, which tries to push us forward to understand whether we can have the first person experience of the health, because that's the most important aspect, according to me at least, in understanding well-being, the concept of well-being, and then how Bhagavad Gita tries to present the conceptualization of equanimity as something that is useful for the individual in maintaining the well-being. So these are the two important aspects that I have tried to deal with. I really appreciate, I really express my gratitude to the organizers, especially to Dr. Rekha Navneet for making me a part of this wonderful event. And I thank you all for your patient hearing.
Much, Professor Bala. And I mean, one can't thank you enough for taking time off practically during your midnight. And I'll just quickly sum up what Professor Bala was saying. I mean, of course, he has given us a very seminal kind of address, but I have just tried to simplify it for those who are not from philosophy. So what Sir was trying to explain to all of us was that how self-inquiry can lead to our self-awareness in a better way, in the sense that we can actually feel at peace when we experience it in a way that we have inquired between what is right for us and what is not really right for us. So he connected it with Gita by saying that self-knowledge is equivalent to feeling peaceful, feeling well, having well-being, and that is the equanimity. Equanimity, as he said very rightly, doesn't mean treating everything with similarity, but looking at the relative value and proportion of everything, and then treating those with those relative propositions or proportions, and giving due value to each of your personal experiences, because that is what is more important. That treat yourself, as we say it in regular life, that treat yourself with care. So that is exactly what Bhagavad Gita has tried to say. Treat yourself with care, but care over here only means that understand yourself in a better way. Try to understand it in spiritual, moral, physical way. So you can ease yourself with physical suffering and probably even with psychological sufferings. But then spiritual suffering will not ease out until and unless you have that distinction or the knowledge of the distinction between the right self and the wrong identification of yourself. Thank you so much, Professor Bala.
Thank you so much.
So, as we know that the other speaker who was to give us an online address again took ill and he is hospitalized. But Dr. Geeta Siddharth, our colleague and the nodal officer for this conference, graciously filled in. And I take this opportunity, yeah, I take this opportunity to briefly introduce Dr. Geeta Siddharth, though we know her well. So Dr. Geeta Siddharth is from the Department of Commerce. She has done her PhD in organizational behavior, which again has an overlap between humanities and commerce. And she's done it from Delhi School of Economics. She has over 26 years of experience. She is widely published. She has also co-supervised various PhD theses. She has mentored many pathfinding projects. She has been resource person for capacity building at JNU, IGNU, and DU. She is also a trained Microsoft champion, and I can say that she combines both erudition and good personality. So she'll be speaking on everyday well-being, tips by Patanjali Yoga Sutra. So she's trying to uh, combine, one can say, or find an interface between commerce and humanity, especially philosophy. Thank you. And over to you, Dr. Siddharth.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rekha, for these kind words and revisiting Geeta Siddharth also in this conference, in reintroducing me. And it's a challenge as well as an opportunity for me also to fill in at such a short notice. And I would try to make justice to the topic as well as both to me as well as you as a listener. So please pardon me if I, go over the board. And Professor Bala, as well as our other keynote speakers, Professor Ajay Kumar Singh yesterday, and I attended science session, science technical session. From there, Professor Rupral, I attended that. They all actually talked about from academicians as well as a little bit practical perspectives also, but I'm a normal human being. And whatever I'm speaking here in next 20, 25 minutes, that will be based on my own experience as a seeker, as a human being, as a person who wants to uh, improve, to seek meaning in life, to face challenges of life. So from that perspective, I have made whatever little knowledge I have, and I seek for your patience as well as pardon if I make any mistake. Okay. As there is a Vedic tradition, this particular presentation is based on Patanjali. So Bala sir has already covered Bhagavad Gita, and yesterday Professor Ajay Kumar Singh also covered little bit of Vedanta. So or we Indians, as like yesterday, many speakers have mentioned, we have a rich philosophical content and culture about which we are not aware. It's like diya tale andhera. Okay? People know about yoga, people know about Bhagavad Gita. Lots of work has been done in Germany, America, London, and so many other countries. But we, as Indian, uh, in NEP, lots of these things are being now imbibed. Importance is given to language as well as Indian philosophy. So now we are trying to go to that direction where we can learn from our school days about our rich philosophies. Now, philosophies are not philosophies only. These are the lessons to live our life, okay? The way of life. They show us the way. So, Bhagavad Gita or Vedanta or even this Patanjali Yoga Sutra, which is a part of Taittiriya Upanishad of Indian philosophy. Whenever we are talking about anything in Vedic philosophy, we always start with the Shanti mantra. So I would like to start my talk or presentation. This was only warm up. So, so I would like to, excuse me. Uh, Thank you. So we always start with the Shanti mantra. So I would like to chant a little bit of that Shanti mantra from Taittiriya Upanishad, Krishna Taittiriya Upanishad. That is Sehna Bhavatu, Sehna Vunaktu, Sehaviryam Karvavahe, Tejasvina Vadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahe. Meaning of this Shanti, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Meaning of this mantra is actually, it's about Guru as well as his disciples. And may we all, as Guru and disciples, we are not separate. So may we all progress on the path of wisdom and learning together and get the blessings of learning together. So these are the layman's my version of this Shanti mantra, though it's an elaborate meaning holding also. So if I, with this Shanti mantra, if I move to the presentation, everyday well-being, we are, when I talk about well-being as a layman's perspective or from that viewpoint, I want to ensure what my well-being is. So first of all, I should know what is my well-being is. But because in this presentation, as I'm connecting it to Patanjali Yoga Sutra, first of all, I should know what is Patanjali Yoga Sutra itself is. A little bit of its history. It's one amongst our most ancient documents on Indian philosophy on how one should live that life, his or her life, in order to progress from gross to subtle. Those who have listened to Professor Ajay Kumar Singh's lecture yesterday, he also talked about a journey. Your human being, human life is about the journey from gross to that subtle part. So this particular Patanjali Yoga Sutra is a combination of total 196 hymns or mantras, and it's actually written around 2000. Exact date nobody knows, but there's a guess that it's around 2000 years old, even older than that. And it's, as I told you, it's showing you how you should live your life. So many of you who are on mobile phones, can you please be, yeah, thank you. So this Yoga Sutra is relevant for all of us. It's related to various philosophies of life: Buddhism, Jainism, Sankhya, Vedanta, and so on. Now, if I'll start with the Purana story. भगवान विष्णु को तो हम सभी जानते हैं. सो क्षीर सागर में वो वास करते हैं, and he is sleeping over his this many headed serpent which is known as Ananta. And Shiva is the lord of creation, and destruction. So whenever Shiva is doing Tandava and making this creation by his dance, once he woke up Vishnu, and at that time, Ananta, the serpent, actually asked for a boom. And he said, Lord, you grace me with this boom that I should be born as a sage of knowledge. And then he was blessed with, and he then took birth as Patanjali. This is a story from Purana. This shows that the knowledge actually, it might symbolize, this is my version, it might symbolize that the Patanjali Yoga Sutras have a direct touch of connection with Vishnu as well as blessings of Shiva if you follow it properly. This is my version. This is how I think about or feel about it. Now, so this is a story. I'm so sorry. I forgot to press the button. Now, what is the importance of Patanjali Yoga Sutra for all of us? It gives you, you have attending the workshops as well as different sessions, technical sessions, keynote speakers. They all have talked about that you should meditate, you should be focused about it. But the question is how? How we should make ourselves prepared for that state where when I want to focus for studying, for let's say next presentation or my next examination, I can sit there. When I want to sit simply to relax, forget about the meditation, simply to relax, I want to simply keep aside my junk which is running in my mind, then I should be able to. How to do that? That is the real question, I think. So this Yoganjali Patanjali Yoga Sutra gives us those practical guides. And whatever we, when I have attended Professor Bala's lecture as well as listening to other speakers, I found that whatever they are saying, practically everything is there in Patanjali Yoga Sutra also. So, what is well-being? First of all, we should know what is well-being. Now, well-being, when you Google it, so the definition which comes to your screen is that well-being is a positive outcome that people perceive when their lives are going well. Most of the time we are talking about from psychological angle, from philosophical angle, let's say emotional well-being, mental well-being, psychological well-being these days, spiritual well-being, ecological well-being, lots of well-being definitions are there. All of these are actually dissections of different concepts of well-being according to me. Well-being is a term which is slightly different from welfare. And if you play with words, little bit play with words, then welfare is all these, doing good deeds, jobs. Patanjali Yoga Sutra is taking care of that also. In first 4 limbs of Patanjali Yoga Sutra is basically nothing but ensuring welfare and preparing one for making a journey from welfare to well-being. So, welfare is faring well in life. Simplest, playing with words only. And when you reverse it, when you're not faring well, then it's farewell of what? Peace of mind, disturbances, psychological disturbances, as well as philosophical health, like Professor Bala has said. Health definition is different for different people. They take health differently, but farewell, welfare, as well as well-being. Well-being, according to me, is a concept which is unifying everything. So we all want to live good life, isn't it? Can you please raise your hands? Is there anyone who doesn't want to live good life? No one, na? Achha, who are wanting to live good life? Everybody? Okay. Who want to have good relationship with their parents, siblings, friends, boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, spouses? Huh? Everyone. Everybody wants to have, I think, peace of mind also. Huh? और ये भी चाहेंगे कि अगर हमारा कुछ भी काम है वो अच्छे से हो जाए, बन जाए. Good. All these are points which I have also learned from all these workshops, etc., and my life experiences. We all need good things, peace of mind, happiness, healthy living being in our with ourselves. But how it is to be ensured? What are the steps? Professor Bala, as well as, if I remember correctly, yesterday Professor Ajay Kumar Singh talked about, rather he asked a question, and that question was, are you a human being having spiritual experience, or are you a spiritual being having a human experience? That is a very deep question, actually. Little bit philosophical, little bit spiritual, but deep question. The thing is that if you are a human being at initial stages of your journey from gross to subtle, you are basically living your life as a human being having a spiritual experience or want to have a spiritual experience. Most of us are actually are in this category only. Okay. And Professor Bala, right now, he talked about this welfare, etc., in the form of samatha, equanimity, perfection, balance. All these things can be achieved. Perfection can be achieved. Samatha can be achieved. Peace of mind can be achieved. Perfect relationships and happiness can also be achieved if you follow the ways of life which are mentioned in this Upanishad, Patanjali Yoga Sutra. If your well-being is not well, if your being is not well, because well-being is nothing about, it's a mix of two things, I think. When your being is well, it's well-being. Now, what is being? Can you tell me what is being? Is this body? Suppose my hand cuts off right now. Then is my being affected by that somehow? No, I still will be complete, isn't it? If I feel sick, will my being be affected because of that? No, because I will still be complete as a being. So if my being, that core, sometimes it is also referred as soul, spirit, spiritual thing, if that is well, then I can say, according to our Vedantas, our Indian mythologies and spiritual scriptures, then you can say that your well-being is there. So I take this definition of well-being in that manner. Now, I should put a disclaimer here that all these are my opinions, and I might be right, I might be wrong, but I'm sharing my experiences with you. So, what happens if your being is not well? They are, according to our scriptures, there are these 5 kleshas. 5 kleshas are, first of all, avidya, forgetting what you really are. You are not this body. Sometimes we say, no, you're not this body, you're not this soul, not this mind, not soul, sorry. You're not this body, you're not this mind. So who you really are. If you're forgetting that, that is one klesha. Second problem is that अस्मिता, you are living from your ego. किसी ने कुछ भी कहा, फट से टच कर गया, हिट कर गया, दिक्कत हो गई, परेशानी में आ गई, माइंड सोचे ही जा रहा है, क्यों बोल दिया, किस लिए बोल दिया, मेरी तो इंटेंशन नहीं थी, I was doing everything right. Why this person is behaving like this to me? All these, this is also one type of klesha. बहुत होता है, ऐसा नहीं है, यंग एज में होता है, सबके साथ होता है. And another thing is raga. Raga is also a klesha. So you are attached, if you are attached to something, अब वो चाहे तारीफ हो, चाहे कोई ह्यूमन बीइंग हो, चाहे कोई पर्टिकुलर आइटम हो, या कोई आपकी ऐसा कोई चीज जिसका जो आपको बहुत पसंद है, but you are deeply related with that, and you are related in such a manner that if you are not getting it, आप छटपटा उठते हैं. Mobile phones might come in that category. Okay, Facebook, WhatsApp might come in that category कि हर 2 मिनट बाद एक छटपटाहट है कि देख लें, अच्छा सेशन तो चल रहा है, प्रोफेसर बाला तो कह रहे हैं बहुत अच्छा कह रहे हैं, बट एक बार देख लें फ्रेंड से कि क्या चल रहा है. This छटपटाहट is also a way of expression of raga, and then there could be dvesha. Dvesha is when you want to avoid certain situation or a human being, आपको पसंद नहीं आ रहा उनका behavior, उनका तरीका या वो situation itself. That is dvesha. And another one is abhinivesha. You are fearing. Most of the time, it's the fear of death. But if you are fearing, that fear itself is abhinivesha. These are, according to our scriptures, are the 5 problems. And there are 5 sheets or kosha also of body, of your existence. कल हमें बहुत नंबर मिले थे इसके ऊपर प्रोफेसर अमित कुमार सिंह से, एंड लेट मी इन्फॉर्म यू कि सर जाते जाते भी बहुत बोल के गए थे कि आपकी ऑडियंस तो बहुत नॉलेजेबल है भाई. तो गार्गी को क्लैपिंग हो जाए एक बार बिकॉज सभी लोग जितने भी आए थे सबने इस बात को बहुत एडमायर किया कि आपकी ऑडियंस बहुत अच्छी है, उन्हें बहुत पता है. सो these are 5 koshas or layers of existence, you might say. You might be aware of them, you might not be aware of them. That is immaterial, but they are there. And most of the time, for a common average person, they are not aware about these koshas. We live according to our egos. हमारी एक perception बनी हुई है that this is Geeta Siddharth. Oh, this is doctor. She's a professor. She's some champion. She's conducting this conference. This is my ego. So कि मुझे किसी ने कहा कि अरे आपका तो खाना बेकार है, कल तो कूपन में हम तो भटकते ही रह गए. अच्छा मैंने तो इतनी मेहनत की, 6 महीने से काम में लगे हुए हैं और इनको देखो फट से आके बोल दिया, इतना भी नहीं टॉलरेट कर सकते. दिस इज माई ईगो. दिस इज माई ईगो. मोस्ट ऑफ अस वी लिव अकॉर्डिंग टू आवर ईगो. ओके, घर में किसी ने कुछ कह दिया, हस्बैंड ने कुछ कह दिया, इन लॉज ने कुछ कह दिया, फ्रेंड ने किसी ने कुछ कह दिया, मम्मी पापा ने कुछ कह दिया, तो हम उसको दिल पे लगा लेते हैं. कैसे दिल पे लगा लेते हैं? कौन दिल पे लगा लेता है? दैट इज द ईगो. ओके. And so Annamaya Kosha, this body, which is nothing but food, okay? Chapati, dal makhani, chicken, mutton, paneer. This body is nothing apart from that. And we all know the reality of this body. Let me tell you. जिन लोगों को पास्ता बहुत पसंद है तो उनकी बॉडी पास्ता है वो. ओके. जिन्हें मंचूरियन बहुत पसंद है तो यू आर दैट मंचूरियन. एंड अभी हमें प्रोफेसर रूपलाल कल बता के गए अबाउट माइक्रोबायोम्स. रिमेंबर? सो वही आपको प्रेशराइज करते हैं, इंट्रोड्यूस करते हैं कि आप एक पर्टिकुलर डाइट पे जाएं, एक पर्टिकुलर तरीके से बिहेव करें. ही इज वेरी ट्रू, साइंटिफिकली प्रूवन. बट आप ये सोचिए कि ये तो अभी साइंटिफिकली प्रूवन कोई चीज कैसे होती है? डाटा कलेक्ट किया, एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए, एनालिसिस लगाए और फिर साइंटिफिकली हमने प्रूव किया. Isn't it amazing that even if it is 2000 years ago, something has been written about that without any such modeling on computers, data collection, labs, experiments, somebody has written about these things. Isn't it amazing? तो हमारे यहाँ बहुत कुछ ऐसा है जो अगर हम जाने एंड इंटरेस्ट लें, एवरीबडी इंटरेस्ट लें, तो बहुत कुछ है जो आपकी लाइफ को ऑल्टर कर सकता है. It's every day is a fresh day. Every day is a gift to you, 24 hours gift to you by that Almighty or energy to you to live your life to the fullest. But anyway, come back to these koshas. So pranamaya kosha is the breath. Many a time हमें तो हम ऐसे सांस लेते नहीं ना, until unless कि जैसे भी कोविड हुआ तो सबको पता चला कि सांस कुछ होती है. कितनी बार हम बस ऐसे इनवेरिएबली सांस लेते रहते हैं, सैकड़ों टाइम लेते हैं, छोड़ते हैं, लेते छोड़ते हैं. बट दिस ब्रेथ इज वेरी इंस्ट्रूमेंटल. एक्चुअली आप बॉडी के बारे में माइक्रोबायोम को ट्रेन कर सकते हैं, आप अपने ब्रेथ को भी ट्रेन कर सकते हैं थ्रू ब्रीदिंग टेक्निक्स. पतंजलि टॉक्स अबाउट दैट ऑल्सो. एंड देन वी हैव मनोमया कोशा, दैट माइंड. माइंड को ट्रेन करना पतंजलि ने बहुत क्लोजली बताई है टेक्निक्स की कैसे किया जाना चाहिए. Okay, so meditation is one amongst that ultimate technique. बट उसके ऊपर भी कुछ है और उसके ऊपर क्या है? विज्ञानमय कोशा. विज्ञानमय कोशा इज द लाइफ फोर्स एक्चुअली विच इज देयर इन बिटवीन, जिसकी वजह से आप ये सब कुछ एक्सपीरियंस, ब्यूटीफुल एग्जिस्टेंस जो है एक्सपीरियंस कर पाते हैं, जिसकी वजह से आप जब रोज सुबह उठते हैं तो दर्पण में अपना चेहरा देख पाते हैं. दैट इज दैट लाइफ फोर्स इज विज्ञानमय कोशा बिकॉज ऑफ दैट. एंड देन Anandamaya Kosha. Can I have a sip of water, please, my bottle? My throat is actually very unwell. And yeah, please. That is little warm. Yeah. Please pardon me. So last one is the Anandamaya Kosha, which you are. Everybody is. When you feel happy, you forget your body. Don't you? जब आप बहुत खुश होते हो, इमेजिन करो वो एक मोमेंट, आंख बंद करो सिर्फ 10 सेकंड के लिए, आंखें बंद करो एवरीबडी, लेट्स डू अ लिटिल एक्सरसाइज, जस्ट क्लोज योर आईज एवरीबडी and remember that moment when you were the most happiest person. Any moment when you were very relaxed and very happy, best moment of your life. Please close your eyes. Now you can open your eyes. You can open your eyes now. Now, when you were remembering that moment, you were in that moment, wasn't it? Body का कुछ ख्याल आया? कोई disturbance? Anyone? Huh? That best moment when you are very happy, maybe birth of your child, maybe some achievement, some prize in some competition, maybe something with which you deeply associate to, but you are really very happy. That happiness itself is bliss, not the feeling of happiness. You can enjoy that happiness because that source of happiness is there in you. So that is your Anandamaya Kosha, because of which you can feel happiness. Shall I continue? So these are the koshas. First three of these koshas, which are there in bold before you, all these are physical in nature. You can train them. And they can be easily trained using upayoga or yoga. Yoga, usually when it is meant for a layman, it is the physical exercises, isn't it? Huh? Tadasan, this asan, that asan, shavasana, vajrasan. But these are, according to experts, these are part of yoga, upayoga. Physical exercises basically, leading to then a higher dimension, opening up the higher dimension of you. So these can be very well trained. अब आपने जब कहा कि आपको happiness चाहिए, then which kosha you are talking about? Can you please tell me? The slide is before you. Anandamaya kosha, which is the highest kosha. तो आप अपने बॉडी माइंड को ट्रेन करके बहुत आराम से योगा, फिजिकल योगा के थ्रू भी आप जा सकते हैं, बट फिजिकल योगा इज अ पार्ट इन दैट जर्नी. We'll come to that later on, but they can be trained. And but to achieve that Anandamaya Kosha, what is required? Even for that fourth one also, this Vijnanamaya Kosha, इनको अचीव करने के लिए, इनके बारे में अवेयर होने के लिए, अवेयरनेस as well as being that happiness itself, you need alignment of first three koshas. तो आपको फिजिकल एक्सरसाइज और मेडिटेशन और बाकी चीजों के थ्रू पहले इनको अलाइन करना है, तब आपके अंदर वो ओपनिंग अप होगी उस अपॉर्चुनिटी की जो आपको विज्ञानमय कोशा और आनंदमय कोशा की तरफ ले जाएगी. I hope, I think most of you know, but still part of slide. Now, I have talked about 8 limbs of yoga. So these are 8 limbs of yoga. And if you see the slide, first one is yama, second one is niyama, third one is asana, which is basically relating to upayoga. And next one is pranayama. These are nothing but breathing exercises. And after that, we have pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. Samadhi is the ultimate stage where you can find that source of bliss. मेडिटेशन उससे एक स्टेज पहले है, 7th स्टेज पे है आपका ध्याना। ध्याना से पहले 2 स्टेजेस हैं, pratyahara and dharana, which are part of meditation practices. Those who know the technique actually scientifically, they know about the pratyahara thing and the dharana thing. But I would focus more on the first 4 steps, which are yama, niyama, and actually primarily yama and niyama, because they are the practical guides given by Patanjali, on which my topic is based. Now, what is yama? Yama is actually relating to how you should behave in society, ethical practices. See, if you want to, let's say, forget meditation. आप चाहते हैं कि आप एग्जाम के लिए तैयारी करें और उसके लिए आप बैठना चाहते हैं, बट माइंड फोकस नहीं कर रहा। बहुत लोगों ने जिन्होंने आर्ट ऑफ लिविंग का प्री कॉन्फ्रेंस वर्कशॉप अटेंड किया था, वहां पर भी कुछ इसके बारे में बात की गई थी। अगर आप चाहते हैं कि आप फोकस के साथ बैठे और आप एक तो तरीका होता है कि घंटों किताबें खुली हुई हैं, बस देख रहे हैं, पढ़ रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा, अंदर नहीं जा रहा। एग्जाम से पहले बहुत होता है, किसी भी डिफिकल्ट सिचुएशन से पहले बहुत होता है। आप अंदर से डिस्टर्ब हैं तो बहुत होता है, ठीक है। उसी सिचुएशन को हमने क्रॉस करना है। तो उसके अंदर 2 चीजें हैं, एक तो है यमा और एक है नियमा। यमा इज अबाउट एथिकल प्रैक्टिसेस। अगर आपका बिहेवियर एथिकली ठीक है तो आप अंदर से शांत होंगे, पीसफुल होंगे, एंड देन यू वुड बी एबल टू फोकस, एंड then also you would be able to, if your objective is to meditate. Okay, now yama has 5 different perspectives, and uh, Yama has 5 different perspectives. One is ahimsa or non-violence. So अहिंसा और नॉन वायलेंस का एक तो सिंपल ही मीनिंग ये है कि आप किसी के साथ भी हिंसा ना करें, नॉर्मल मीनिंग। और नॉर्मली हम इसे कहते हैं कि ओके ठीक है, नॉनवेज ना खाएं, अंडे छोड़ दें। बट अहिंसा का डीपर मीनिंग ये नहीं है। अहिंसा का डीपर मीनिंग ये है कि आपके मन, विचार, कर्म में कहीं पर भी किसी के लिए भी चोट पहुंचाने का भाव ना हो। ओके, किसी के लिए भी, अगले बंदे का आपके प्रति बिहेवियर कैसा भी हो, आपके मन में उसके लिए कुछ भी चोट पहुंचाने का भाव ना हो, दैट इज अहिंसा। इसका रिजल्ट क्या है? जब आप इस तरह के विचार से काम करते हैं तो आप में एक कामनेस और पीस आती है। दीज आर नॉट माई एक्सप्रेशंस, आई एम प्रेजेंटिंग टू यू व्हाट इज रिटन इन स्क्रिप्चर्स, व्हाट इज टोल्ड टू अस बाय आवर गुरुज। अब वो गुरुज चाहे गुरु नानक देव हों, चाहे श्री श्री रविशंकर जी हों, चाहे वो कबीरदास जी हों, या वो आपकी लाइफ हो, गुरु इज नॉट अ बॉडी एज पर आवर स्क्रिप्चर्स। गुरु इज दैट तत्व। मैं आपके साथ एक स्टोरी शेयर करती हूँ, ठीक है? स्टोरी टाइम, रेडी? करें? ओके। बहुत प्यारी स्टोरी है, छोटी सी स्टोरी है। एक बार ईश्वर को लगा कि वो अकेले हैं, कुछ नहीं था। ऐसे कहते हैं ना, जब कुछ नहीं था तो भी तू ही था। हाँ, सूफी कलाम भी है एक ये। एंड एक ओंकार की बात हम करते हैं कि जब कुछ नहीं था सिर्फ तू ही था, जब कुछ नहीं होगा तो भी तू ही होगा। सो वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट हायर सोर्स। नाउ ऑफ कोर्स हम उसे कॉमन भाषा में कह देते हैं ईश्वर, गॉड। तो एक बार ईश्वर बहुत अकेला था, एंड यू नो, जो लोग स्पिरिचुअल प्रैक्टिसेस में हैं, दे नो दैट दिस इज द रियलिटी। बिकॉज अगर आप 2 हो जाते हैं तो आप इन्फिनाइट नहीं रहते, एंड गॉड इज इन्फिनाइट। Infinity requires singularity. Mathematicians, they know about it. Physical science people, they know about it. कि infinity, God we say is infinite. Infinite requires singularity. So, God एक बार बहुत अकेलापन लगा कि भाई मेरे साथ तो कोई भी नहीं है, तो बहुत बोरियत हो रही है, तो क्या करें? तो गॉड ने क्या किया, ये स्टोरी मेरी नहीं है, एंड आई एम सो सॉरी, अभी ऑल ऑफ सडन आई डिसाइडेड, तो मैंने ना उसका सोर्स मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा, but this is not disclaimer, not my story. Okay, so a very well known actually philosopher, I'm forgetting his name right now. So गॉड ने कहा कि अच्छा ऐसा करते हैं कि कुछ बनाया जाए, कुछ साथ में प्ले करने के लिए। सो गॉड क्रिएटेड द यूनिवर्स। अब वो तो गॉड हैं, तो यूनिवर्स में बनाएंगे तो उन्हीं की एक्सपेंशन होंगी। सो पेड़ पौधे, जीव निर्जीव, ह्यूमन बींग्स, एनिमल्स, एवरीथिंग, इवन माइक्रोबायम्स, bacteria, viruses, funguses, everything, whatever he created. He was his own creation and him only. अब गॉड को ना मजा नहीं आ रहा था। अब देखो, आप शतरंज का गेम खेल रहे हो, तो इधर भी आप ही हो, उधर भी आप ही हो, तो आपको मजा आएगा? आप बताओ, आएगा? है ना, अकेले तो मजा नहीं आता ना किसी भी गेम में। और हमें तो गॉड को तो यहाँ फन चाहिए था। तो गॉड ने क्या किया, टाइम बता देना। ओके, सो गॉड ने क्या किया, गॉड ने कहा कि अच्छा ठीक है, ऐसा करते हैं कि let this creation, which is my extension, let this creation forget that this is me, and remember God is perfect. तो उन्होंने क्या किया, उन्होंने खुद को ही तथास्तु किया और उन्होंने कहा कि ठीक है, ये जितनी भी क्रिएशन है भूल जाए कि ये मैं हूं। तो जो क्रिएशन थी वो तो भूल गई। क्रिएशन कौन? हम, आप सब, ये हॉल, ये माइक, एवरीथिंग इज द क्रिएशन। दिस इज द एग्जिस्टेंस ना, दिस इज एग्जिस्टिंग, सो दिस इज एग्जिस्टेंस। आई एम एग्जिस्टिंग, यू आर एग्जिस्टिंग, योर एग्जिस्टेंस। सो सब भूल गए। बिकॉज गॉड इज परफेक्ट, तो भूले भी परफेक्ट तरीके से, और अभी तक ढूंढ रहे हैं कि हम, मैं कौन हूं, who am I? So this is a very small story. We all are God, but we don't know that we are God, and we are still searching. Who am I? That is the biggest question in philosophy, psychology, and of course in religion. Who am I? So uh, let me come back to then Satya, truthfulness. Who am I? मैं कौन हूं? आप में से बहुत बच्चे अभी यंग हैं, बहुत यंग है, और हो सकता है आप में से कुछ लोगों को लग रहा हो कि मैम क्या बात कर रही हैं, अभी तो बहुत टाइम पड़ा है, अभी तो कॉलेज लाइफ जी लें। बट लेट मी टेल यू, जितना जल्दी आप इस क्वेश्चन को पहचाने और इसके बारे में सोचना शुरू करें, उतना बेटर आप परफॉर्म कर पाएंगे लाइफ में, चाहे वो कुछ भी क्यों ना हो। जो भी रोल आपको दिया जाए, चाहे वो स्टूडेंट का हो, चाहे वो किसी भी तरह की सिचुएशन, आप बेटर कर पाएंगे जितना जल्दी आप इन चीजों को पहचाने। दिस क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज यू नो हु यू आर। बताओ कौन हो आप? तत्वमसी। हाँ सही, हंसने की बात। गॉड हो ना, हंस भी सकते हो। और जब हंस रहे थे तो मजा आ रहा था कि नहीं? दैट वाज आनंदमय कोशा। ओके, सो नेक्स्ट वन इज अस्ति, नॉन स्टीलिंग। कुछ भी जो आपका नहीं है वो, उसके ऊपर आपका ध्यान नहीं जाना चाहिए। नॉन स्टीलिंग, नॉन स्टीलिंग नहीं कि भाई ठीक है कहीं कुछ दिखा उठा लिया। स्टीलिंग की, स्टीलिंग का ऑपोजिट नहीं है नॉन स्टीलिंग। यहाँ पे स्टीलिंग मीन्स जो आपका नहीं है वो आपका नहीं है, उसके बारे में ध्यान भी मत धरो। नेक्स्ट इज, इसका रिजल्ट क्या है? आपको कभी भी, क्योंकि आपका किसी और की चीज पे नजर नहीं ना, आप सेटिस्फाइड हैं, इसका मतलब तो आपको इंफीरियरिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स कभी नहीं होगा जिंदगी में, कभी भी नहीं होगा। एंड अगर आप सत्या की तरफ जाएंगे तो आपके जो, जैसे मैंने आपका कि जो आप अचीव करना चाहेंगे, जब आपको पता है कि आप क्या हो, तो आपके काम में परफेक्शन आएगी, आपकी इन्वॉल्वमेंट, एंगेजमेंट बढ़ेगी, 100% कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन आपका होगा, तो आपको रिजल्ट्स भी आएंगे। एंड आफ्टर दैट नेक्स्ट इज ब्रह्मचर्य। ब्रह्मचर्य इज नॉट कि नॉट गेटिंग मैरिड, इट्स नॉट। Brahmacharya real meaning is not wasting your energies on anything which is not deserving it. That is brahmacharya. So save your energies to achieve your highest goal. And कोई भी गोल, आपको भी पता है कि सालों बीत जाते हैं, अभी कोरोना वायरस को भी गए 1.5-2 साल हो गया है, मतलब हम कह सकते हैं कि मेजर क्राइसिस पार्ट ओवर हो गया। बट आपको भी पता है कि समय किससे बना है? क्षण से, है ना? समय, मिनट, सेकंड, इंग्लिश में जैसे हम बात करते हैं, बेसिक यूनिट क्या है? सेकंड। और उससे भी अंदर चले जाएं, नैनो सेकंड्स, इससे भी फाइन हो सकता है। आई एम नॉट अ साइंटिस्ट, आई डोंट नो। बट हर बड़ी चीज छोटी चीज से मिलकर बनी है, उसकी एक बेसिक यूनिट होती है। तो आपका भी जो बेसिक यूनिट है, आपके एक एक छोटे छोटे स्टेप से आपकी पूरी लाइफ बनती है। And these steps, these practices, these rules, these are like water. These are very fluid. Let me tell you. पानी के अंदर अगर आप उठाओ, एक पानी की बूंद डालो, कहीं पे भी डालो, एब्जॉर्ब हो जाती है. आप हाथ लगाओ, कट जाता है, छिड़को, फैल जाता है. दिस इज वाटर. बट आपको पानी की ताकत पता है? नदी में बैठे हुए कभी वो गोल पत्थर सफेद रंग के बचपन में सबने समेटे होंगे. समेटे है ना? पता है ना वो गोल कैसे बनते हैं? पानी से जो उनका घर्षण होता है वो उन्हें गोल बना देता है. ओवर द टाइम, if stone can be crafted in such a beautiful way कि आप उन्हें घर ले आते हो, उनके साथ खेलते हो, कभी कभी मंदिर में रख देते हो, पेंट कर देते हो, लॉन में सजा देते हो. तो क्या आप अपनी पानी जैसी चीज कर सकती है? तो आप तो गॉड हो, आप तो सच्चिदानंद का स्वरूप हो. आप इस सारी फिलॉसफी को भी भूल जाओ. देन यू आर द ह्यूमन बीइंग. You are the being which has the power to create anything, anytime, in whatever way. अब जैसा कहते हैं ना, जैसा जैसी चाह वैसी राह. और एक बहुत अच्छा दोहा आपने सुना होगा, करत करत अभ्यास के जड़मती होत सुजान, रसरी आवत जाते सिल पर परत निशान. प्रैक्टिस मेक्स अ पर्सन परफेक्ट. तो नेक्स्ट थिंग इज कि जब आप ये अपनी एनर्जी वेस्ट नहीं करते और फोकस रहते हैं और छोटे छोटे स्टेप से करते रहते हैं, तो क्या होता है? आपका जो इनर्शिया है वो दूर होता है, एनर्जी सेव होती है सही जगह पर. ओके. आपने भी देखा होगा, आप पढ़ रहे हैं, अगले दिन आपका टेस्ट है और लेकिन साथ में फोन रखा हुआ है, तो आप बीच बीच में फोन पे नजर जाती रहती है, आपका फ्लो ऑफ थिंकिंग ब्रेक होता है. और बहुत बार तो वास्तु में ऐसा भी कहा जाता है कि आप जब बैठे हो पढ़ने के लिए तो आपकी टेबल के सामने कोई शीशा नहीं होना चाहिए. ये वास्तु के लोगों का कहना है. क्यों? क्योंकि पहले एक्चुअली फोन नहीं होते थे, शीशा ही होता था. बार बार शीशे पे नजर जाती है, अच्छा किस एंगल से मैं पढ़ते हुए अच्छी लग रही हूँ या लग रहा हूँ. ओके, जाती है ना, शीशा सामने हो तो थोड़ी थोड़ी देर बाद. और अब तो हम सेल्फी लेते हैं तो वो भी बहुत बार करते हैं. सो आपकी एनर्जी सेव होती है, आप ज्यादा फोकस्ड रहते हैं. जो काम आप 10 मिनट में कर सकते हैं, अगर एनर्जी सेव नहीं है, डिस्ट्रैक्टेड माइंड है, तो 2 घंटे लगा लीजिए, पन्ने पलटते रह जाएंगे, अंदर कुछ नहीं जाएगा. सिर्फ काला अक्षर भैंस बराबर, वो सिर्फ लाइनें दिखाई देंगी. अग्री और नॉट? यंग गर्ल्स, नहीं मजा नहीं आ रहा? लास्ट इज अपरिग्रह. अपरिग्रह मीन्स ग्रीड से दूर रहें. इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि चाह ना करें, लालच से दूर रहें. हाँ, ओवर द बोर्ड ना जाएं. डिस्पैशन इज द की हियर. और डिस्पैशन प्रैक्टिस से आता है, वैराग्य जिसे हम स्पिरिचुअल लैंग्वेज में कहते हैं. और ये क्या करता है? आपका फोकस इंप्रूव करता है. जब आप टच्ड नहीं, आपको कुछ ज्यादा चाहिए नहीं, आपको चाहिए नहीं है कि आप बार बार फोन देखें, तो आप फोकस रहेंगे ना. एक तरह का वैराग्य आप में आ गया. सो डे टू डे लाइफ में भी ये सब चीजें अचीव की जा सकती हैं. व्हाट इज नियमा? नियमा इज अबाउट योर पर्सनल थिंग. रिमेंबर व्हाट वाज यमा? इट वाज हाउ यू बिहेव एथिकली इन सोसाइटी, about other people, other situations, other things. Yama is about yourself, how you are conducting yourself. The first one is in that Shoch. Shoch is not about body's purity, about your mind's purity too. मन में ऐसा कुछ विचार ना आने दें जो कि आपको कहीं से भी डिस्टर्ब करें. The monk who sold his Ferrari, आप में से कितने लोगों ने पढ़ी है? अच्छा, उसका हैं कुछ बच्चे, 10 के करीब बच्चे हैं. तो उसका एक, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, एक बहुत शुरू के चैप्टर्स में एक बहुत लाइफ लेसन आ जाता है कि आपके माइंड को आप एक ऐसी बगिया समझें जो बहुत ही खूबसूरत है, जहाँ चिड़ियाएं चहचहा रही हैं, खुशबुएं हैं, फूल हैं, रंग हैं, बसंत है. ऐसे लॉन में जिसमें आपने, अब बसंत तो ऐसे नहीं आ जाता ना, आपको बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ती है, पानी देना पड़ता है, धूप हो बारिश हो, खरपतवार निकालनी पड़ती है, खाद डालनी पड़ती है, बीज को सही टाइम पे डालना था. तो किसी भी बगिया के अंदर या किसी भी नेचर में किसी फूल को, पत्ते को आप देखें, पत्ते फूल को भी छोड़ दीजिए, आपकी फेवरेट वेजिटेबल फ्रूट जो है उसको आप देख लें. उसको अगली बार कोई फ्रूट खाएं तो एक छोटा सा एक्सरसाइज करना, उसको देखना, नेचर का कितना एफर्ट उसमें गया है, माली का कितना एफर्ट उसमें गया है। डोंट थ्रो योर फूड लाइक एनीथिंग, वेस्ट मत जाने दो। सर ने कल कहा था किसी को खिला दो। आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि डस्टबिन में डाल दो, प्रोफेसर रूपलाल कल बात कर रहे थे, खुद को डस्टबिन नहीं बनाना है, बट किसी नीडी पर्सन को दे दो अगर आप नहीं खा सकते हो। बट appreciate the effort of nature and those human beings or otherwise whosoever has put their effort, time, energy in growing that food for you. Okay, तो आपके मन में एक तरह का कृतज्ञता का भाव आएगा, आप रिस्पेक्ट करेंगे चीजों को। कृतज्ञता का भाव आपको एक्सपैंड करने में हेल्प करेगा, और आपके मन में किसी दूसरे के लिए जो एक होता है ना बुरी फीलिंग जो है वो आने से बचाएगा आपको। सो द मॉन्क हू सोल्ड हिज फरारी में उन्होंने ये कहा कि आप अपने माइंड को एक ऐसी बगिया की तरह समझो जिसपे आपने बहुत मेहनत की है, और जब आपने बहुत मेहनत की है तो क्या आप चाहोगे कि उसमें कोई भी खरपतवार उगे आपके? क्योंकि खरपतवार का काम क्या होता है, वो उगती है, वो भी एग्जिस्टेंस का पार्ट है, लेकिन वो अच्छे प्लांट्स का, अच्छे फ्लावर्स का वो नरिशमेंट खींच लेती है, उनमें ये पावर होती है, तो वो अपने आसपास किसी और को उगने नहीं देते। तो इसीलिए हम खरपतवार को वीड कहते हैं, खरपतवार कहते हैं, उसे हम पौधा नहीं कहते हैं। हाँ, इन जनरल पौधा तो है, वो खरपतवार भी पौधा ही है, उखाड़ के क्यों फेंक देते हैं? क्योंकि अपने आसपास वो किसी को नरिश नहीं होने देता। बैगेज कह लीजिए, हमारे माइंड में हम इतना कुछ डालते रहते हैं ना, इसने ये कहा, उसने वो किया, इसने ये किया, तो वो भी खरपतवार की तरह काम करता है। तो आपने क्या करना है, आपने एज पर पतंजलि योगा सूत्र, आपने जब आप इस तरह के स्टेप्स को फॉलो करते हैं, शौच को, अपने माइंड को क्लियर और क्लीन रखते हैं, नॉट ओनली बॉडी। अब ये मत कहिएगा कि मैम ने तो कहा था कि माइंड ही क्लीन रखना है तो नहाना नहीं है, ये नहीं करना, बिकॉज बिफोर माइंड बॉडी कम्स फर्स्ट। रिमेंबर, ग्रॉस टू सेटल, पहला कोश ही क्या है, बॉडी। तो वहीं से तो जर्नी स्टार्ट करेंगे ना। अब स्टेप पे चढ़ने चाहो और आप एक साथ पहले सोचो कि 2 सीढ़ियां में चढ़ जाऊं, जल्दी पहुंच जाऊंगा, गिरने के भी तो चांस उतने ही है। तो दैट इज शौच। नेक्स्ट इज संतोष, कंटेंटमेंट, एक्सेप्टेंस। जो मिला उसको पहले एक्सेप्ट करें, उसमें खुश रहें, तो फिर आप उसके अगले स्टेप, उससे बेटर करने के बारे में सोचेंगे। इससे आपके अंदर एक तरह का प्रसन्नता का भाव आता है, हैप्पीनेस। रिमेंबर, आपने मुझसे अभी कहा था आपको क्या चाहिए लाइफ में, पीस एंड हैप्पीनेस। नेक्स्ट इज तपा। तपा इज बेसिकली, यहाँ पे तो पतंजलि स्पिरिचुअल प्रैक्टिसेस की बात कर रहे हैं, बट आप कोई भी काम करें, अगर आप यहाँ बैठे हैं और आप सीरियसली सुन के कुछ गुनना चाह रहे हैं, सुनना और गुनना, धारणा और सुनना और उसको धारण करना, एसिमिलेशन, तो अगर वो कर रहे हैं तो आप देखेंगे कि आप भी एक तरह का तपा ही कर रहे हैं। अगर आपका फोकस पूरा है तो आप तपा कर रहे हैं, अदरवाइज इट्स एन एक्टिविटी। एनीथिंग विच यू आर डूइंग विद फोकस एंड एफर्ट, 100% एफर्ट इज तपा। तो इससे क्या होगा, आपका जो कमिटमेंट है आपके गोल्स के लिए वो बढ़ेगा। तो अगर आपने कमिटमेंट कर लिया है कि मेरे एग्जामिनेशन के लिए, अभी जो फर्स्ट ईयर्स यहाँ बैठे हैं उन्हें पता है जल्दी एग्जाम स्टार्ट हो जाएंगे, तो अगर आपने एक टाइम टेबल बनाया और आपने कहा कि सुबह मैं 4 बजे से उठ के टाइम टेबल बनाती हूँ, 2 घंटा मैं पढ़ूंगी या मैं पढ़ूंगा। अब सुबह आई, सर्दी का टाइम है, नींद, रात को भी फेसबुक देख रहे थे, लेट हो गया, सवेरे जो है ना वो ब्लैंकेट छोड़ने का मन ही नहीं करा, और बॉडी के लिए नींद आ रही है, छोड़ो रहने दो। कमिट तो माइंड ने किया था ना, कमिट तो माइंड ने किया था ना, बॉडी कहती है आई वांट टू स्लीप। अगर आप उस क्षण अपने आप को मजबूत रखकर उठ जाते हैं तो वो तपा है, आपने जो सोचा उसको पूरा किया। The kind of strength it gives to your character to face further challenges in your life is unimaginable. And remember this, I'm talking from my heart and soul, not from any scriptures. Okay. Next is swadhyaya, self study. जो भी कुछ कर रहे हैं आप, again Patanjali is here talking about reading of scriptures and understanding what they are talking about. But for you it could be सेल्फ मोटिवेटिंग टूवर्ड्स लर्निंग। अब लर्निंग कुछ भी हो सकती है, एकेडमिक, नॉन एकेडमिक, आपका मनपसंद, सही काइंड ऑफ लर्निंग होनी चाहिए, क्या वो आप डिसाइड करो। उसके बाद में इससे क्या होता है, आपको सेल्फ को एक्सप्लोर करने में हेल्प मिलती है, और अब ज्यादा आपका एक्सपेंशन होता है पर्सनालिटी का सेल्फ स्टडी से. In order to speak well, we say that it's necessary to read well. That is self study. And last is Ishvara Pratidhana, which is nothing but devotion, surrender to Almighty or God, or the life energy, or whatever to whom you are bowing down to or surrendering. Surrender. ठीक है, जो भी कुछ आप कर रहे हो, ठीक है, प्रेजेंट मोमेंट इज इनएविटेबल. जो कुछ हो रहा है अच्छे के लिए हो रहा है, जो कुछ होगा वो भी अच्छे के लिए होगा. ये आप में क्या करता है, एक्सेप्टेंस लाता है, और एक्सेप्टेंस आता है तो आप में बॉदरेशन नहीं आती है. बॉदरेशन नहीं आती है तो जब आप माइंड में बैठेंगे आप मेडिटेशन के लिए या फोकस पढ़ाई के लिए या किसी भी चीज के लिए, किसी भी चैलेंजिंग सिचुएशन के लिए आप फोकस्ड होंगे, आपको बाकी की चीजें डिस्टर्ब नहीं करेंगी. ओके, नाउ what is the importance of yama and niyama? Thank you. Yama and niyama are the foundation of Patanjali Yoga Sutra, and of course the way one should move from gross to subtle. This is the way of life, and if you remember those 8 limbs, you would be living a good life, happy life, peaceful life, and it will also give you an expansion to explore your highest kosha or objective of human life in according to our Vedas. That is enlightenment. Enlightenment is what? When you are in direct connect with your, remember that Sahasradhara Chakra, kal jitne log available the? आनंदमय कोशा, आप वहां तक पहुंच सकते हैं, वो पॉसिबिलिटी है. सर ने भी अभी अभी पॉसिबिलिटी की बात कही थी. डॉक्टर दीपक चोपड़ा इज ऑल्सो टॉक अबाउट पॉसिबिलिटीज. Everything, every day, every moment is a possibility. You yourself is a possibility. You don't know what you are capable of. I'm forgetting that speaker's name जो प्रोफेसर रूपलाल के बाद बोले थे. उन्होंने हनुमान जी की कहानी बताई थी. हनुमान जी जब, एक और कहानी, स्टोरी टाइम. हनुमान जी जब जब उन्हें मनाया जा रहा था कि भाई आप जाइए और सीता के बारे में पता कीजिए, तो हनुमान जी वॉज नॉट वेरी श्योर अबाउट व्हाट ही कैन डू. तब जामवंत ने उनकी स्तुति की और उनको बताया कि आप क्या क्या कर सकते हो, एंड ही रियलाइज्ड, एंड देन ही केम इनटू हिज that avatar who was capable of even flying through that vast ocean. Now all these are symbolic. Hanuman is what? Hanumana is that capability in you which is actually striving for, requiring for, or looking for those venues, your steps by you, which can help in expansion of yourself. So explore yourself. That is the ultimate objective of you. That is the ultimate creativity which you can show towards yourself. Remember again, you are the God which is forgetful about who you are. Okay, according to the scriptures. Okay, now what happens if these yamas and niyamas are not followed? Klesha. अब स्क्रिप्चर्स में बोला गया है कि उदासी, कड़वाहट, एक तरह की बेचैनी, ब्रीदिंग इश्यूज. कई बार ऐसा होता है ना, सांस भारी चलती है. Breathing issues is actually representative of all the psychological and physiological disorder. तो इस तरह का सारा कुछ, स्ट्रेस, एंजाइटी, अनहैप्पीनेस, ये सारा इसमें कवर हो जाता है. अगर आप अपनी लाइफ को इन रूल्स जो पतंजलि ने बताए उनके अकॉर्डिंग अगर आप करते हैं तो आप ये सब से बच सकते हैं. ना एक श्लोका है जिससे पतंजलि योग सूत्र को एसोसिएट किया जाता है, योगश्च चित्त वृत्ति निरोधा. Can we play that video? Can we play that video? यहीं से होगा क्या? So before playing that video, can you stop for a moment? Before playing the video, this is the shloka. Yeah, shloka पे आ जाइए. This is a shloka which you are going to listen right now. Let me. Okay. So this shloka is actually it's a detailed shloka. मैंने जैसे आपको बताया था कि 196 या 195 थोड़ा debatable है according to different philosophies. अगर हम इसे 196 मान लेते हैं, ये उनमें से एक है, बहुत प्राइमरी है. Before running this video, can you please stop a moment? Can you please close your eyes? Because this will be effective only if you are closing your eyes and you are 100% with the music. I'm not saying कि आप इसका meaning समझो, इसके word का मतलब कुछ नहीं. Just be with the music. Okay? Can you please close your eyes? Just a little exercise. Close your eyes. Now assume yourself to be sitting in your favorite garden. How important eyes and assume yourself that you are sitting in a beautiful garden. Close your eyes. 100%. जैसे मैंने कहा, किसी भी चीज का असर तभी होता है ना जब हम उसके साथ 100% रहें. And you can, remember, you can. I have full faith in you. Now, close your eyes. You have to follow only the music, but before that, you just assume that you are sitting in a beautiful garden. आपके मनपसंद फूल हैं वहाँ, आपकी मनपसंद खुशबू है वहाँ. जो भी फूल आपको पसंद हो, चमेली, गुलाब, आप वो खुशबू को महसूस कर सकते हैं. अपने आसपास एक सर्कल बना लीजिए. एज्यूम कीजिए कि एक सर्कल है आपके चारों तरफ. नाउ एवरीथिंग which is bothering you right at this moment is outside that circle, and you are sitting there without any of that botheration, relaxing beautifully, feeling the purity of your soul. Just go with the flow of it. Pramana viparyaya vikalpa nidra smritayah. Pramana viparyaya vikalpa nidra smritayah. Patanjali's Yoga Sutras start in a strange way, and now yoga with half a sentence. Such a great document on life starts with half a sentence. If you still believe with money everything will be okay, if you still believe with a new house or a car everything will be okay, if you still believe by getting married or unmarried everything will be okay, it is not yet time for yoga. You have seen all this and you know it does not really transform you. This realization that all this activity can give us opportunities to find different sort of expressions to who we are, but they are not tools for transformation. And now, yoga. प्रत्यक्ष प्रत्यक्ष Rupati Vastu Vishaya Pramushasmriti Anshasa Vairagabhyam Pariyoha Yogashchitabhiti Nirodha Adat Gosvarupe Avasthanam Nisarupya Vikaratra Nisarupya Vikaratra Nisarupya Vikaratra. Slowly, very slowly, become aware of your body and surroundings. Very slowly, you can open your eyes. After such beautiful music, actually, nothing is to be said, nothing is to be listened, but we have to follow the protocol. So I have to finish the PPT and my presentation. In this entire shloka, the techniques as well as what the yoga is being mentioned. And this is a detailed version. You can go online and check that also. Yoga, according to Patanjali, is nothing but the union of individual consciousness with the supreme consciousness. In between, we have to live the human life. Human life has its own challenges. Those challenges can be faced very successfully, and you can strive, you can reach the excellence for which you are striving using the techniques given in Patanjali Yoga Sutra. Vairagya and practice. Practice is the technique, first of all, repeatedly mentioned by Patanjali, through which you can practice is nothing but training your mind. Through practice, you can achieve that. आप अपने mind को clear रख सकते हो. Then there are certain behavioral aspects, such as letting go. Forgiveness, dispassion, staying cool, stay down, Soham mantra, and many other techniques with which you can actually, behavioral techniques with which you can clear yourself and get yourself ready to face the challenges of life and excellence, getting excellence. And as I told you earlier also, Patanjali Yoga Sutra, just to sum up, it's taking care of our mental, physical, spiritual, emotional health on daily basis. If you follow those yamas and niyamas, उतना भी अगर वो दो लिंग भी आप कर लेते हैं तो आप तैयार हैं excellence के लिए. Fruits will start flowing definitely. And then Patanjali Yoga Sutra also gives you that your life is not about yourself. You have a very strong connection with the world around you. Micro, macro, whatever level you want to understand it, but you are a part of it. If you have attended that session, that Moon and Earth meditation by Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, when you are assuming yourself to be on Moon and looking upon Earth, Earth is a single organism. You are part of it. You are not that which is being projected by your ego. That Dr. Geeta Siddharth, Professor Geeta Siddharth, Associate Professor Geeta Siddharth, Champion Geeta Siddharth. No, you're not that. you are part of that one organism which we call home, and you are connected to each and everything in that organism. Okay. And Yama Niyama are the practical tips to live your life. With this, I come to my presentation's ending, and I hope you take some of these practical tips with you and make a transformation in your life. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Siddharth. And I must say that I'm quite impressed with your understanding of philosophy of Patanjali. It's very impressive that coming from a different discipline and yet getting there. And what one can take away from today's morning session, though it was largely philosophy, but the darshan, that is Indian philosophy, which is a lived experience of each one of us. And what we need to do is that both Professor Bhala and Dr. Siddharth have emphasized on is the transformation from the subtle, that is the wrong identification of the self with body, with desires only, or with manas, that is the mind's diversion, as Yoga says that it is chit vritti nirog, that is when mind stops diverting, the buddhi stops diverting. So that transformation from the subtle kind of an identity with mind, body, etc., to the from gross identification of mind and body with the self to the subtle identity, that is, it is the self which experiences. So from being unwell, from suffering, to being well, that is the peace, the equanimity, that is the trick. And as Dr. Siddharth, I would say that as we say in technical philosophy, that the schools of Sankhya and Yoga, Sankhya is the theoretical discipline which tells us the difference between what is the right identification of the self and what is the wrong identification of the self. And Yoga is the counterpart which tells us the techniques or the practical side of knowing this distinction between what is suffering and what is liberation. So you have done that, and Professor Bala probably gave us the Sankhya, and you have given us the Yoga. So it is the ego which needs to be transformed, not merely transcended, but transformed. Having said that, I take this opportunity also to do a vote of thanks. So thanks are due, first of all, thanks are due, first of all, to our chief patron, Dr. Sangeeta Bhatia, who's given us both the encouragement to do it and do it in a way that the organizers wanted to do it, with her support. And as they say that any institution is an example of who's heading it. So our institution, Gargi, is an exemplary feature because we have been headed by all excellent principals till date, including Professor Bhatia. So thanks to Professor Bhatia. Thanks are due to our organizing head, Dr. Geeta Siddharth, and especially thanks for today's filling in. And despite the huge challenge of preparing a script, almost like at the midnight, you have done a fabulous job. Thank you for that. Thanks to all the members of the committee. Thanks to Payal, who has been there emceeing forever. Thanks to all my colleagues. Thanks to the non-teaching staff, the technical staff who have been working tirelessly to make it a success. and the heartfelt shout out to all the students who gathered today. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rekha ma'am. Thank you, Geeta ma'am. That was amazing. We now break for coffee. It's a coffee break. We resume with the technical sessions at 11:30 a.m. I request students to remain seated. Faculty may please proceed towards the auditorium foyer for coffee, tea, coffee, snacks. Students, I have some important announcements for you. So just a minute more and then you can also proceed for coffee. Okay, so for students, you need to go via exit, via the gate number 2 here. Collect your snacks, have them there. Okay, eat your snacks there. Please do not bring food back into the auditorium for eating. You will not eat your food here, you will eat it outside and then come back before the technical session is set to start. Okay, so be here by, schedule yourself to be here by 11:20. Is that, are you able to get it, everyone? Students, any other announcement? Taken.
All students to remain seated right now, please. As ma'am mentioned, your coffee break will start at 11 and you will move in a disciplined manner outside the Audi. बता दिया? Okay, the first column can get up. Divya or Pooja.
celebrations. The session will be centered around the theme Re-envisioning Development, Moving Towards a Well-being Economy. I thank you all for your gracious presence here today. I request everyone to maintain decorum and to keep their mobile phones on silent.
I hope you've all given your, registered for it, you've signed in the attendance sheet, which is outside. Okay, and when you're leaving also after the validatory session also you have to sign. And in case your friends haven't come, please put it on the group, your own class groups, that they should report immediately if they're hanging around somewhere in the college. So each one of you take responsibility of calling your friends, right? So message on the CR group or in your class note, class group, right? Thank you. अच्छा बात सुनो, मैं ये तो बोल सकती हूँ ना, इससे सिलेबस पे ठीक है, मैं बोल देती हूँ, चलो बोलो.
Our guests have arrived. Please give them a warm welcome. I now invite Dr. Geeta Kichlu to begin the journey of today's session.
Thank you, Rupal. Namaskar to one and all of you. As I stand here with folded hands to greet each soul present here, right from my esteemed guests, respected principal, faculty members, administrative staff members, and our ever so dear students, to the second day of the two-day international multidimensional conference on revisiting well-being, perspective, challenges, and the road ahead, sponsored by ICSSR under the aegis of DU centenary celebrations being organized by Gargi College. Day one of the conference, as promised, saw a bouquet of academic, pragmatic interactions and brainstorming, along with an opportunity for hands-on exposure towards bringing about enhancement of the participants' well-being. It began with an inaugural session, followed by address by eminent experts, interdisciplinary technical sessions, and workshops. Today, I, on behalf of the Department of Commerce, Economics, and Business Economics, stand here to welcome all the eminent and distinguished speakers excelling in their own domain areas. All have graciously agreed to spare their valuable time so as to share their views on the topic, re-envisioning development, moving towards a well-being economy. Amrita Sen in quotes, economic growth without investment in human development is unsustainable and unethical, unquote, which we can see comes true as we march ahead on the road of development. We have, in the process, largely forgotten this aspect and have focused totally on increasing countries' GDP. This all has been at the cost of eating into our nature. Yes, nature, you've heard it right, both in the form of natural forest, water bodies, flora and fauna, as well as our very true nature of being calm, peaceful, warm, loving, and compassionate. In the desire for more income, more cars, bigger bungalows, more of material wealth, we have left the kasturi, which lies right here within us, and have gone searching for it far and wide. We have wandered far away in search for happiness, similar to the musk deer who has the scent sac right in sight, but oblivious of the same is roaming in all directions for it, when in fact it is deep inside within. We take this opportunity now to welcome our guest. We have with us Dr. Mukund Rajan, Chairman eCube Investment Advisors, a first of its kind platform to catalyze environment, social and governance changes in corporate India. Prior to this, Sir had held a number of senior executive positions through his 23-year career with the Tata Group, where he served as brand custodian, chief ethics officer, chairman of the Tata Global Sustainability Council, member of the group executive councils at Tata Sons. He served on the boards of various Tata companies. Dr. Rajan also serves as the chairperson of the Environment Committee of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, a member of the ESG Advisory Committee constituted by the Securities Exchange Board of India. Sir was honored as a young global leader at the World Economic Forum. Dr. Rajan graduated from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, pursued master's and doctorate in international relations from Oxford University on a Rhodes Scholarship. He has authored many books, the latest being Tata's Leadership Experiment, the story of Tata Administrative Service. I request Dr. Geeta Siddharth to present Sir with the token of appreciation. I request Sir to come forward. It would be nice. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Geeta Siddharth. We welcome Sir Ranjan, founder of All India Institute of Mind-Body Medicine. Sir graduated from St. Stephen's College, post-graduated in advertising and filmmaking, followed by an MBA from XLRI. Sir had a successful stint for over 2 decades in advertising companies and doing many memorable campaigns for leading brands like Honda, Yamaha, Parker, Airtel. But Providence and his passion to bring transformation in society led to his mission to empower mankind. He envisions a world where every individual lives to the depth of his physical, mental, intuitive, and spiritual abilities. Sir is a poet at heart and has written many articles as well as authored The 7 Mystical Laws of Self-Healing. He has pioneered the self-healing movement in our city through the integration of mind, body, and medicine into the mainstream procedure. Sir is a psychotherapist, counselor, a clinical hypnotherapist from California Hypnosis Institute, certified theta healing instructor from Idaho, USA, a clinical organ cell regeneration therapist from Arkady Petrov Foundation, Russia, Reiki master, and an access bar consciousness therapy practitioner. A man with a vision. He has been using an integrated and holistic approach in curing incurable chronic diseases. I request Dr. Shweta Mishra to present sir with a token of gratitude. I request sir to come forward too. We welcome Professor Ashmita Kabra, faculty at the Interdisciplinary School of Human Ecology, Ambedkar University. Prior to that, she taught at the Department of Economics, Ramjas College, a PhD in economics from Jawaharlal Nehru University. Ma'am works on the political economy and political ecology of biodiversity conservation and rural livelihoods. Her work focuses especially on agrarian transformations, land acquisitions, displacements, and resettlement among people living in and around forest areas. She has published widely in leading international and Indian journals and is presently the managing editor of Ecology, Economy, and Society. At the School of Ecology, she has served as dean and as an acting registrar of the university. She set up the state's social impact assessment unit. Ma'am is the founder trustee of Samrakshan Trust, an NGO working for equitable conservation and sustainable rural livelihoods. A founder and president of Adarshila, an organization working for meaningful education for rural children. I request Dr. Sonali Ahuja Dua to felicitate ma'am. We have with us Mr. Varun Sahai. Mr. Sahai has over 14 years of experience in the domain of market research and analytics. He holds an MBA with marketing and finance as his core specialization, was a third rank holder in his batch, has completed MIS from GNIIT, and is also certified with Neatscope and Sensidyme, which are need-based mapping tools. He started his career as a researcher with Cadence International. During his illustrious career, he worked in different companies like Tata Steel, Synovate, Ipsos, TNS, IMRB, and Kanta. He was senior vice president at Ipsos. In 2021, as a senior vice president, he decided to start his own company by the name of Dive Analytics Private Limited. He is right now one of the co-founders of the company. Varun sir helps brands seek sustainable and profitable growth and is seen as a sentiment and a consumer expert. To felicitate Mr. Varun Sahai, I request Mr. Amit Rohela. I now hand over to Professor Ashmita to carry out today's session. We are looking forward to hearing from all of our speakers and eagerly await to being enlightened on the topic. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning and warmest thanks to Gargi College to allow me to come back to Delhi University, and especially for its centenary celebrations. It's a university that's shaped me in enormously foundational ways, and it's so wonderful to be back here. And what an exciting theme for the proceedings. I'm not going to take too much time. Let me just lay out how we are going to go about with this session, as the organizers have asked me to do the not very popularity rankings. You don't win them by being the chair of a session. But we'll try and make use of the time that we have, which is around an hour and a half, by first allowing each speaker to talk to us for between 15 to 20 minutes. And then we'll open it out and see how much we've managed to get through to you and what kind of interaction we are then able to have. And I'm sure that there will be enough time for each one of you to chip in and ask and comment and all of that. So here's to an exciting session. I'm going to request Mukund to start first, please, and 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great pleasure to be here with all of you at this national conference to mark the centenary celebrations of Delhi University. As you heard in my introduction, I come from the corporate sector, including over 2 decades spent with India's largest corporate house, the Tatas. In my role as the first brand custodian of the Tatas, I really experienced firsthand the value of the trust that the Tata brand enjoyed from all of its stakeholders. And the brand, as you would all know, is the most valuable Indian corporate brand, a brand value in excess today of over $20 billion, as assessed by independent third parties like Brand Finance. And the trust earned by the group from its stakeholders, we found in all our research study, was directly linked to the perception that the group was committed to ensuring the well-being of all of its stakeholders, which is really the subject we're looking at today. And indeed, the business philosophy of the group was outlined by its founder, Jamsetji Tata, over 150 years back, and is captured in the statement that is attributed to him. And I quote, "In a free enterprise, the community is not just another stakeholder in business, but is in fact the very purpose of its existence." So it stands to reason that if you want to build a successful enterprise for the long term, you cannot do this without successful customers, successful lenders, successful investors, successful vendors, and successful employees. In other words, a successful community which is hosted by a thriving and healthy natural ecosystem. And really, the care and concern for all stakeholders, including local communities and the natural environment, has shown through in much of the work that many Tata companies have done in India over many decades, earning them wide respect and playing a critical role in their continued success. As you would perhaps know, the Tatas are the only Indian corporate house which every decade for the last 100 years has been amongst the top 3 Indian corporate houses, and today is the largest. In the 5 years since I left the Tatas, I founded and built a firm called eCube, which is focused on assisting the ESG, or environment, social, and governance transition of Indian businesses. And at eCube, again, I have seen firsthand the manner in which, across the business world, the more traditional Milton Friedman kind of view of the primacy of shareholders has given way to the importance of balancing the interests of all stakeholders, very much in sync with what I'd seen in the Tata Group. And this shift has become quite pronounced in the past 3 years, captured in the huge attention which this acronym ESG is receiving these days. Responsible businesses are increasingly embracing ESG and committing to creating value for a broad range of stakeholders. And therefore, in the context of our discussion today on the economics of well-being, through this focus on ESG, both the sense of what has value for stakeholders and the sense of how that value needs to be measured are rapidly evolving. And what I would like to do today is to outline really this phenomenon of ESG in more detail insofar as it applies to the corporate sector, which is the space I perhaps understand the most. In the new thematic of ESG, the E in ESG or environment really encapsulates the natural resources a business consumes, the pollution it creates, the carbon emissions it generates, and all the other environmental impacts. The S, or social, refers to the links and ties a business develops to the local community, the way it treats its own people, and its focus on issues such as diversity and inclusion. The G, or governance, deals with issues such as board effectiveness protocols, audit controls, appropriate reliance on independent directors, and the approach to senior executive compensation. ESG as a term has entered the lexicon in a big way in the past 3 years. And the reason for this is that we are seeing a new context with the convergence of several factors. On the environmental dimension, I think clearly the COVID pandemic, but equally importantly, perhaps in the last few years, the growing frequency of extreme climatic events caused by global warming have both opened humankind's eyes to the global impact created when the balance with nature is upset, and the fact that when nature revolts, there is nowhere to hide. Stakeholder perspectives on these issues are being shaped by better and more widely available knowledge, thanks to improved science and data gathering tools, and of course, the ubiquitous access to the World Wide Web and to social media that individuals and communities now enjoy and are able to exchange information and learn from. On the social dimension, the S of ESG, we're seeing growing concerns about inequality and the associated potential for social unrest. It's not perhaps very well known, but it's a fact that today, in fact, the world is witnessing the largest number of violent conflicts since the Second World War. And finally, on the governance dimension, the G of ESG, we are seeing clearly a leadership vacuum in a crisis-ridden global economy that happens to be, at the same time, much more integrated and interdependent than at any time before in human history. And it's this governance failure that a somewhat helpless UN Secretary General is pointing to when he said a few weeks back at the climate conference in Egypt that, and I quote, "We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator," unquote. There is an expectation, therefore, of a large and growing number of stakeholders that businesses, the corporate sector, which have contributed significantly to the many challenges we face today, will play a constructive role in their resolution going forward. And ESG metrics offer a valuable lens to view the sustainable growth prospects of businesses. Both the resilience that is built into the business operations, which allows them to navigate black swan events like the COVID pandemic, as well as the ability to seize new opportunities, for instance, in the renewable energy space arising from the issue of climate change. And a host of influential stakeholders, domestic and international, are therefore demanding accountability and driving in their own respective ways ESG-linked change in the business world, including in Indian businesses. And I'm going to spend the next few minutes just quickly illustrating the kinds of pressures for change that are now arising. On the domestic front, take the example of civil society. Growing public awareness and favorably inclined judicial activism are forcing the pace of change towards better ESG. On issues such as air quality or waste management, civil society pressure is precipitating responses. So think of the migration from Bharat Stage 4 to Bharat Stage 6, cleaner fuel emission standards bypassing Stage 5 altogether. Or think of the plethora of rules that are now emerging on waste disposal, including the recent ban on single-use plastic. Judicial pronouncements are also becoming more aggressive. And in 2018, the Indian Supreme Court came out with a seminal judgment impacting the auto industry, where it held that the new fuel emission standards, the Bharat Stage 4 to 6 evolution, It said that there would be no delay in implementation, which is what the auto industry was seeking at that time. And it said there could be no compromise with the health of India's citizens. And it stated that it is an established principle of law that the right to life under Article 21 of the Constitution includes the right to a decent environment. There are also strong regulatory tailwinds in favor of a powerful new focus on ESG in India. These include the 2018-19 National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct, designed by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs to mainstream the concept of corporate responsibility. And these have subsequently been integrated into what are now called the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reports that the Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, has mandated the top 1,000 listed companies to publish on a mandatory basis for this fiscal and going forward. Parallelly, regulations with a significant focus on good governance are also influencing the conduct of Indian businesses. So we now have what are called stewardship codes, which emphasize ESG requirements. And these have been specified by the regulators for all Indian mutual funds, insurance companies, and pension funds. And given that these institutional investors from these sectors typically account for around 35% of the equity holding in the Indian public markets, we are seeing now from a largely passive stance in earlier years, they're now becoming much more activist, exercising voting power, and beginning to drive ESG-linked change. And in similar vein, the 2013 amendments to the Indian Companies Act have also strengthened the hands of minority shareholders. For instance, mandating approval of related party transactions by special resolution. And as a consequence now, over the past several quarters, we are beginning to see minority shareholders expressing their upset on matters such as unreasonably high management compensation packages, which they proceeded to vote down, or voted out directors up for re-election who they felt did not discharge their responsibilities adequately. And I think you're going to see much more of this kind of activism in India going forward, and not just activism by individual investor groups, but you will actually see consolidation of efforts across investor sets trying to drive change. Now, beyond domestic stakeholders, changes in the Indian ESG landscape are also being catalyzed by the actions of overseas stakeholders. And a critical driver of this is, of course, the growing concern about global environmental issues. What's unique about these issues is they impact the whole world, and no one country on its own can successfully address them. So you need to have cooperation between countries. Examples include ozone depletion, the extinction of species because of the loss of biodiversity. But clearly, climate change caused by global warming is the most pressing concern just now. And as many of you would be aware, based on the work of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, there is a consensus now on the need to limit global warming through the century to under 1.5 degrees rise in temperature. And yet, just the events of the last year, think of the forest fires in California, the unprecedented floods in Pakistan, there is now widespread anxiety that we are losing control over this global phenomenon. We will soon know the updated assessment of the Intergovernmental Panel, but on current form, data suggests that we're actually headed towards a catastrophic 2.7 degree temperature rise versus the 1.5 target. And these alarming signals are therefore generating strong responses from foreign stakeholders, including governments and other corporations. So for instance, the European Commission has adopted a carbon border adjustment mechanism that will begin to levy tariffs from 2026 on products from selected sectors like iron and steel, cement, aluminium, fertilizers, electricity, imported from markets, including India, that do not have strong emission controls in place. Meanwhile, in the UK, all listed companies from this year are required to release net zero transition plans to show how they're going to address the challenge of climate change. And it's only a matter of time before other markets also follow suit. And over 5,000 large enterprises around the world have proactively declared net zero goals. So you have multinational enterprises like Apple, Unilever, and Nestle, which have declared 2030, 2039, and 2050 as their target years, respectively, for achieving net zero status. All of these companies are now demanding stronger climate measures from their supply chain participants, which of course include many from India. Lenders, meanwhile, are also upping their requirements on reporting of material climate-related risks by businesses in the financial filings, aligning with the recommendations of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, or TCFD. And investment funds are demanding greater carbon disclosure and strong mitigation measures. And some have already started decarbonizing the portfolios. So for instance, the Norwegian sovereign wealth, which is managed by Norges Bank has now embarked on an active decarbonization of the entire portfolio. In all of this, India, as the third largest greenhouse gas producer in the world, after China and the United States, is going to be one of the keys to how the world resolves the problem of global warming. And that is the reason that at Glasgow, at the Conference of Parties COP26, a year and a half back, the Indian government announced a significant enhancement in its earlier targets adopted in relation to the Paris Climate Agreement. So it pronounced 2070 as the target date for achieving net zero status. And it promised to generate 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel-based energy by 2030, with half of that, 50% of the energy mix, coming from renewables by the same year, while improving the energy efficiency of the economy by 45% over 2005 levels by 2030. But moving even beyond global environmental issues like climate change, you're also seeing that the interconnectedness of markets ensures that international stakeholders are able to influence other aspects of the ESG agenda in India. These include customers across the globe, including many millennials, people like yourselves, who are now demonstrating increasingly a preference to embrace purpose-driven brands. So think of brands like Patagonia or The Body Shop. And it's in fact in response to this trend that a market leader like Unilever has resolved that each of its 70,000 consumer products will start carrying labels transparently disclosing their carbon footprint. The international business community's sense of global risks over the past decade has also evolved, and consistently for the past several years, the top 10 risks identified by members of the World Economic Forum include now a majority of ESG-related risks, and the expectation obviously builds that Indian peers will do their bit to mitigate these risks. And meanwhile, activists and nonprofits want to hold Indian companies to account for their alleged ESG lapses, including human rights violations, are regularly conducting international campaigns against them. Think of the protests that you see against Indian companies involved in mining or in plantation activity. Enterprises are also being tasked to perform on the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, defined by the United Nations, traversing issues ranging from poverty alleviation to addressing climate change. What the SDGs have done is to essentially fuse the global with the local and really created an interest of the international community in the way in which now local issues are being addressed within countries. Alongside all of this, there's some very helpful academic research which is being conducted on ESG by people like George Serafeim at the Harvard Business School that shows that in the corporate world, a greater focus on ESG metrics can deliver greater resource use efficiency, lower cost of operations, reduced risk and lower insurance premia, lower cost of borrowing, and greater prospects for valuation re-rating. And it's in fact based on the positive benefits associated with strong ESG performance that today over $120 trillion of invested funds around the world have subscribed to what are described as the United Nations Principles for Responsible Investment, or the UNPRI. And these principles really require these investors to incorporate ESG issues into their investment analysis and decision-making processes. So what is really clear, I think, is that a number of important stakeholders, including key players in the world of finance, as they say, money makes the world go round, are embracing now the ESG cause and putting pressure on businesses to do better. And as a result, you're seeing forward-looking businesses taking a series of actions, from recasting their ESG governance to investing more in research and development, to migrating to clean energy use and adopting circular economy practices, and to leveraging their CSR spending to win the trust of local communities. And through this, they're trying to remain in sync with the expectations of their stakeholders and trying to now contribute to a more holistic notion of well-being, one which is founded on care and concern for all stakeholders and the natural environment. So I'm going to stop there. As I can say a little later in the Q&A on what actions corporates are specifically taking. But I think the important point is that now this move towards the sense that there is a responsibility that businesses owe, not just to their shareholders, but indeed to all stakeholders, and there is a need to balance the interests appropriately, is one which has now truly taken hold in the corporate world. So thank you very much and look forward to the discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mukund, for that very rapid and really comprehensive walk through what exactly is ESG, why is it important today, and we are hoping that from the Q&A session, we will be able to get some sense of the actual practices around ESG and also the concerns around, how much of these practices are really genuinely intended and how much would fall into the category of what people are afraid would be greenwashing. So at some point of time, I guess we will pick that up, but now it's my pleasure to invite, and also thank you for staying well within the time limit. It's now my pleasure to invite Sanjeev to talk to us for 15, max 20 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's so nice to be back into college corridors after so long. Do we have a caller mic? Okay. Am I audible? Yeah. Good. So the topic is like economic well-being or economy of well-being. And I think economy and well-being has always been interconnected, though in a subtle way, and we haven't realized about it. Because generally when we talk about economy, so basically the first thing which comes to mind, anyone? When we talk about economy, what is the first thing which comes to your mind? Money. So who all wants money? Everyone? Good. I thought people were getting too serious. I thought I'll warm them up. So the best thing to warm them up is money, no? But again, like I said, wellness or well-being is deeply connected with money, because if you, all of you like are young, and if you realize what is the term we use for people who are rich, we say this person is quite well off, no? Well off. So again, you see the word well comes in there with the money also. Or we say well-to-do family, no? If somebody is affluent and all. So today I am going to share with you the most important secret to mint money. No? Everyone interested? Who all are interested? And most potent weapon, most potent secret or tool about money. You know what is that tool? Our mind. We are going to talk about the wellness of mind and economy of emotions, no? Emotional economy. Because we as human beings are part of emotional beings, you know? Because like when I go to for corporate trainings with Airtel, Jindal, and L&T, so there also their first question is, okay, all that is fine, but we are interested in making more and more money. That's why we are giving this leadership and training thing for the employees, you know. So I know, yes, the bottom line is making money, but I tell them that healthy and happy employees only make your healthy index in terms of money, in terms of turnover. So what I tell them that first we need a turnaround, then when we can get into turnover. So like I said, Our mind is the gold mine. If we channelize it properly, and if we are into the well-being of mind and emotions, then our mind is the gold mine. Otherwise, it's a minefield of misery and suffering. Everybody with me on that? It is our mind only which gets into our suffering. But it has been our conditioning, like everybody said, money, it has been our conditioning through films, through our conditioning, through our primary caretakers, parents, or peer group, that money has become. Like, there used to be a song earlier, you guys, maybe some of you might be knowing, but it's of yesteryears, that Baap Barana Bhaiya, Sabse Bada Rupaiya. You know? But even in English proverbs, people say, show me the money, honey. No? Everybody aware of all these terms? Or there's I think the film's name was Wall Street, and it says greed is good. No? But out of that greed, what have we done with our planet sky? Otherwise, you see, air was for free, water is for free. So this is like, I think, organized by Department of Commerce and Economics, you would know better, but because I am not a very number or calculation guy. But suppose I think these days, what is the price of a water bottle? What is it? 20 bucks? So just imagine, all of you would be around, say, from 19 to 23 age group. So if you calculate, just make a rough calculation of how much of water you have consumed. As I see, somebody is already right now also consuming some water. So if you put a price to it, it will be staggering, no? So again, that, like we are talking about economy, and I'll try to share certain things. And also, I would like to give you some experience, though we have to maintain the economics of time also, as she said, because that is also there. And everything is, there is economy, and in everything there is well-being. You know, while I was coming, you know, there's so much of traffic, took me almost 2.5 hours. I think the best economy of well-being would be if somebody controls the traffic, you know. So much of time is lost, and your mind also gets into disarray. So what I would like to do, like I shared with you about the corporates, then when I was called to MIT as an emotional wellness expert, you know, to talk there. And again, interestingly, it was Asian Business Summit, where again, there's so much of talk about emotional wellness. Because, like I said, our mind is a gold mine, but it can turn into a minefield of misery and suffering. So before we move further, I would like you to experience something. So I would want each one of you to just stand up at your seat only. It'll be something magical because I promised you the secret of money making, no? Everybody still wants money? Good. So if you see here also well-being is there. Because when you are saying yes or raising your hands, your physical body needs to be into well-being. That's why you can do. Or if we, even in sign language, we talk about money, we talk like this, you know, we show like this. Again, in this, there has to be physical well-being. Okay, good. Okay. It's a simple thing. All you have to do is like keep your hands like this. Yeah. All of you want money, na? Now the sign language is good. No, I'm not, don't worry, I'm not asking you to beg for money. Though it seems like that. So keep your hand like this. I think like this. Good? So your elbow shouldn't be bent. Huh? When you are begging, beg it properly. Huh? ज़्यादा हाथ फैलाओ, ज़्यादा मिलेगा. Okay, good. So elbows shouldn't be bent. Okay. And now, all of you, just close your eyes. Just close your eyes. Don't worry, I'm not going to take your money. I'm going to give you money. Okay. Hands straight, completely straight. Yeah. Na bhik mangna, na dua mangni hai. This is something else. Okay. So close your eyes. Everyone, you would have a beautiful experience. Just close your eyes. Take a deep breath. And bring your entire focus on your breathing and on my voice. Just notice your breath going in and going out. The priceless, precious breath, which is consistent, and each and every second, it's your companion and the cause of your well-being. And now, since every mind can imagine or visualize, just imagine that in your left hand, there is a brick. In your left hand, imagine or visualize, because every mind can imagine or visualize. Just imagine or visualize that there is a brick in your left hand, and there is lots of balloons in your right hand. Lots of balloons in your right hand. It is helium balloon which goes up in the sky. So imagine brick in your left hand, and with the weight of brick, your hand will go down, your left hand will go down. And with the helium balloons, will raise your hands upwards, your right hand will go upwards. Keep your eyes closed. Now the helium balloons, I'm tying more balloons to your right hand, the helium balloons, more and more balloons to your right hand, or your right hand should start going up. And with the weight of brick, now I'm adding some more bricks in your left hand, and your left hand is going down. Very good, I can see it, it's going down. Be a beautiful experience. Your left hand is going down, your right hand is going up. Very good. Wonderful. And now I'm tying some more balloons, helium balloons, to your right hand. The right hand has become very light. It's going up, up, up. And your left hand is going down, down, down. Keep on going. Now actually you feel very light in your right hand. It's going upwards. It has become very easy with the helium balloons. And the weight of the brick is weighing your left hand down. And with your eyes closed, some of you, are you feeling some strain in your shoulders or anything? You can just say with your eyes closed only. Okay? And are you feeling lighter and lighter in your right hand? Good, I can see a lot of hands going up. Okay, take 3 deep breaths. And you can open your eyes now and relax. Just relax. So how was the experience? Heavy? You were feeling heavy? Good. Now once again, just close your eyes. Don't worry, now comes the main part. Now you're going to receive the money thing. Okay. Each one of you just close your eyes. Just keep your hands relaxed, but close your eyes. Just close your eyes. And now just think of one thing which is the most which is most precious to you in this present moment. Bring your awareness to the present moment and just think of one thing. It will come to you. Don't strain yourself. It will come to you. What is the most precious thing to you which matters to you? An image would come. Allow an image to come rather than a thought or a word. Just allow an image to come. Don't strain yourself. Okay. Now, open your eyes softly, gently, feeling very good about yourself, feeling light, and very, very good about yourself. Anyone, what was the image? Anyone? Friends, family, anyone else? Yes? Yes? Time, yeah, very good. Anyone else? All are good. It's not like some perfect answer or right answer. There's no right or wrong answer over here. Anyone else? Okay. Anyone from the teachers would also, if you would like to say? Yeah. So you see, when I said image and all, so you know, this is the economy of well-being, no? Ultimately, when what matters, yes, money does matter, but so does mind, so does time, so does family, so does well-being. Basically, family means what? Because we feel it to get into wellness, and we feel good when we are with your family, no? We feel love, affection, different kind. What I talked about, the emotional economy, no? And emotional is not just sentiment, it is also, if you look at the word emotion, it's emotion, means energy in motion. So our emotions have energy. So if we put emotions, obviously one can mint money, but it has to be made with a balance. Like when Geeta was doing her opening thing, and best thing I like about the balance is when we were being invited. So there was a gift, there was a stole, and there was a plant. I think for me, that's the balance between economic well-being. No? You agree? Okay? Now have a seat. Sit down. You can receive money while sitting down also. So like there's a proverb. I would now like to close it because like I said, ki economy of time, and somebody said, so we have heard of a proverb that every penny saved is a penny earned. But I think we should revisit this proverb. I think every life form, even 0.1% of any life form of microorganisms, lands, everything is, I think, is a money earned or a life earned. No, because on this planet Earth, life is the most important thing. And now I would like to end it with just a verse or poem I would like to share with you, and we'll show it on this thing. So this is my request to revisit your mind, revisit your life forms, and the best, like I said, this is your gold mine, same is the human form, you, your family, and the planet. The well-being of this is the best economic well-being, and you can clap for yourself. We have stopped celebrating our own selves. So once we do that, we are into the well-being of that. So now, other things we'll handle in question and answer. Just for 2 minutes, I would just like to share a verse. Prakriti was my mother's name. My mother, is it you that I search for? With eyes blinded by concrete dreams, I've lusted for land for long, one to live in, and two more that I can own. I have all of it finally. But why does fear makes my heart tremble today as I look at the leafless, lifeless trees? Why cannot I hear bird song anymore? Did I take away from the birds their home? Why is this land that belongs to me so barren as my heart, where tenderness no longer lives? Where are the golden green leaves that once upon a time danced with the breeze? Why have they left me with no air to breathe? Why has the spring departed with the rose? Why did the rose become extinct? I see no vultures circle the sky. The carcass of the lion has long become dry, waiting for dignity to feed upon its death. The way the jungle celebrated its life. But alas, the vulture too has died. Both have left for another heaven, one which earth has ceased to be. My mother, I want to ask you, was my greed too much for you to bear? Tell me, my mother, why are you silent thus? Why do I have to search for signs of you in never ending city lights, which do not let the stars touch my life? Tell me if this unrest that burns in my soul, that does not let me sleep, is it because, with hands thirsty for land, I condemn you to death that is deep? Hark, what is this I hear? This voice so soft and sweet, which whispers to me, my son, my child, I speak to you from eternity. No one can kill me, for I give birth to life. I will live for as long as your bleeding heart beats. Forget what you did to me, for you knew not a better way. Forgiven you always were, and you shall always be. Just, just love yourself a little more. Let your heart open its doors. Be still for a moment and let gratitude bathe your wounds. Unburden the children you have born. Don't pluck them out of their childhood before they are ripe. Let them bloom a little more, kissed by rain and the sun's light. Let them feel the breeze, that sense of freedom. Bring them into my lap so that the wind can sing to them a sweet lullaby. Let them sleep in cozy comfort of soft green grass for a while and wait for life to turn them into man. And the rose, the vulture, the lion, and the tree will all return to earth once again in my arms, my beloved child. You shall breathe. Eden you'll return with Adam and Eve, and from the tree of life you shall happily live.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev. That was enchanting. And um, just because this is such an interesting, well-rounded, and very diverse concept, well-being, I now call upon Varun to share his thoughts with us. 15 minutes.
Hi. So thank you, Sanjeev. It was really nice, and you made it very intuitive for everyone to participate. And thank you for telling us the way to make money, to be precise. Yeah. So let's actually understand what exactly is well-being. See, well-being is a very close synonym to a human being. So if you think you are a human being and if you're not doing well, then you're not a human being, to be precise. Okay. So irrespective whether somebody is a student or a professional or a doctor or an engineer, you need to be, in that space where you feel that you're sorted, you're clear, and you know what you're doing in life. That is the first sign of calling yourself as a well-being or a human being, to be precise. So let's just first understand the psychological side of how you call yourself a well-being. And we'll now go in detail that what is the definition of a well-being in a very layman's term. Yeah. Okay. So well-being is not just the absence of disease or illness. It's a complex combination of person's physical, mental, emotional, and social health factors. Well-being is strongly linked to happiness and life satisfaction. In short, well-being could be described as how you feel about yourself and your life. It's all about yourself. It's nothing to do with the outer world. It's all about how you feel about yourself, how you feel about your surroundings, and how you feel about life around. So at times, we all do get into the situation where we start perceiving that, okay, how people will think about us or how people will perceive about us, but that's a totally wrong direction we go ahead with. So it all starts with how you think you are and how think you should be perceived within the society is the most imperative thing to go ahead with. So there are different peripherals of well-being. One is the vocational, emotional, intellectual, physical, social, and spiritual. All these things combined makes you a human being, and then which you can get transformed to a well-being. So why do we call it being spiritual? Okay. So spiritual wellness can include organized religion and other spiritual practices. It recognizes a search for meaning and purpose and fulfillment of spiritual principles. Worship, study, meditation, conversation, and other activities fall within this dimension. So it is not being spiritual doesn't mean that you have to keep praying to God or you have to keep following those religious practices with all due respect, but it is also about being more content in life. It is also about being more satisfactory in life and doing good to others. So spiritual and religion are two different things. It is not important to be religious to be spiritual. Spiritual means you just have to be honest with yourself, you just have to do good in life. Then being emotional, as what Mr. Sanjeev also said, it is a very imperative part of being, of getting into the wellness space or being a well-being space. So emotional wellness includes awareness of thoughts, feelings, and having safe ways to express those feelings. Supportive relationships with others, self-knowledge, and self-care are important to emotional wellness. We are all social beings. And if you see the word called social, social means we cannot survive individually. So the first most important thing is that wherever we feel that it is I, it is not I, it is we, it is us. And hence we call it as a society, because in society it is a combination of people around you. It is a combination of family, friends, unknown people, known people, and everybody around you. So there has to be an aspect which has to be clear to everybody that there is no I. It should be always we, or it should always be us. Yeah, and that is where emotion comes into play. If we'll keep thinking about I, me, or myself, emotion will not be there. So it has to be a feeling of combination of us as a team, us as being togetherness. Yeah, then the third one is intellectual. Intellectual wellness recognizes stimulating mental practice and interaction with others and the world. Continued learning, processing, and critical thinking are all vital to expanding knowledge as well as connecting with others through thoughtful conversations. Perceiving to be intelligent, or I am telling I am intelligent, or I am telling others to believe me in that I am intelligent doesn't work. At the end, if you want to be in the zone of being a well-being, you have to be intellectual and not perceiving to be intelligent. So there is a starking difference in both the statements, calling yourself as intelligent or being intellectual.
Varun, can I interrupt? The slides aren't moving.
Oh, so sorry. Yeah. So one has to be very cautious of the fact that the knowledge lies within what you think, what you do, and what you act. So it is not about what others perceive. It is all about how you process the knowledge, how you process the emotions, and how you interact with the other people. That is where the intelligence comes into play. All those knowledge aspects, those technical aspects, which gives you a high in profession or in your personal life, those are all signs of being knowledgeable. But when we talk about being intellectual in the well-being space, it has to be emotionally strong and doing good for others. Social wellness encourages relationships with yourself and others through friends, family, and social networks. Engaging with others fosters healthy, independent relationships that provide a sense of connection. So as what I said, it is very imperative to understand that we are not individuals here. We've taken birth because there is a purpose to life. There is a purpose for every individual on this earth to survive. So rather than just getting into a zone where we think just about ourselves, about being individualistic, I think we should just pivot to a place where we all feel connected to each other, stay connected, stay social. It is just about a feeling of having one family, feeling of togetherness, which actually binds us together and makes us do all the good things in life. So well-being is just not about yourself. Well-being is also imperative when you get connected to other people in a society. Vocational wellness recognizes personal satisfaction through one's individual skills and abilities in regard to their work and ability to add value in life. This dimension focuses on finding self-value through the contributions one can make to the world around them. Everything cannot be in exchange of something. We call ourselves as human beings. We call ourselves as social beings. So the first and the utmost thing which comes into play, or which is our responsibility before anything, is to help others. If we are helping others, if we are supporting people around us without intent of getting anything in exchange, I think that will make the whole world very beautiful. And if people around you, society around you, things around you are beautiful, that will actually take care of you being in the well-being space rather than just being I-being space. So you have to replace the I-being to a well-being space. Physical, yeah, this is imperative. The ability to maintain a healthy quality of life that allows us to get the most out of our daily activities without undue fatigue or physical stress. It is very important that irrespective how many abs we've got, irrespective how many, how fit we are or how strong we are, how lean we are, it is important that we are very sound mentally. If we are not sound mentally, irrespective of the body which people can see or which you feel that that's the USP of you being in existence, that all goes in vain. So everything starts from mind, as what Mr. Sanjeev also said. Everything starts from your mind, and then it goes to your heart, and then it goes to your body. So if your top funnel, which is your mind or which is your brain, if that's not functioning well, trust me, irrespective of the body type you have, you will not perform your 100%. So as students also, I understand that that's the age where people get into looking nicer, looking more beautiful, looking more sexy, to be precise. But it all starts how you perceive, how people think, how you think about yourself. And that means you need to get your top funnel right to ensure that you have the right ingredients for your body to function and perform 100%. Okay, what is well-being? As what we all said, initially also, what is well-being? For me, well-being is just as good as having a good mental health. And I very clearly know that a lot of people who are sitting in this auditorium, they all perceive that, we are super good, or people perceive us that we are intelligent, we are good. But, you know, if you talk about your inner voice, or if you talk about your inner thoughts, you all know that there is a lot of clutter which you experience in everyday's life. So if you're mentally not strong, if you're mentally cluttered, if you have ill thoughts, if you have negative thoughts, your body will also not function. And you don't have to answer it to me. You just ask yourself, is the core being taken care? Is your mental health being taken care? Even if you're students or teachers or as panelists, is the core, which is the mental health, being taken care well? The answer is no, obviously yes, because in the era which we are living, we see mental health as a stigma, which should not be the case. And hence, I'll like to show you something. There are several challenges where, India as a country and Asia as a continent, people are struggling to talk about or to expose their mental issues. And hence, if you can see very clearly, there has been clear issues when people talk about mental health. So if suppose, hypothetically, if I take an example, out of 100 people, 85 people are wanting to express their concerns about their mental health, or are wanting to get that, that hand holding or the assessment to get a better mental space, but they are just not getting successful there, because there is no proper due diligence which has been there, or people are not taking it well, or there is a social stigma which is attached to it. So imagine, out of 100 people, as per the data, 85% people are not getting proper treatment, or are not getting well heard when it comes to mental health. which means that 85% of the people of the population are, wanting to talk about their mental issues, but are not getting proper treatment. Just because a Deepika Padukone has a depression or some Bollywood or Hollywood stars have depression doesn't mean it's a style statement. It's a serious concern, guys. And please, my only request to everybody of your age, that do not hesitate to talk about mental health. Mental health doesn't mean कि हम पागल हो गए या हमारे में अक्ल नहीं. It just needs that we need a little bit of hand holding. That's it. And maybe that will give you better results in future. If you talk about all those therapists or all those counselors, they don't give you any sort of a medicine. They just talk to you. And if you have somebody to talk to you without they judging you, I think that's the best medicine for life, right? So even at this age, when you're having, the best of the scores in your exams, you're having 95% plus marks, you're having 99% plus marks, and still there are a lot of reservations in the society. You're not getting what you want in life, or in your, in your academics, you're not getting what you want to be. So just don't feel bogged down, okay? Because this is the way the life is. This is the process of leading a life. Just talk out to people, express your thoughts, and ensure that you're in the right mind space. Crying for a couple of hours is a better situation versus not crying for months. Trust me, this will give you much better productivity and a much better emotional space to further lay down your process for the whole life in future. And if you see the overall, the mental, the journey which we say, the well-being journey. So well-being is being taken care, is being decoded as wellness. Okay, and this wellness is a huge industry. If you go to any of the any of the peripherals of the wellness, so one is the traditional and the complementary medicine, which is again a $413 billion industry. Public health and prevention, personalized medicine, $375 billion industry. Health, eating, nutrition, and weight loss, $946 billion industry. Thanks to you guys, because we all know that dietitians or somebody who's dealing us with the for reducing weight, like a VLCC or those personalized health dietitians, it's a big inroad for getting us to a good well-being. Then a physical activity which takes care of all the gyms, the healthcare institutes, and all the stuff. And the personal care and beauty, which more than me, it's you guys know how much you spend on that. So if you see all these peripherals of a well-being or a wellness industry or economy, it is a $4.4 trillion in 2020 when COVID was at its peak. So imagine globally how much money is being spent on well-being, right? And well-being doesn't mean that I should look good, I should be perceived good, or I should look smart. Well-being means how smart you are from your inner DNA, how smart you are from your mind. I'm not talking about brain. Brain comes into play when you talk about intelligence, when you talk about skill set, or when you talk about, achieving milestones. I'm talking about mind. I'm talking about the mind space, which has got nothing to do with numbers, which has got nothing to do with your achievements in life. It's just about how you feel. And basis how you feel is how you perform in life. So it is very imperative to understand that the mind space has to be taken care very well. You all are very young right now, and you must be having a lot of issues, daily issues in your life. So the best thing is, the best medicine for every problem is just talk to people, talk to anybody. Okay, and if nothing works out, if you think you'll be judged by people, you have so fancy, social media platforms, you have WhatsApp, you have Botem, you have Instagram, you have, I don't know what all stuff is there. Just simply talk to yourself. Leave a voice note to your own self, okay? Just record what you feel like, leave a voice note, send it to your own self, and trust me, this will work very well. You don't need anybody to talk to if you think that you'll be judged. Just speak out your feelings. If you remember, there was a movie called Jab We Met, and there was a scene where Kareena Kapoor wanted to vent out a lot of stuff because she was having issues with her ex. And since she couldn't vent out, so she had a lot of issues. She was actually getting into depression. And I don't have to tell you, guys, the way she vented out when she was on a call with that guy. She actually abused him, right? And she was right in the washroom, she abused him. And then after that, what happened? She was in the top of the form of her life. So the whole point is just vent out. Don't keep it yourself. You've got better things to keep it yourself. You've got friends, you've got family, you've got such a beautiful life to lead. Vent out your negativity. And if there is nobody to talk to, leave a voice note. Use technology. I'm not saying go back to your roots. Use technology. Even you talk about any of the monks around, they're also wearing an Apple Watch. They're also wearing a smart watch. Use the technology to get the mental space cleared. Don't just keep sitting and keep thinking ki koi aayega, mujhse baat karega and all that stuff. No. You are self-capable to do everything to yourself if you want. Yeah. Then these are some hard numbers to digest, and basis the research and basis the data which we've got, this is the 2008 numbers, but these are very alarming numbers for us to absorb. So only 11% of the adults felt cheerful all of the time in the past 30 days. And this is 11%, which means net, you can say even 10% people said that they feel cheerful in the past 30 days. 10% is nothing, right? 15% of adults felt calm and peaceful all of the time in the past 30 days. That's it. Only 15%. Just imagine. 13% of adults felt full of life all of the time in the past 30 days. 9.8% of adults strongly agree that their life is close to their ideal. 9.8. Imagine. 19% of adults strongly agree that they are satisfied with their life. 21% of adults strongly agree that their life has a clear sense of purpose. Only 21%. This is nothing. 30% of adults strongly agree that on most days they feel a sense of accomplishment from what they do. So imagine there is no number which is exceeding 30%. So which is not only a sign of alarming situation, but also a sign of that we need to up our game. We need to ensure that we're doing good to our mind, good to our heart, and hence we can perform better. So if you can see these photographs, very well-known faces. I don't have to give any explanation for these faces, but for us, these are the role models which we think that is relatively closer to a good well-being versus people like us who are in the common space. So again, it's a blend of different prototypes. Like Ratan Tata is there. Again, this doesn't have any sort of a pro BJP feeling or any anti-Congress. This is just a symbolism. So Ratan Tata is there, Narendra Modi is there, Dalai Lama, and you know who it is. So you just have to be very content, irrespective what profession or what type of a strata you're into. And as what you say, don't be an extremist, guys. Just respect life and be good. Modernize your era with traditional roots. Okay, so what's our way forward? I'll just take 1 minute to wrap it up. What's our way forward? ज्ञान तो बहुत हो गया, अब करे क्या? घर जाके the same clutter, the same shit. How do we deal with it? Okay, so there are two ways to deal with it. One is at the macro level, which you would know the best. Macro means at a wholesome level. And the second one is at the micro level. So at the macro level, there's a four chakra model. This is more for the organizations, more for the governments. How do they deal with it? Which is the 4A. Awareness. Create a lot of awareness. Allocation. Allocate the right type of people to deal with these type of issues. Allocate the right type of resources, the right type of organizations to deal with these issues. Agility. Don't keep thinking about it, guys. Just perform. The government, the organizations, the NGOs have to now get into the space of actionability and agility. Then at a micro level, which is for you guys, for people like us, macro will be taken care by the organizations and the government. But what do we do as individuals to get over it? To get into the well-being space? So I'll just go back. At a micro level, it's very clear. It's the 4S approach, okay? The solution oriented. If we have a problem, for sure you'll have a solution. Synergies. You will have somebody to talk to if you think the right way. Synchronization. Sync with the right set of people. Don't sync for the heck of it. Sync with the right set of people and be simple. Don't complicate situations. If you think there's a lot of clutter, you're getting complicated, talk it out, just vent it out. And I think, that's all for my set of presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. As a moderator who's also supposed to speak, I feel there's this conflict of interest going on inside me. So I've put a timer for myself, and I'll try to keep to time. Thanks. Right, so this is one of the toughest acts to follow. This very diverse and very intensive set of talks that you've heard. I'll just try and walk you to. This is a bit autobiographical in the sense that this is the memoirs of a runaway economist. I used to teach economics and kind of moved on to an interdisciplinary space because I wanted to make sense of the world that we live in, where, I found that even the economy is too important to be left to the economists, and the world, of course, is far more important to be left to only economists. So some of what I'm trying to compress is, what we actually teach and talk about at the master's program in the School of Human Ecology at Ambedkar University, where I've been a founder member. So I'm just going to walk you through a few images and try and tell you how I got to thinking the way in which I'm thinking about the economics of well-being or well-being in general. So we know that we're in the middle of a triple planetary crisis, which involves, all the bad news that you can think of: climate change, biodiversity loss, all kinds of degradation, pollution, etc. All of us live in Delhi. You do not really need to be told about the last one. And when we're talking about the triple planetary crisis, it's not as if like the bad news ends with the what you can think of in the environmental domain. So moving into the social domain, we are looking at a world where we tend to think of the environment as out there and society is where we live. But actually, if you think about some of the most important issues that have been vexing humanity for the bulk of the 21st century, whether it's terrorism, whether it's social movements, whether it's extreme inequality and the counter movements that have emerged in response, or you're talking about the refugee crisis, all of these are things, if you really just spend even a minute thinking about it, they emerge from the linkages of the environment and the ecosystems that we are embedded in with the lifestyles that we are aspiring for and the goals that we have set for ourselves as society, and also, coming down to as individuals. And so ESG, yes, I mean, there's a reason why today ESG is being spoken about. It's the culmination of decades of seeing some of these problems escalate. And of course, there are moments when these, moments kind of come out in really remarkable ways and kind of tell us what's going on. So two very interesting books and one film that, to me, summarized what exactly is the interlinkage between the environmental and the social and the lack of well-being that the world is facing today. And so, a guy standing who says that, you're not really, our theories are not equipped today to talk about the bulk of people, job seekers, who are not really, you can't divide the world between the capitalists and the workers anymore. What you have is precarity as a way of life and something that we carry within ourselves as expectations. So precariat, as opposed to the salariat, which is people like me, yeah, who get a monthly pension and a monthly salary and a pension to look forward to. Most people, young people, even from our own families, do not have that world to look at. So those of you who've watched Parasite will know what I'm talking about and the kind of social tensions that this engenders. So this is all bad news that, I don't really need to bring to you. But what I'm trying to say is that the economic, the social, the political, the environmental are interlinked in very complex ways in today's world. And the individual, right from the individual to societal to planetary well-being, cannot be thought of unless we are able to take this multi-scalar approach to trying to understand what is going on, and then committing ourselves to the changes that are required to make, incremental little moves will not do it, is where I'm coming at it from. And particular moments of crisis, whether it's the COVID and the induced migrant long walk, or the multiple sort of events, some of which the previous speakers spoke about, right from the individual to the global scale. These are all things that we really need to be able to have the theoretical wherewithal to make sense of it. And if we really start thinking about what kind of links all of these things together and how do you move out, if we look at classical philosophy from the West, what we are looking at is a classic example of a Gordian knot, something that looks like a very intractable problem. But, if you really start thinking about what is that one set of things that ties all these problems together, uh, then it suddenly becomes somewhat simpler to figure out how to resolve. Because if you can get to the core of the problem, you can then start thinking about solutions. And here I'm putting myself out there on the line for questions and bouquets, but mostly brickbats. When I think about this, I think that the thing that has kind of set this entire set of these vicious cycles rolling is something that happened towards the middle of the 20th century and shaped the world that we are living in and that you have inherited from my generation. And I would urge you, if you're taking notes, to look for something on Google called the Great Acceleration. This is a phenomenon that you will find, um, a lot has been written about. And I think that at the core of it, probably it is the pursuit, the unhindered, mindless, constant pursuit of only one goal, which is unlimited economic growth on a finite planet. Now, growth seems to be something that we can't touch. It's always supposed to be good. But we do know that, growth is not always and undeniably good. And this quote for me sums the problem with growth: untrammeled, unthinking, unquestioned growth, which is that it's the ideology of the cancer cell. And we know that, this is not something that should be encouraged or sustained without deeper thinking. So what I'm making a pitch for, and of course not backed by any evidence because of time limitations, but I promise you, if you sort of give me 1 hour or probably 2 years, I'll be able to talk to you much more about this. But what we need to do is to really rethink what are the goals that as a society, as a planet, we've set for ourselves. And those goals cannot just be growth for the sake of growth itself. Yeah. Because that is what ails this planet. And the good news, on the other hand, having said all of this, I wanted to just reach the halfway mark and then move towards the good news, is that this is not something that has just suddenly been discovered. People have now for decades been talking about this. And when I started working at Ambedkar University and developing this master's program, we were always asked, what is the scope of this master's program? What will students really do after this? And when I was listening to the first speaker, I was, this thing that, oh, finally, I mean, no, we don't really have to justify this. There's an entire sector called ESG, and there's an entire economy called wellness. And, people who understand what exactly is the source of the problem and how to sort of reverse this are definitely people that the planet needs and is, these are people that are being sought out today. So I think what we are kind of talking about is the move towards an economy that does not focus on just mindless increase in numbers of the income generated by society, but instead thinks about what we do to generate those incomes, what kind of activities actually shape our everyday life. So think about an evening where you're sitting with friends, making your own food, someone's playing the guitar, and then you just hang out, have a good evening, and sort of, maybe in your hostel room, and that's that. Everybody goes back feeling very satisfied with a great sense of wellness. The same thing can be achieved through going out, if you have the same kind of activities, but in a sort of marketized economy, And God forbid, if at the end of that, somebody falls ill, or you're going back and your car crashes, you're actually contributing more to GDP. Because the amount of goods and services you're the economic value of that second kind of evening is far more. There's something fundamentally problematic about this way of thinking, and the discipline of economics, but social science in general, is waking up to the fact that growth is not equal to well-being. And in fact, sometimes the relationship actually moves in opposing directions. And so some of the good, interesting innovations in thinking that there is lots of literature on, and you can look it up, are ideas which I would think these are all ideas that have been shown as workable, smaller alternatives to the mindless pursuit of growth. So the first image there is from a movement that is very popular in Latin America, which is called Buen Vivir, which actually refers to the good life. Yeah, and Buen Vivir is a way of reimagining our economic activities and how we connect with each other in ways which are very different from how the world today is looking at economics. So if we move from simple sort of GDP thinking to thinking towards well-being, the two snails, the red and the green snail, are the logo of the degrowth movement. And the degrowth movement is not about being not interested in economic growth, but it's about how to do economic growth that stays within the limits of the resources that the planet has. We know we are hitting resource limits in terms of fossil fuels, in terms of every resource. We've actually exceeded, we have an ecological debt on the planet. So our lifestyles today are being lived at the cost of generations which are yet to be born. And, you can't really steal from those that cannot defend, which is what all of us are doing and promoting as the good life. And so the degrowth movement uses the snail as its logo, and the emphasis is on slowness and on experiencing and, not sort of mindlessly rushing into this perpetual cycle of growth. Rather than thinking about sustainability, there are people who argue we should be thinking about resilience, because we are already beyond certain planetary tipping points. So while we have to reverse some of the sort of climate issues, but where we are beyond tipping points, we have to learn to cope. So it's not just about sustaining, it's about being resilient. And resilience thinking is a big, big field of study, which I invite you to look at. We need to think of ways in which people's, and you would be saying, all this is fine, but I need to sort of think of a career and earn a living, because, otherwise we'll starve if we don't earn an income. And there are experiments across the world which are showing that instead of thinking of, this is the first time in human society in decades that we are actually thinking of the modern time, that is, where people's ability to be alive is linked to their ability to be hale and hearty and work. Societies don't take care of individuals who don't work. Yeah, which is why we are so sort of, we are on this treadmill. And experiments are showing us that, what you call a universal basic income or a freedom dividend or a citizenship entitlement for, you're alive, you deserve to be taken care of and be given a dignified standard of living. And given the unequal world that we live in, a tax on the top 0.1% of the population can actually do this for the remaining 99%. And there's a lot of literature that talks about this in terms of rethinking how do we move from sort of growth to well-being. And lastly, even conservation, which is what I work on, yeah, where we think that we need to save the non-human species at the cost of the humans who live in the areas that we share with these species, is giving way to ideas of living together. So if you will see closely, that wolf is, there are a lot of humans that are in that logo. So these are all thoughts that I want to leave you with the fundamental point that these are not new ideas. These are ideas which are maturing and gaining more and more traction. And these are things that we need to kind of rethink our models of development. Feel free to copy all of these ideas. That's another movement that I'm particularly fond of. You know, in a world where we want to keep all our ideas to ourselves, there's a vibrant copy left movement which says, please acknowledge that this idea came from someone, but don't sort of make people pay for good ideas. Stay with the good ideas. You know, they tell us this is piracy. It is not. Knowledge is a fruit that, you know, it's a tree that grows taller when it's shared. And it shouldn't be something that we have to pay for. So those are the thoughts I want to leave you with. Thank you for your patience. All right, and now I'm back with my other hat. So, okay, we've given you enough to kind of think of. I would want some help from the organizers in figuring out how to do this discussion slash Q&A. Let's have a show of hands. People who want to ask questions, please keep them brief. I would suggest we don't do comments, but only questions. And comments should be left for lunchtime and longer discussions. So who wants to go first? And you can say which panelist you want to direct your questions to. Yes, I see two hands there. Someone's taking the mic to them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Khushi Porwal from Economics and Political Science BA program. I don't know if my question is that much of worth or not, but I was just pondering and this thought came up to my mind. The question is open for all the dignitaries, but the takeaway is from Varun sir's presentation. Varun sir said that for a beautiful life, for our well-being, we must not expect something in exchange. We should always think of giving and not expecting something in exchange. But the principles of economics says that people face trade-offs and trade makes everyone better off. So for trade, we must exchange. So I have the question that how we can fit this concept of well-being into the economics that we perceive today. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a few questions together and then we can, so there's someone right behind you who had a question and I've seen you. That's anyone else? Yeah, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nandini Sharma from BCom Honors, the Department of Commerce. I have question from Mukund sir. So you have mentioned that we have moved from Bharat stage 4 to 6. So I want to know how we reached there and what were the measures that was taken care of. Thank you.
There's someone here who had a show of hands. Yeah. So you need to grab a mic before someone else gets it.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries. It's really a great honor to have you all amongst us. And it was really great to hear all of the speakers. So I have a question from Varun sir. Like, as you told us about the mental health, which is the most important thing. So I think in general, we know that expectation is the core which affects the most our well-being. Like all of us have some or the other expectations. Like even before this session, the technical session, we must be expecting that how is the session going to be. And I'm really glad to see that it was a great session. We really enjoyed it. So I want to ask that in what way can we perceive our expectations, and at times when our expectations are not fulfilled, so how can we cope up with that situation? So if you could answer that question, it would be great. Thank you.
There's one last one here and then we take a round of responses, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is open to all. I wanted to ask that as we know, the population of India is rising enormously day by day. So when it comes to well-being, and in country like ours, for some people, it is difficult to even manage 2 square meals of a day. So in these situations of poverty, starvation, food insecurity, how can an impoverished person belonging to that strata of India contribute to well-being? Or it's just a concept of that 0.1% population of the world or the country?
Okay, terrific questions. Make you really think. Maybe I'll have a go at the first two very briefly and invite my fellow panelists to also supplement and give their commentary on the third and the fourth as well. On the first question, which was on economics is grounded in assessment of transactions, engagement between stakeholders. So where does that leave our notion of well-being? I'm going to leave Varun to answer that point about being altruistic. But the point I was trying to make in my presentation about ESG is I think it is now bringing home the fact that there are multiple interests of different kinds of stakeholders, including people in communities, including lenders, investors, your own shareholders, employees within your firm, their sense of well-being. All of this now the corporate of the future has to think of and manage. It has to create a balance. And it'll always be a question of creating balance. I don't think there's an optimal that favors one particular line of action. Just to give you a basic sort of example, employees will be delighted if the point about money, they get lots of money, but you pay your employees too much money and you have no profits, then how do you reinvest for growth? So there will be always these trade-offs and you will have to constantly balance the interests of different stakeholders. But I think what is becoming clear in the world that we now live in, the society that exists, you have to balance multiple stakeholder interests, and it's not any longer about only servicing the interests of one class of stakeholders, which was the whole issue around shareholder interests 3-4 decades back with Milton Friedman. The second question, somebody had a question on BS4 to BS6, the Bharat Stage 4 to Bharat Stage 6. I think partly because of the kinds of issues we face in Delhi and the clear sense of air pollution levels across most Indian cities being awful. India boasts, if you can call it that, of at least 20 of the 30 most polluted cities in the world. I think there was a sense that we needed to act fast and actually leapfrog on technology. The auto industry was up in arms at this, so they were not willing to engage as much as you would have expected a forward-looking enterprise to. And eventually they moved the courts to try and block the shift from BS4 to BS6, bypassing BS5. And the courts, I think, partly influenced by all the action you see in Delhi, said nothing doing. You cannot, at the expense of human life, delay these kinds of actions. The needs of society come before the pecuniary interests of corporates. And that's how that shift took place. Interestingly, around the same time, the Niti Aayog suggested that India should look at moving all its two-wheelers, we are the largest two-wheeler producer in the world now, from reliance on the internal combustion engine to electric. And the two-wheeler industry said that we just done Bharat Stage 4 to 6. We've just invested huge amounts of capital investment. We don't have the mind share or the time space now to focus on moving to electric. And they pushed back the Niti Aayog and said, we will not accept this. And fast forward 4 years, and now you're already seeing a significant chunk of two-wheeler sales in India beginning to migrate to electric. Maybe by 2025, the sense is around 30% of sales could be electric. If we had taken this plunge 4 or 5 years back when the Niti Aayog propounded it, India could today be a world leader in electric two-wheelers. So I think sometimes industry has to be pushed unwillingly, but that's where the role of regulation, the role of the judiciary, the role of civil society becomes important to move an unwilling corporate or business group to do better than it is currently promising. And that's where I think the role of different stakeholders also becomes very critical. Let me stop to the other questions.
Hi. So, yeah, very precisely answering to the first question, which says that how do we correlate well-being and economics? So I'll answer this in a very economics tonality, okay? See, life is a macro and economics is a micro. So economics is a part of life. And if we are sorted and getting into the well-being space from a life perspective, which is more from a macro perspective, then by default, all the peripherals of life, which is the economics, the career, the professionalism, the family, friends, will be taken care of. So here we are talking about the DNA. That how do you take care of your DNA in terms of, in terms of getting into the well-being zone. So if from a life perspective, you're in that well-being zone where you're taking care of yourself, you're taking care of your mental space, then by default, all your peripherals of life, and specifically your economics or the professional or the business space, will be taken care. In fact, in a lot of organizations abroad, and specifically in North America, there have been very strategic measures which have been taken to ensure that there is a employee well-being which has been actioned. So irrespective, business is all about trading, business is all about profits. Yes, indeed, that's money is a hygiene, but then there are ways to do it, right? So if as a at a macro level, if you're sorted in the well-being space, by default, you will see that difference in all peripherals of life, whether it is economics or any other thing. Yeah, if that answers it well. Secondly, there was one more question for me specifically, the expectation bit. Yes, when I was of your age, I was also seeing everything from an expectation perspective. But, I learned it the hard way. But then if you can replace expectations with learning, you will be sorted forever. If you would have thought at what will I learn from the seminar versus what my expectations are, it's a totally different ball game. So if you replace expectations with learning, you will be sorted in most of the parts of the life. And secondly, life is always a lesson. There is no age of learning. There is no specific strata, or there is no specific code that, okay, you will learn from here and you will not learn from there. You learn from everywhere, anytime, everywhere. Okay. So always just see things from a learning perspective rather than an expectation perspective. I think that will help you all. Yeah. Thank you.
I'll give you another perspective of somebody asked a question like, I think trade-off and exchange, like, yes, money is important. So sometimes we don't have that perspective and we have certain illusions. Like I'll answer this question by asking a question. All of you come to this esteemed college and all. Tell me one thing, whether you have given more to the college or have you taken more? Yes? Taken more from the college? Similarly, lot many times we feel that we are the givers and not the takers. Now I'll ask you another question, whether all of you are young, you have given more to your parents or have taken more from the parents. So that's the another dimension and perspective of exchange. So similarly, we have taken so much, we don't feel, we don't realize, we have taken so much from the planet in terms of economics, in terms of well-being, everything, no? We have taken so much. So now it's payback time. So if somebody is asking about exchange and trade-off, yes, it has to be there. And like Varun had shared that it is nobody saying that you don't have to create money or you don't need money. But we are talking about a happy soul, a stable mind, and somebody who is emotionally into joy can create a lot of money. Like I shared my experience when I work with corporates and all. They don't call me for their employees' health. They're just bothered about the bottom line, their organization's health. But the route to money is a stable mind, a happy soul, and when your emotional balance is right, when you are feeling enriched. When we are doing that exercise, so you experienced one thing, it was a tangible feeling. You felt heaviness in your shoulders and not. That was because through mind, we have a tangible feeling. It was not an intangible thing. So we can train our minds into any direction, but there has to be balance. Like I talked about the planet. If you look at the word, you guys are students of economics, what is the general term we use when there is a financial or economic crisis? Anyone? Depression, yes, right. It's called economic depression. So when we were sharing, so if we get into anxiety, depression, panic, obviously that will lead to that thing. US, you'd agree with me, US is one of the most, or maybe the most prosperous of the societies, no? Most prosperous country. But their health budget is more than GDP of whole lot of very large countries. So again, like I said, economic is interrelated with well-being. There was another question I would add a perspective. Somebody asked about expectations. Though one has answered that beautifully, but I would add a little more to it. Like he said, that it has to be learning, yes. But if you are having expectations, first expectation should be from your own self. What is your own expectation from? We always put it on others, you know. So when you put it back, put the control in your hands and in your own self, you'll be better off. Second thing is have expectations, but with acceptance. Have expectations, but your acceptance should be, say, not counterproductive to that expectation, but in the same lines. I'll just exemplify, like suppose you were expecting something from somebody. So you should have the acceptance that you don't get disappointed by that. And plus, we are always expecting everything from others, from outside environment. Like if it's raining, people complain, oh, it's raining, I have to go out. So they have the expectation, कि अभी rain नहीं होना चाहिए था. When it's too sunny, they complain, it's too sunny, you know. When it's winters, it's too cold. When it's summers, it's too hot. So we have to have the expectations with acceptance. You have to get real, you know. Okay? That's okay? That answer? Yeah.
Yeah, one more thing, when you expect anything from anyone, you putting yourself in a zone where you're empowering yourself to expect something from the other person. And the person who's expecting means that you're in that power zone where you're trying to get something from the other person. So that reminds me of a very famous line, it's from a movie called Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility, right? So if you're empowering yourself to expect something from someone, then there is a sense of responsibility of your own self to do your due diligence, to do your bit, and then expect something from others. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll just pick up the last question, which was about population, poverty, well-being. Now, that's a very complex set of linkages that we're talking about. There's a lot of assumptions behind that question. One of the assumptions that is probably the most common one that we share comes from the work of somebody called Malthus, Reverend Malthus, which is that, we sort of large-scale population growth actually results in poverty. And this is something that is actually worth examining from multiple perspectives. I mean, the two most populous countries of the world today are actually seen as the economic powerhouse and the emerging economic powerhouse, India and China. That should already make us think a little bit about the relationship between poverty and development or growth in sort of complex ways. If those of you who are studying statistics and econometrics, please think which way the causation runs in this particular thing. There's lots of very interesting work to read about this. But specifically, the poor and the idea of well-being. Now, one of the things that I think I'd like to say on this is that the pursuit of well-being for society as a whole has very often, because like I was saying, the pursuit of well-being is seen to be mediated through economic growth. Only when we grow can we actually become better off. And there's so many ways of saying this. In Hindi, the kahavat is bhuke bhajan na hoye gopala. So you have to have increase the size of the cake so that it can, but this is trickle down economics. And trickle down economics has been proved wrong time and again. If you just go to the data sets that are available for free on the World Bank website or on the UNDP website, or you look at, there's this beautiful little website called Gapminder, where which visualizes data for you. There isn't really a strong correlation between growth and poverty reduction and well-being improvements. That it's not something that we should take for granted. And in fact, what we find very often is that the pursuit of growth is very often at the cost of the poor, because it's their lands, their livelihoods, their forests that are taken away for growth, which then does not really come back to them in terms of more jobs or more survival resources, etc. So this is a very complicated relationship, which probably goes to the heart of the kind of work that I do. So I'll be very hard put to give a short answer to this, but for instance, look at the work of, there's this entire movement for environmental justice that will show you across the world. It's the poorest people who form a very big pressure group for saving the environment. Unlike the environmental movement in developed countries in the West, where it's seen as something that comes after your basic needs are met. Since in countries like ours, for a lot of people, for a large majority of people, their livelihood comes from, their survival comes from nature. Whether it's fishing, forest produce collection, wild food collection, even the wood that you require to, burn your chula at night. So you have a very different kind of environmentalism in countries like ours, which Madhav Gadgil and Ram Guha call the environmentalism of the poor. So Chipko, for instance, is tree hugging not for, aesthetic purposes alone, but because those trees are a very fundamental resource. Oak trees, the leaf litter from there is what the hill women use to mix with the cow dung to actually create manure for their fields. So it's linked to survival and well-being, but in very interesting and complex ways, which we don't really spot when we are looking at it from the Western environmental movement's point of view. So there's much more to say on this, but I think I would not want to be the person that holds people from their lunch. So I would actually urge you to stay in touch with us. Write to us if you have further questions, but also to thank Gargi College for this really exciting opportunity to come and talk to you. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you for an engaging session. The session must surely have made a good value addition for our students, delegates, and faculty. I now invite Dr. Manju Sahai to deliver a vote of thanks.
Before I give a vote of thanks, I have a question from Mr. Ranjan. I couldn't understand how expectation and acceptance go together.
Suppose you have a expectation of getting an answer from me. Okay, just start with that, and I answer you. And if the answer is not up to your content or your satisfaction, you might get disappointed. So that's what I meant by acceptance. That
If I had high expectations from you, then how I will be satisfied?
Sorry?
If I have high expectations from you, then how will I be accepting?
You have to accept this thing that high expectations is of yours. That is your high expectation. So everything might not fall in place how we label it or how we want it. We have to accept certain things as real. Like suppose if I want that I like this auditorium and next time onwards I should have all my workshops over here. But it is not possible. I have to accept that it is not possible. That's what I meant by acceptance.
Thank you.
Yeah. So if higher expectation is there, our acceptance should be also higher. That's what I mean.
Thank you so much, sir. It is a great honor and privilege to propose vote of thanks on this memorable international multidimensional conference to celebrate 100 years of the university. I express my gratitude on behalf of Gargi College Commerce Department to Professor Smita Kabra, Mr. Mukund Rajan, Mr. Varun Sahai, and Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan. We are grateful to all the speakers for sharing your words of wisdom, knowledge, and encouraging us to remain always positive in life, to remain happy, as happiness is not a future event. To build prosperous societies, especially in countries like India, developing India, it is important to build and promote wellness for all at all ages. It is not surprising to mention that even at present, this is important. So, okay. It's not surprising to mention, even at present in India, more than 6 million children die before their 5th birthday every day. and only 50% of women in developing regions have access to healthcare. So it is very important to build up well-being, especially in India, country where 50% of women are not able to have access to healthcare. I take this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to Principal Ma'am, Professor Sangeeta Bhatia, for keeping such a thoughtful theme, well-being for this international conference, and special thanks for her constant guidance at every step. I also thank to administration staff and other non-teaching members for their continuous help for making this event a successful event. Girls, I'm sure you have learned a lot of knowledge from our all speakers, and you will always try to focus on well-being theme. Over the last decade, researchers have discovered that people with higher levels of thinking, with people with higher level of well-being are more happy, are more energetic, are more charitable, are more cooperative, and are always liked by others. They show more flexibility in their thinking and more productivity in their jobs, as morale and productivity are always positively correlated. I once again thanks to my all invitees who are present here, who have accepted our invitation for being here and making this event a resounding success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request our esteemed guests and faculty participants to join us for lunch in the auditorium foyer. Kindly be seated while our guests leave. Request everyone to please remain seated and please get up.
The students in the first 2 rows of the third column can stand and start moving. I said only first 2 rows, others please sit down. Only the first 2 rows. These next 2 rows, please stand and start moving once the second row are completed.
third call. Nikita, give me a thumbs up once all of them are down. Once all of them are down, like on the ground floor.
Relationship between employee and its organization. Engagement determines how much an employee is committed to its work and participate actively towards the organization success. We know with the latest improvements in organizational support after the pandemic, the involvement and engagement of women has drastically improved. With the introduction of work from home pattern, it has been significantly easier for women to maintain a work-life balance. So women today have become more career oriented and with more flexible organizational policies have started to increase their work horizons. So an attempt has been made to study the various dimensions of women employee engagement with the help of review of literatures. The research paper uses both primary as well as secondary data. So primary data is collected using questionnaire to assess the impact of 71 respondents of women on organizational performance that are working in the corporate sector. So here are some review of literature. I don't want to explain each and every literature. It's being so much of lengthy process. So after reviewing some literatures, around 22, it has been found that it has been observed that various studies have been conducted by various researchers on the impact of organizational support on employee engagement. So few studies assess the relationship between the individual characteristics of employees and their engagement toward their jobs. while some discussed about the satisfaction of the job due to presence of flexible working environment, although few studies have been taken, but no significant study was found as a whole, basically in NCR region. So to bridge the gap, the present study is conducted to measure the employee management in this sector due to the presence of organizational support. So here, the main objective of my study is to study the impact of only 71 respondents. The population is all the working women in NCR, and sample is 71 respondents from the NCR. And the sampling I have used is convenience sampling. Descriptive research, which includes surveys and fact-finding inquiries of different kinds, along with the analytical research that is used to find out some basic results of the study. So what hypothesis I have set is that there is no significant difference between women employee engagement and organizational performance. And alternative hypothesis is like there is a significant difference between the women employee engagement and the organizational performance. So to test the hypothesis, multiple regression has been used in the study. Basically, the aim of my paper is to find out the internal consistency, to find out the results of the pilot study. So we have found the internal consistency of the questionnaire is excellent, as the Cronbach's alpha is 0.901, which shows the greater high reliability of the questionnaire. So here are the variables of my questionnaire. So dependent variable is organizational performance, that is Y, and independent variables like employee recognition, work-life balance, work culture, perks and benefits, alignment, compensation, and so on. So here is my data analysis and interpretation. Like statement 1 on Likert scale, 59.2% of the women employee feel like that employee recognition factor is considered as the most effective way in boosting their morale, while 2.8% of the women employees strongly disagree to the fact. Similarly, for statement 2, the recognition helps in reducing communication gap. 52.1% of the employee strongly agree to this point. 12.7% of the women employee are they still neutral about this fact, and 2%, 8 of the employees are totally disagree to this fact. So these are like statements that I have found. For the 16 statements. And what I found is about the multiple regression result, that is y is equals to a plus bx, 4.996 e is standard error minus 15 plus. I have taken 16 variables for this particular study, that is x1, x2, x3 till x16, and all the intercept is 0.0625. So this is the regression statistics I have taken from the results of the Excel sheet. So at last, findings would be, that is R squared is 1, which means that 100% of the values fit the regression analysis model, which implies that our model is best fit to work. Since f value is 0, what does it mean? That the model is okay. And it is also seen that all the independent variables like x1 to x16, they are significant as p-value is 0, which is less than 0.05. Although intercept is greater than 0.05, like 0.435 is greater than 0.05, which means that there is the slope is not significant, although the intercept is not significant from 0. So it is still more likely recommended not to force B to go to the 0. So at last, I would like to conclude that employee engagement is the devotion of employees towards the performance of the task assigned to them. And the engagement is seen to be positively correlated with the level of organizational support that is received by them. So it is overall reviewed that the more comfortable and flexible the environment is at work, more enthusiastic the employee feels to work for their growth of the organization along with their personal growth. And here are some limitations of my study. Because I have taken only 71 respondents, the study would get more enriched as the number of respondents will increase, and the study is limited to the NCR. So these are my references. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good afternoon, Niti. Yeah, it was nice hearing you out present your paper which you've researched on, but I would like to know, you've mentioned there are 16 factors, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So could you name some factors which you kept in mind while running the regression?
Employee recognition, autonomy, culture, compensation. So these are the factors.
So 16 you took out, and you got the data from?
Yes, ma'am. I have put it in the Excel sheet.
No, the data from which source did you get? It's from?
Primary survey from 71 respondents of the NCR.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you'd ask them a question on
yes, ma'am.
all these factors?
Yeah.
The 16
Yeah,
factors?
5-point Likert scale.
Okay. So, fine. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Neeti. Next, we have a paper on Do CEOs CSR Message Resonate? Examining Public Relations to CEOs CSR Efforts on Social Media by Shivani Thakur.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shivani Thakur. I'm research scholar in the Dayalbagh Educational Institute. My topic is Do CEO CSR Message Resonate? Examining public reactions to CEO CSR efforts on social media. So I'm starting with introduction. One of the key goals of the corporate social responsibility activities One of the key goals of the corporate social responsibilities activities is to have an effect on reputation through the implementation of communication tactics that have been well developed. This trend has accelerated with the rise of social media such as Twitter and Facebook, which are essentially public message networks that organizations are leveraging to engage with concerned audiences. So given the large number of messages sent on these sites, only some will be effective and achieve broad public resonance. Building on signaling theory, this study, in basically in this research, I try to identify if the CSR related topics posted by CEOs on their Twitter, with the help of their Twitter accounts, is helpful in building the corporate reputation. So we test our hypothesis using public data on public reactions on Fortune 500 CEOs CSR related tweets. Using the tweets, retweeting, sharing of the messages as a proxy for the public resonance. So we find resonance is positively associated with the messages that convey CSR topics, those that make the topic through use of hashtags and that tap into existing social movement discussions. By creating a Twitter account dedicated to environmental topics, GE is seeking to send a signal, deserved or not, of its specific commitment to environmental sustainability. CEOs takes an alternative path in targeting a broad areas of CSR ranging from environment to education to product responsibilities. So in our research, we suggest the problem is mainly one of theorization, and such novel communication efforts are designed not only to convey performance, but also a signal of firm CSR related ideas, intentions, values and goals, and are sent with the aim of enhancing a firm's reputation. Accordingly, we frame CEO CSR communication on social media through lens of signaling theory. On Twitter, signals come in the form of companies' tweets. Counter signal comes in the form of audience sharing our or retweeting of the company's messages. Our hypothesis center on various ways firms can manipulate the clarity, strength, and quality of the signal and thus generate more frequent retweeting counter signals. We propose these retweets counter signals reflect how well a CEO message resonates with public, and it is the resonance that is critical for developing over the long-term favorable changes in reputation. So these are the hypotheses of my research. First one is CEOs tweets that contain CSR topics receive more retweets than messages that do not contain CSR topics. Next hypothesis is CEOs tweets that contain CSR related hashtags receive more retweets than messages that do not contain CSR related hashtags. Third hypothesis is CEOs tweets that tap into existing CSR discussion and companion through the use of social movement tags receive more number of retweets than tweets that do not tap into existing CSR discussion and companion through the use of social movement tags. Okay. So this is the research methodology I have used to conduct this study. For data collection, our sample framework consists of the CEOs of 200 largest companies listed in the 2021 list of Fortune 500 index. In the first step of data collection, 200 Fortune CEOs were searched on Twitter. The tweets that were visible on the timelines were collected for the purpose of the study. Only 35 out of top Fortune 200 CEOs were present on Twitter. Only 27 of these 35 CEOs were active on Twitter. The dependent variable of my study is retweets of each messages from the journal public serve as our dependent variable. And the independent variables is CSR related tweets and non-CSR related tweets. In this research, I use mixed research methodology from the social media analytics and content analysis approach. So this study combines techniques in computer science domain and I applied Mann-Whitney test for the comparison between, for doing the comparison between CSR related tweets and non-CSR related tweets. So these are the findings of my research. So the purpose of this research is grounded on the signaling theory and to determine whether or where the message about the CSR issue resonate with the journal public, and if so, which CSR topics and signal features are more effective. To put our inception to the test, we analyze that on how the public reacts to CSR-focused Twitter feeds from Fortune 500 CEOs. The number of times a CEO's tweets get retweeted is a good proxy for the how well their message is received by the journal public. Our findings suggest that messages that rely on pre-existing dialogues about social movements and that emphasize CSR topics like the environment and educations are more likely to resonate with their intended audiences. So So this is the conclusion. So according to the findings of our investigation, tweets from CEOs that address themes related to corporate social responsibility obtain a greater number of retweets than those do not address the issues. So according to the findings of our research, tweets sent by the CEOs that are associated with CSR related hashtags obtain a greater number of retweets than those that are not associated with CSR related hashtags. Our research also showed that tweets from CEOs that tap into existing CSR discussion by using social movement tags receive a greater number of retweets than tweets that do not tap into existing CSR discussion by using social movement tags. This was determined by comparing the number of retweets received by both sets of tweets, CSR related tweets and non-CSR related tweets. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon, Shivani.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
what I understand, you took a sample of 200, and out of those 200, only 35 were on Twitter.
Yes, ma'am. Out of 200, top 200 Fortune CEOs, 35 were present on the Twitter, and out of 35, only 27 were active.
So the findings which you are sharing,
yes, ma'am,
are based on those 27.
Yes,
accounts.
27 CEOs Twitter accounts.
Yes. So, drawing conclusions on the basis of such a small sample.
Yes, ma'am.
How relevant would those findings be?
Ma'am, yes, this is the limitation of this research because very few CEOs are available on Twitter, and one of the limitation of this research is we can extract only limited number of tweets using Python codes. We can extract only 3,200 top tweets of the CEO's account.
So how do you plan to overcome this?
Ma'am, I'm planning to search more. I will search Fortune 500 CEOs.
Okay.
I'll follow the list of 500 CEOs. Till yet, I have only reached 200 CEOs.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shivani. Now we have Anita Rana, who would be presenting her paper on economics and ethics for economic well-being.
The green one is to go to the next slide and the red one for previous. Fine.
Good day to all. My name is Anita. I am doctoral fellow at FMS Delhi. Today, I'll present a conceptual paper on economics and ethics for economy's well-being. It's not working. Okay. Fine. Economics and ethics. First, I'll start with the definition of economics from the viewpoint of new classical economists. So economics is recognized as being embedded in the values of Homo economics, which we called a rational economic man who calculates and uses the most desired means available for the pursuit of a desired end. So it simply means that economics is concerned with the maximization of self-interest. It has to deal with the means only according to this definition provided by the new classical economist. Although economics has two different origins, both of which are related to politics. One has ethic origin and other is engineering. Of course, ethics is concerned with the ends, whereas engineering is concerned with the means only. I'll start with the background of the economics, how economic emerged out. Although economic emerged out from the field of moral philosophy, it was not considered as a separate science. It was taught at Cambridge University even under moral science tripos. So first of all, I would like to discuss about Aristotle. Aristotle drew a very beautiful connection between the economics and ethics. And according to Aristotle, economics is not concerned with just the creation of the wealth. Wealth is important, but it is important for the sake of something else. Thereafter, I'll be discussing about the theory of moral sentiment in my further slides. Thomas Malthus, of course, he followed the tradition of Smith, and he was the first professor of political economy in England. He said he also found a beautiful connection between economics and ethics. Although now if we see that we hardly see any connection between economics and ethics, and majority of you know that economics is called as economic science, not as a moral philosophy. So the scenarios that led today, the study of the markets and the study of ethics, they are mostly pursued separately, means there is no connection. Neoclassical economics, as I talked in the definition itself, they are more concerned with the rationality of the market actor and how they are shaped by the incentives. The market is viewed as a moral space today where rational actors act in certain actings that advance social progress. However, if I would like to give an example, which is given by three scholars, like Grandwater, Mackel, and the Store, like in our daily life, economics and ethics has a connection. They have given example from the European market, of course, Western countries, like a person attends a church on Sunday, goes to work at a mill on a Monday, votes on Tuesday, buys groceries on Wednesday and works as a volunteer at a shelter home. So it says that, of course, in daily life there is a connection between economics and ethics. And behavioral and experimental economists, although they have found flaws that have emerged because the new classical rationality assumption. And why, I will now say why it is important to restore ethics again into economics. If I would say what mainstream economics is, so mainstream economics says that our subject is a technical one, which is completely devoid of any ethics or like that. I would like to quote Reco here. Reco says that it has become very much important to understand the normative base of the economic rationality, because there we have, nowadays we have to take decisions regarding the allocation of the scarce resources, and these decisions have led to many financial turmoil, although many of you are aware of the turmoils like financial crisis of 2000 or like that. So from that viewpoint, it has become very much important to understand the ethical background of the economics, and it is important to restore ethics to economics. Okay, fine. So I would like to just tell about the theory of moral sentiment. Adam Smith, I really liked his work because Adam Smith, he talked about like how we feel if we see the understanding from others. We really feel pain if we see others in pain, and we feel very happy if we see others happy. In the same way, we want others to praise us, but we want to be praiseworthy. Amartya Sen is a very important figure if I have to mention the connection between economics and ethics. He has said that economics can be mathematical as well as a moral science, and it is very important to include a segment on theory of moral sentiments into the curriculum if you really want to restore economics into ethics. And the conclusion is this, that like many people say that Japan is a very success free market economy, but it's not like that. Many scholars have said that Japanese have a very different structure. Like they give so much importance to duty, loyalty and goodwill, which can never be fit into any self-interest theory. And I would like to mention here Amartya Sen words. We are not saying that you should act selflessly. What we are saying that you should act with your self-interest, you should take care of your self-interest, but you should take care of welfare of others too. I would like to close my presentation with the words of Thomas Malthus that economics progress is purchased dearly if it comes at the cost of unhealthiness and immorality. Thank you very much.
Okay, she's saying something. Okay, so good evening, Anita. I just wanted to ask you, where exactly, what have you actually done? Is it a kind of a review of literature?
It's a conceptual paper and also a review of literature. Okay. My empirical study going on, my doctoral work is related to this. So I am in the stage of data collection. That's why I'm not showing it.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, because it's totally theoretical.
Yeah,
so which are the sources?
For this work, like I have focused on the Adam Smith's work, Amartya Sen's work, and the Mark D. White's work. Their books are there on this connection.
Okay.
And so many literatures are there by some scholars who have worked in European countries. And in Indian context, I am studying economic students of DAC Department of Economics and CESP JNU. So I'll be able to see once I'm done with that study.
So basically you are drawing conclusions on the basis of the books that you've studied?
No, that is simply a literature, like what I came to know about, like how there was a connection between economic and ethics. There are certain studies also which says that why it is again important to study this connection, which we have lost. So I try to understand like what are the value systems on the basis of this study.
Okay, I just wanted to know, probably you don't want to tell much about your research. I understand you're still in the process.
Yes.
But how exactly, so it's about economics and ethics, and then you're saying there are people who've written books and saying there's need to reinstate ethics into economics, which was not so, right?
Yeah.
And basically our living is, if you are doing something, then ethics should be a part of it, right?
Yes.
So how are you going to carry on your research, empirical work? What exactly do you have in mind?
Ma'am, there is a way to measure actually its empirical work is related to the value of the students and values of the economic student, like what curriculum, what they are getting by studying the curriculum. So I have developed the questions accordingly.
So your respondents would be students?
Yeah, CESP and DAC, Department of Economics, economic students.
So basically you are trying to find out the economic well-being of students, or how's the students who are studying economics?
I am trying to, the thing is that my concern is that why there are corporate frauds. So somewhere it questions the education which is imparted to students. So that's why I'm trying to understand it from that perspective, that there should be ethics in economics too, because they take many important decisions. If they focus only on self-interest, it won't, it won't help the society in the long term.
So for example, in commerce stream, there is an ethics paper.
Yeah.
Maybe probably economics stream does not have any.
Yes, yes, they are economics even, they are majorly focusing on econometrics, mathematics and all.
Okay.
Commerce people have ethics paper.
Yeah, yeah. So, but despite that, there are corporate frauds.
There is a difference, like, ethics, of course, we can say that, ethics is something which is up to a person also brought up. The person. Yeah, yeah. Ethics is so many things, so of course I have to control for certain factors too, but it is also one of the factor which I am going to study in my research.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now we have Nishtha Jain, Anika Agarwal, Harshita Joshi, who would be presenting their paper on financial inclusion, a strategic tool to attain economic development.
Good afternoon, panel. Today we three are going to present a topic on financial inclusion, a strategic tool to attain economic development. The authors of this paper are Anika Agarwal, Harshita Joshi and Nishtha Jain. The outline of the presentation will begin with introduction, objectives of the study, research methodology, conceptual framework, analysis of the paper, and then at last but not the least, as one of the most important aspects of this paper is recommendations and limitations. Let's begin with the objectives of the paper. There are 4 main objectives in total which we'll be discussing today. First, to explore the concept of financial inclusion in the Indian context. Secondly, to analyze the demand and supply factors. Third, to examine if financial inclusion helps to attain economic development. And lastly, to recommend strategies on how to penetrate financially excluded section of the society. The paper is conceptual based and is purely based on secondary data. Financial inclusion acts as a bridge between those who are the financial system which provide financial products and services, that is the supply side factors, and those who are the potential investors and generate demand for this financial product and services, that is the demand side factors, and how they work together to achieve economic growth. Let's move on to the next slide. Under supply side factors, we have 3 major categories. Those are financial institutions, financial inclusion policies, and financial markets. Under financial institutions, it is further divided into depository and non-depository. Even though mutual funds and insurance products are gaining popularity nowadays, but still, according to the recent economic survey, only 3 out of 100 people have a life insurance policy in India, due to which the government of India came out with these financial inclusion policies which you can see in the screen. For example, one of the most popular ones, a Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, was launched in 2014 to financially include the underprivileged section of the society. It allows people to open bank accounts with 0 bank balance. Then moving on to the financial markets. In this we will specifically talking about capital markets that comprises of 23 stock exchanges in India. Out of them, National Stock Exchange and Bombay Stock Exchange are the most prominent ones. Over 6,000 companies are registered with them till financial year 2022.
Talking about the recent development in the financial sector, the whole system of trading has been digitalized by the means of depository and dematerialization. Recently, a lot of trading apps have also been launched so that the youth of the country and people with less financial resources can also access financial markets. But still, the figures are shocking that only 4% of the total Indian household assets are in the form of equities, and property, that is real estate, comprises a major proportion of 48%. This brings us to the need for financial literacy in India. Moving on, India has a population of 1.4 billion, but it is shocking that only 50% are included in the financial formal network. OECD has also laid emphasis on the need for financial literacy, as financial exclusion can lead to various consequences at individual, social and even economic level. Moving on, there are several initiatives taken by the regulatory bodies to promote financial literacy. One of them is Project Financial Literacy by RBI, in which a booklet called FAME, Financial Awareness Messages, has been launched, and it has all the information for basic investing to the new investors. Moving on to the awareness regarding the grievance redressal framework. There are so many people in India who are still reluctant to invest in stock markets. This is due to the prevailing scams and frauds. And some people invest and they get trapped in these scams. For this, there are grievance redressal systems and proper mechanisms by the regulatory bodies. But the thing is that people are not aware of them. So for investment, it is really important to have awareness regarding the consumer grievance frameworks also. Next slide is financial inclusion through sustainable development. Sustainable Development Goal 8 focuses on universal access to banking, insurance, and financial services. Therefore, financial institutions across the world, including India, are taking many significant steps to ensure that the largest number of people can participate in economic life. In the last 2 decades, digitalization of financial infrastructure and services has promoted more inclusivity and has offered greater earning potential. Digital financial services through business models has the potential to create 95 billion jobs by 2025 according to World Bank. Moving on to the next slide, showing linkage between finance and economic development. Market frictions, that is, transaction cost, etc., are generally involved while dealing with financial markets and intermediaries. But at the same time, they provide a variety of financial products and services which opens up different channels of growth and hence leads to an urgent need of capital investment and technological advancement and leads to economic growth and development. Next, the recommendations drafted by the authors are promoting financial stability through financial services and education, adopting and implementing new technologies and through technological driven institutions, targeting women and providing equal financial opportunities to them as men, providing adequate resources to educate the youth of the nation regarding basic financial knowledge, expanding agent-based banking facilities and other delivery channels. Lastly, increasing emphasis on products offered by mutual funds and insurance company. Coming to the limitations of the study, the paper restricts itself to secondary data. Constraints pertaining to time also exist. Thank you. Now we open the floor for discussion.
Yeah. Just a very small, I think I was expecting a little more contribution from the side of depository and non-depository contribution towards economic growth and development. So if you could have added a little more about it, it would have been more clear, you know. So you just defined depository and non-depository. So I think it's quite a good work, but still something more could be added to show how they are impacting for economic development. It's a very good paper. Very good.
Ma'am, in paper we have added about depository and non-depository. Right now we had time constraints as it's just a 6-minute presentation, so that's why we couldn't, present everything. Thank you, ma'am.
Now we have a paper on role of financial inclusion in rural development of India by Dhananjay Kumar Jha.
Myself Dhananjay Kumar Jha, a research scholar from Ramabai Government Girls PG College, affiliated institutions of Ram Manohar Lohia Abad University, Ayodhya. My topic is role of financial inclusion in rural development of India. India is the second largest populated country in the world, where most of people, approx 70%, living in rural areas and are engaged in agriculture and related activities. The people living in rural areas are mostly poor and deprived. They have no any access to the banks. The financial awareness and access of the poor to the banking services is important for alleviation of the poverty. Their access to the banking services will contribute a lot to growth and development of our country's economy. This could be made possible through successfully implementation of financial inclusion. Objective of study. The study has been aimed with following objectives. First, to understand and explain the concept of financial inclusion in rural development. To examine the impact of financial inclusion in rural development in India. Third is to critically evaluate challenges of financial inclusion in India. Fourth is to study relationship between financial inclusion and rural development. And last, to review the government policy measures for financial inclusions. First of all, what is a financial inclusion? Financial inclusion refers to a process that ensures the ease of access, availability in uses of the formal financial institutions for all the members of economy. According to the Rangarajan Committee, the process of ensuring access to financial services and timely and adequate credit were needed by vulnerable groups such as weaker sections and low income groups at an affordable cost. Financial inclusion consists provide financial services to marginalized person, promote financial literacy, affordable cost for financial services. In common term, we can say that doorstep delivery of credit, banking services and products. Next is rural development. Rural development is the process of improving the quality of life and economic well-being of people living in rural areas. Rural development is concerned with economic growth and social justice and improvement in the living standard of the rural people. These are objectives of financial inclusions. Economic objectives, mobilizations of savings, larger market for financial system, social objectives like poverty eradication, financial literacy and sustainability. Institutional objectives is effective implementation of financial inclusion. Why National Mission for Financial Inclusion is essential? These data reflects a very bad condition of rural areas banking services. In census 2011, only 54.4% rural areas are availability of banking services. Financial inclusion life cycles in step consist in 3 steps. Financial literacy, second step is opening a bank account and delivering the financial services. This is a gateway of financial inclusion. How to get unserved person to served person. Unserved person that they have no bank accounts, they have no any access to financial services, rely on a cash economy. They served by the various financial institutions like banks, microfinance institutions, mobile network corporations, card companies, postal networks and financial cooperatives by the forms of savings, credits, payments, insurance and remittance. Okay. These 5 ways of financial inclusion. Next is recent initiatives by government. Government of India has taken various initiatives for financial inclusion, like as Digital India, issued license for payments bank, UPI, Bhim, Aadhaar payment bank services, Bharat QR, Bharat Bill payment services, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Measures taken by RBI. RBI taken various measures for the financial inclusion in rural areas, opening of no frill accounts, relaxation in KYC, general credit cards, engaging business correspondence, adoption of electronic banking transaction, opening branches in unbanked resources. Schemes for financial inclusion. Factor affecting of financial inclusion is rural development. These point. Okay. Suggestions of awareness. These suggestions recognized by the study. Awareness of mobile banking, promote customized financial services, innovation backed by financial literacy, increase the local bodies' role, monitoring of services, promote to digital infrastructure for each and every person and place. And then after conclusion, financial inclusion in the rural economy of India has a special importance. RBI and Government of India brought various plans and programs like nationalization of bank, directed lending to the priority sector, National Strategy for Financial Inclusion, G20 Financial Inclusion Action Plan, Financial Literacy, Skill India, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Behind all these institutions like RBI, NABARD, IDBI, NPCI, UIDAI, Mudra, SIDBI banks, a small financing bank and payments bank, etc. In last 2 years, the speed of development of digital products have become fast, and products like UPI, Bhim, Bharat QR, Aadhaar Pay, etc. No doubt some effort are being made for the financial inclusion in rural development of India, but the expected and desirable success we did not get. There is an urgent need for sincere, honest and rigorous effort for the financial inclusion in rural areas. Next, we forward. Thank you. Due to the shortage of time, I finish my paper.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Dhananjay. Yeah. I just wanted to ask you as to, you've done some kind of empirical work also on this?
No, ma'am.
Also completely secondary.
Secondary data-based research paper, ma'am.
Okay, so but I saw some, tables. Of course, you went through very fast, but.
Ma'am, these are related from financial inclusion development in recent years.
Okay,
by RBI report published in 2020-21.
RBI
जी,
report.
Annual reports from RBI.
Annual reports से लिया आपने, secondary data papers.
जी मैम, जी मैम.
Okay. ठीक है, thank you so much.
Okay ma'am, thank you.
Next we have Anuj Kumar, who would be presenting his paper on Technology Acquisition in Indian SMEs, a review of adoption theories.
You can use the green one to go to the next slide and red to go back to the previous slide. 1 minute.
Where is mine? A very good afternoon to all of you, all present here. Thank you very much, Gargi College, for giving me this opportunity to present my paper, and thank you very much all the esteemed guests and the session chairs. Before going further with my presentation, my area of research is technology adoption in SMEs, and just now I am feeling happy to share with all of you. In this area, WHO has recognized and shortlisted my 6 papers in their database. I myself, the reason for presenting this paper, last year I got a major project grant from ICSSR of 10 lakh on SMEs area. 2 days ago, I got a grant from AICT for conducting a conference, and I myself is the editor of 3 Scopus Journal, 2 ABDC, and I'm the country head for UGC Care Journal, International Management Review. So today, I'm doing this presentation just to know about the review of adoption theory, because I want to give a new model of adoption, and I want to patent that model on my name. So this is just a review of the current adoption theory and where there is a gap, where we can work it out. Okay, these are my co-authors of this paper. Along with me, they are also the grant holder of the ICSR major project. Dr. Anup Pandey is my research guide. Next week, I'm submitting my PhD to Aligarh Muslim University. So he is my research guide from HNB Garhwal Central University, and then Dr. Monica Arora and Dr. Purvi Pujari. It's not working. Okay. Okay. I thought it's. So MSMEs, this is the definition of MSMEs, classification given by Indian government: micro, small and medium. Micro is investment in plant and machinery and equipment not more than rupees 1 crore and annual turnover not more than 5 crore. Then small, investment in plant and machinery or equipment not more than rupees 10 crore and annual turnover not more than 50 crore. And medium, investment in plant and machinery or equipment not more than 50 crore and annual turnover not more than rupees 250 crore. In my research, I am not taking micro segment, I am taking only small and medium, because first challenge when you go to research in MSME sector, the first challenge, most of the MSMEs are not registered. We are, when I was collecting data for my research, I have chosen SMEs area because it is difficult to find out the registered SMEs. In micro segment, the challenge is big enough. And they are not ready to share their financial information, balance sheet and all. For MNC, you will get balance sheet and all. But for SME sector, it is very difficult. Okay, why SMEs? SMEs is the backbone of Indian economy, contribution to GDP 40%. Approximately 11 crore jobs, 45% manufacturing output and 40% of total exports. Okay, so different types of adoption theory. That is the purpose, the objective of my research. Whether these theories are enough to study about the adoption or what perspective these theories are giving. First we have TAM theory, DOI theory, UT-AUT theory, then we have UT-AUT2, TBP theory, TTF theory, TOE theory. So as a TAM theory, this theory adds ease of use and usefulness of TRA, which are attitude measures. This model is quite individual focused. Then UT-AUT theory mostly used nowadays. UT-AUT model is also goal to clarify user intention to use information system and further user behavior. This is technology acceptance model which is formulated by Venkatesh. Then at last you can see theory of planned behavior. This model provides complete understanding of intention and user behavior. I'll tell you where is the catch at last. TAM theory, okay, TAM theory talking about perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use. From the perspective of individual, I'm going a little bit faster. UT-AUT, again taking the individual perspective, it is same as TAM, but we have added gender, age, experience and voluntariness of use. 4 more constructs. Then review of TAM or UT-AUT. TAM and UT-AUT both have been used extensively in management information and all. The most, the most common criticism for all the theory, whether it is UT-AUT, whether it is TAM, whether it is TPB or any other TTF theory, you pick any theory, but all the theories are, are giving you adoption from the perspective of individual. There is only one theory which is giving the perspective of firm, that is TOE theory. I'm not, moving forward the slide, I'm just telling you because I have less time. If we can give a theory which can talk about adoption from the firm's perspective, then it will be, it will be an added value to this area. All the theories till now, they are talking about the intent.
Mr. Anu, there you said you have not included micro segments.
Yes, ma'am.
So how will it be possible to do work on that? I mean, when you're saying it's not possible to collect, yes.
When we were, when we were shortlisting when we were choosing our topic of PhD, that time only we have, our guide has suggested that micro segment there will be more tougher to collect data. So restrict it only to SMEs, small, medium enterprises. That is, you can also say that is a limitation, but from my perspective, it is a difficulty also. That's why we haven't chosen micro segment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anand.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, Gargi College. Thank you, ma'am. Principal, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Lastly, I request Dr. Gunjeet Kaur to present her paper on the importance of financial literacy in achieving the economically stable and well-being economy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to present a paper on the importance of financial literacy in achieving the economically stable and well-being economy here. This is how the presentation goes ahead. All right, for many decades, economists are trying to find out how does the financial market, financial development affect the economic growth. At the end, we all want the economic growth here. We all want to live a better life as compared to what our grandfathers and parents are able to do. So many researchers are able to find out, yes, there exists some sort of a relationship between financial development market and economic growth here. Now, financial development market is a big term, right? Now, what impacts this market here? Financial literacy, somewhat the India's lag behind here. For my study, I have taken into account Indian economy and trying to find out where there exists some sort of a relationship between financial market development and economic growth. For the purpose of study, data have been collected with the help of World Bank, RBI, and IMF here. So first objective, I am trying to find out and create an index here. Now what's an index? Index is trying to take into account aggregate of capital market, financial market, and money market here. So these have been the data that have been collected to create an index. Broad money as a percentage of GDP, market capitalization as a percentage of GDP, domestic credit provided by the financial sector as a percentage of GDP, domestic credit to private sector as a percentage of GDP, and the last one, bank deposit to GDP, which is also a measure of financial inclusion. For the data, an index has been created with the help of PCA. The data have been collected from the year 1980 to 2017 here. What I'm able to find out, so these are the 5 different indicators. This is the graph. After applying the test, after the test passes that yes, I can use this data to create the index here, this is what the Financial Development Index of India looks like. Second, is the data that I have collected, that is created in index, will have an impact on the economic growth. I have used this analysis. I won't waste much time on it. Let's just jump to the finding. So I was able to find, yes, there exists an co-integration, a long-term and a short-term relationship between financial market development and economic growth for the Indian economy here. Now comes, how can I improve it? Just a question, because I don't want it to be very technical here. How many of you, especially the third years, how many of you are expecting the pay? What kind of a pay here? Any answer? The third years, how much are you expecting in the job? Any answer? No? Yes? How much? All right, 50,000, 40,000. Generally, it goes around 30 to 50,000, depending upon the course and the internship that you have done. If I tell you, what if the pay have not increased much given over the past 3 to 4 years, but the prices, the needs, the basket of your consumption have increased here? How would you do it? So these are some suggestions here. Now, basically, what's wrong with the Indian society here is we don't consider financial market accept banks to be a proper source of investing the money, right? So our society tells us, either invest in gold, land, and if we have less money, so go ahead and keep it in the FD here. What they don't understand, that if we are not able to properly manage our today and tomorrow, we would land in much bigger trouble here. So basically the society and generally the Indian parents, they have an advice, they don't play the money, don't put it in the stock market, you're going to burn your hand. What they don't realize, mismanagement of the money is the biggest traitor of we not fulfilling our dreams here. So these are some steps that could be taken at a university level. That is, we create some sort of a workshop on loans. Many of us would be going for higher studies here, specifically abroad. So we need to understand how the money works here. We need to conduct some surveys in order to understand whether there is some sort of a financial distress among the student here. Is the money creating a problem? All right, so these are some measures that you could take at your own level. What if I tell you 1% per month, which your credit card company charges, is not equal to 12% per month, right? So simple thing of understanding what is a compound interest rate. How can I put my money in such a way that I'm able to secure a better future? Just a simple conclusion. So this is a microeconomics diagram where the straight line is your budget line here. Somehow, financial literacy is going to help you to jump from point A to point B. A being the welfare which you currently are. If somehow that 100 rupees that I earn, I'm able to convert it into 120 with the help of that literacy here, I would have a better future for myself. And this is the end of the presentation. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. So good evening, Guneet.
Good.
It was nice
was
hearing you
short-
present your
short.
paper, and in fact, happy hearing that we need to be more financially literate to move from point A to point B. As far as I don't think I have any questions for you, so I think it was wonderful hearing, right? So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much.
With this, we have completed all the paper presentation for this session. I thank Dr. Geeta Kichlu, Dr. Manju Sahai, and Dr. Sangeeta Jairat for having spared their valuable time for the session. Heartfelt thanks to all the authors and paper presenters for having shared their insightful research work with us. Last but definitely not the least, thank you to the audience for their gracious presence and to make this program and conference a rousing success. We hope to have the privilege of your presence in our future conferences as well. We request you to remain seated for a valedictory session. Thank you for joining us today.
25 years old. I've raised 3 amazing kids. I built a beautiful business. I've had a great life. I'm blessed for being a 2-time stage 4 cancer survivor. I have an autoimmune disease that the doctors told me I have 5 years to live. Life has blessed me with many, what people would say, hardships. I call them blessings because the story's not over. And every little hardship that they say can turn into an amazing victory that can solidify your soul even stronger, that you can touch other people with your new story. This is just an acceptance of the situation, a lot of gratitude, and this is the outcome from it.
Train your brain to look for what's right. Train your brain to appreciate. Why not just have a daily practice of at least finding 3 things you can feel grateful for, and don't think about them intellectually. Actually step in your body and focus on it like you're back in that moment. It could be a moment from 20 years ago, 10 years ago, it could be from today. But let the power of gratitude roll over you and battle the one thing that gets in the way, that law of familiarity. The law of familiarity says if you're around anything enough, you tend to take it just a little bit for granted. It's human nature. And the way to stop that is stop, feel it, and appreciate it. Let your consciousness, your heart, your soul guide you instead of your head and your mind. That will change the holidays, and that will change your life.
Greetings to everyone gathered here today. We extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed guest, Professor Namita Ranganathan, our respected principal, Professor Sangeeta Bhatia, our dear participants, faculty members, staff members, and dear students, to the valedictory session of the 2-day ICSSR-sponsored International Multidimensional Conference on Revisiting Wellbeing, Perspectives, Challenges, and the Road Ahead, under the aegis of DU Centenary celebrations being organized by Gargi College. The conference was a glorious packed into 2 days of academic and practical sessions, which gave us all an opportunity for going inward and discovering our path to well-being. Today, at the valedictory session, which includes a keynote address by Professor Namita Ranganathan, Department of Education, University of Delhi, we feel privileged to have conducted the series of events that began in January 2023. The celebrations will continue and are set to conclude in March 2023, when Shri Ravi Shankar Ji, founder of the Art of Living Foundation, will preside over the final session. I now take the opportunity to welcome our esteemed guest, Professor Namita Ranganathan, Department of Education, University of Delhi. Professor Namita Ranganathan has over 30 years of academic and administrative experience at the Department of Education, Central Institute of Education. Ma'am has authored and published numerous books and research papers in national and international journals. Professor Ranganathan specializes in the area of developmental psychology, personality psychology, and education for mental health. Ma'am has been extensively engaged with schools across the country through various projects with the United Nations Population Fund, Care India, Aga Khan Foundation, and Save the Children, among others. Professor Ranganathan has also been on several management bodies of Kendriya Vidyalaya and several private schools. I request our principal, ma'am, Professor Sangeeta Bhatia, to felicitate Professor Ranganathan.
We welcome you, ma'am. I request Professor Namita Ranganathan to share her insights on construals of students' well-being in contemporary times with us.
Thank you, ma'am. Which time can I take now that you've run short of time? No, ma'am, it's okay. Please take your time.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's very nice to come to such a vibrant college. And I must begin by complimenting all of you for this really marathon theme which you have engaged in. And you know, you've unified so many segments and sectors into two very, very deep words, well-being. And well-being has so many meanings, so many ramifications, and we can interpret it in so many ways. And you've actually demonstrated that you have done that. I had thought of speaking about something to you, but looking at this lovely audience here with so much of the democratic dividend in favor of the youth, I'm going to say something completely different from what I had planned. Also this morning, Mandakini sent me a very nice write-up which came in the Pioneer about your conference. And I was very happy to see in that you have inaugurated a Center for Wellbeing in Gargi College. I think that's terrific. I tried to do that 10 years ago in the Delhi University campus, and the then Vice Chancellor told me, "Ye aap apne retirement ke aaspas kariyega." So, you know how things change in a decade, but it's wonderful, really. And I must compliment you, Professor Sangeeta, for this. It's a great achievement. Okay, so when Geeta ji contacted me and she said, "Why don't you suggest a topic?" I thought I would speak on construals of well-being which students hold, especially in contemporary times. Because, you know, in every student's dialogue, one universal chord is that there is a generation gap. Their parents and grandparents don't understand them. And the often made remark is always that times have changed, the generations have changed. When I was young, I did this. So this moralization of time and moralization of concepts, notions, and ideas led me to believe that I should actually talk about contemporary times. I should talk about construals and not constituents, and I'll come to that shortly. And I should give primacy to students in whatever I talk to you about. Why I have the courage to stand here and speak to you is also because I've engaged extensively with students. I've done a lot of counseling and guidance work, and I've been teaching papers related to mental health. I also have a training in clinical psychology. So a combination of all these gives me the strength to stand here and share my ideas with you. Okay, so I'm going to begin by a deconstruction process. I have to deconstruct three important phrases or words, whatever you want to call them. One is contemporary times. So what do we mean by contemporary times? And why are they so important? The second is well-being. Okay, and the well-being is appended by students' well-being. All right? So what is students' well-being? All right? And why am I saying construals and not constituents or components? Okay, because it's very easy to say constituents and components and draw from review of related literature and theories which exist, but I'm not using that term. All right? But before I can do this, I need to take you into a journey of some imagery. Oh, there's a balcony also with some very vibrant people there. I just saw you. Hello, all of you. Yeah. Okay. So the imagery which I want to present before you is something which you see every day, but you don't notice. Or maybe many of you don't notice. You walk into any college. Let's say we walk into a college campus of Delhi University. We walk into Gargi College or Kamla Nehru, your neighboring college, or you walk into a campus college which is a co-educational college. So when you walk in, what do you see? You see students and you see non-teaching staff and you see safai karamcharis, you see teachers, and you see a lot of hustle and bustle happening. And then teachers go and teach their classes and come back. They interact with the students. Students attend their classes, and then when they don't have classes, they sit in hubs here and there. The important thing to understand is what is happening in all these spaces. Okay? So, if you look at a cross section, what is happening? Some students will be discussing dresses and designs. Some students will be talking about how they need to do more courses to enhance their skills. Some students would be talking about going to see Pathan, first day, first show. That's also part of life. Some students would be talking about good fast food joints close by and how, they all need to pool in money, buy one dish, and 8 of them can share that. All right? Some of them would be talking about the need to organize a college fest or a society meet or have a lecture as part of their subject club, etc. So you find different things happening. We don't give importance to any of this. We look at it as part of the routine. But is it the routine? I leave you with that question. Now this is about Delhi University. I happened to go to Chhattisgarh 3 months ago, and I went to Bastar University. Out of curiosity, I didn't go there to give a lecture or anything, I just went to see what happens in Bastar. I wanted to see a state university with a strong tribal population. Because, they also have a lot of work which they do, which we don't know about, but which is very, very important and hugely a contribution to discourse. So when I went to Bastar University, I saw a prototype of Gargi College and SRCC, etc. there, excepting that the scale was semi-urban. Okay, the scale was semi-urban. Students were in groups. They were also talking about life goals. For them, their aspiration was to reach Delhi University or JNU to do their masters. Okay? They were also talking about getting some good cultural people to come in and hold a cultural fest for them. They were talking about sponsorships. So there were little groups here and there, and boys and girls were all sitting together and interacting. And then it struck me, it doesn't matter what the context is. In higher education, college as a space should be understood as a voyage of self-discovery. So I'm giving this a very, very big platform. Coming to college, and this is for you students, 3 years that you spend here, some of you will spend 4 years now because you're freshly enrolled and you're part of our 4-year undergraduate program. Please look at this as the space, the time, the opportunity for self-discovery. It's a voyage of self-discovery, okay? So you will do this and that, you will make mistakes, you will have good moments, you will have weak moments, you will have aha moments of a very special kind. All of them in a composite add up to what we call your lived experience, okay? So well-being is about the amalgamation or the synthesis of your lived experiences. Well-being is not part of a psychiatric clinic. Well-being is not a certification that, hey, come on, you're normal, you have absolutely no disorders, you're free of anxiety, you have no depression. That's a truncated notion of well-being. A college or a university space is not a clinic. Okay? It's a space. It's a psychological space, a sociological space, a space to live and experience. And that's how we have to look at it. So in contemporary times, one important dimension is the search for an optimal space, the search for a conducive space. I'm not talking about contemporary times by defining it in terms of sociological processes. That all of you know, that there's been globalization, social media is, kind of dominating us. It's beyond the age of Alexa now. I mean, I had problems even adjusting with Alexa, and now it's beyond Alexa, and you have artificial intelligence, and you have robots and all kinds of things, and that's the space you're going to know further. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a space where you can discover yourself, where you can come to terms with what your lived experiences are. You don't have to sit and rationally analyze your lived experiences. Nobody does that. But every experience which you have feeds into two important construals about yourself: identity and self. Okay? If you ask any student today what he or she would like to do, what he or she would like to become, what he or she would like to be known for, they will always give you images which reflect aspects of self or identity. Identity is a very, very lofty concept. You know, in psychology, we study identity, we study it in political science, we study it in sociology. It's a kind of multidisciplinary and also an intertwined interdisciplinary domain. But the whole issue of who am I is not just limited to your construction of your personal sense of identity. It also draws from your social identity. It also draws from what you wish to become, your professional identity, and where you wish to see yourself. So the complexity comes from all the life experiences that you have and how they feed into this process, how they get distilled into this process of actually developing or formulating your sense of identity. One universal truth about well-being is, and your principal is also a very, important psychologist and a renowned psychologist. She will concur with me on this. So one important principle of well-being is persons with a firm sense of identity. So persons who have a firm sense of identity, and this begins with school. Many of you may be BLEd students, and I can see many BLEd faculty sitting here also. In the aims of education, the aims of school education, where we liberate students at age 17 or 18, they get to come to college after that. Developing a sense of self and identity in each one of them is actually considered the loftiest aim of schooling and the aim of education in schools. And that continuity has to be there in college life as well. Okay? So when people stand up and say to me that 3 saal graduation mein kya karenge padh ke, what's the whole point? They need to be skilled, and we talk of skilling, and yesterday's budget also has promised 30 new skilling centers, etc., nationally, and lots of money being put into all of that. Skilling is only one aspect. What about knowing yourself? Knowing what you want to be, where you want to be, how you want to be, where you see yourself. You can't sit and plan it in a chair. It will emerge from those lived experiences which you have. Whenever we talk about lived experiences, whenever we talk about the past, the present, and the future being contiguous with each other. So if I ask Jyoti today, for example, I'm taking the privilege of naming Jyoti because I've known Jyoti for a long time. If I ask Jyoti who she is, if I ask her to put this question to herself, Jyoti will always interpolate and connect the past, the present, and the future. I mean, Jyoti may be a very senior teacher, she's a professor here, but there is also a future which Jyoti thinks of. There's a past which has impacted her, and it is this terrestrial continuity which actually makes you what you are. And you cannot rationally explain all of this. Only part of it is subject to rational meaning and analysis. The rest of it just happens. And that is why we use the term construal and not component or constituent. So I could have said that the two constituents of well-being are self and identity. I could have said that and then given you many ramifications of what is self and what is identity. But I'm not saying that. I'm saying that these are construals of well-being. Why? Because you are in control. Your experiences are in control, and how you actually perceive and live those experiences will determine how they impact you. Now, what is self? We've talked about identity, and I've indirectly talked about self, but the next automatic question is, what is self? I'm not giving you any definitions about self. But self is that subjective part of you. I say subjective because, inside you is a different being. Outside of you is a different being. The two may be a process. We realize that there is a lot we didn't do, which we wanted to do, because society didn't give us the space or whatever. So self is about recognizing that there is another world which you have, a personal world, a world of wishes, a world of desires, a world of experiences, a world with many memories which you want to wipe out also. All of those which are personal to you and you alone. That makes up what is called your self. So even if Professor Sangeeta and I sat down as psychologists and called you and tried to analyze yourself, and we asked you all kinds of questions, and we did some some activities where you didn't know what we were doing actually, some projective and semi-projective tasks, even then we would not be able to unfold what you are actually knowing or holding about yourself as your notion or idea about yourself. Okay? So remember, it's very important for us to recognize that just by complying, okay, just by conforming, just by living to get society's accolades is not enough. That's important. Of course it's important. We have to all survive and we have to live in a system. That's also important. But it's important for us to also recognize, because our well-being is important, that dimension within me, which I want to have, which I wish to have, which I wished I could have had, say it in any tense, is also expressed in some mode or form. If you bottle it up, if you suppress it, you repress it, you can do anything, it would come out in some form which is more convoluted at some point of time. I want to draw over here at this juncture from feminist discourse, and many of you would have read feminist discourse of the more popular kind. There are three notions. There is a notion of voice, there is a notion of agency, and there is a notion of resistance. So even if we pick up voice and agency, every one of us has a voice, but many of us get trained into the culture of silence. Do you see the incongruence? We all have a voice, but many of us get trained into being silent. Think about it. The other incongruence is that every one of us is born with capacity, which we call agency. Some of us are not allowed to develop it, or it is suppressed, because we are at the behest of others' agentic control and force. Think about it. If your own voice and your own agency find expression, find articulation, your sense of well-being, your sense of self and identity, which are the two most important construals of well-being, will tell you another story. So it is you who shape your own narrative. It is you who shape your own dreams. It is you who shape your own life. Okay? And there are methods of doing it. We should not be born into a culture of helplessness. There's a notion, a very truncated notion in psychology called learned helplessness. And when I was a student of masters in Bombay University in the master's program, we thought, wow, what a fantastic concept, learned helplessness. We're all victims of this learned helplessness. I don't think we should play victim and offender any longer. Because, we have to understand that it is my life, and there are ways of negotiating with the people in your life about what you want to do in your life. Your parents, your grandparents, your teachers, your friends, they are all basically people who care for you. It's how you negotiate it, how you put it to them, that makes all the difference. So, in today's contemporary times, there are 4 important dimensions which each one of us ought to focus on. I may not have been born with social and cultural capital to do many things. I may not have had the opportunity to do many things, just as I saw the students of Bastar wanting to come to Delhi because they wanted more cultural capital and more opportunities. But they at least dared to dream, they dared to think about it, and they were actually taking steps in that direction. So, one is that I have to help myself, I have to enable myself. And I'm not saying you have to fight or you have to, go to court against systems, etc. I'm not recommending that. There is something called negotiation through which you can achieve your targets. If you try, it happens. The second thing is each one of you must recognize that you have an identity. And today's youth really recognize it. Our society is known as a society which brags of being collectivist in nature. Okay, so wherever we go, we start making a family. At least in my institution, I don't know about Gargi College, all the men become our brothers, or they become whatever, and all the women become our sisters, and the younger men and women become like our, children, that kind of a thing. It happens automatically. We don't work towards it. But because we are part of a collectivist culture, in my department, which is called the Central Institute of Education, Department of Education, we call it the CIE family. We also have a sort of pronounced nomenclature which is documented everywhere, that this is the CIE family. And I'm sure you do it in Gargi College as well. Why do we do it? Because, we have a basic propensity towards collectivism. But if you look at the developed world, they are rampantly individualistic. Now, somewhere in our urban metropolitan locales, like in Delhi, and in a very prestigious college like Gargi College, the girls and the women are actually pushing individualism, and they should. They should. There is no virtue in not being, collectivist. There's no virtue in being a collectivist person and not pursuing individualism. So when I talk about moralizing notions, I want you to understand that it's not enough to please the principal, it's not enough to please your teachers, it's not enough to be a good girl to your parents. You have to be a girl and a boy before you're a good girl and a good boy. If you stick with good boy, good girl, nice boy, nice girl, you keep yourself distanced from a lot of what you wish to do and achieve. What your desires are, what your dreams are, what your goals are, what your aspirations are, have to take a back seat very often. So, in contemporary times, it's very important to find your personal space, strive to fulfill all that you dream to do, whatever is possible. I'm not, telling you to have unrealistic dreams, etc. I'm operating in the mode of what we call normality, where everybody is rational and reality oriented. Within that space, doing this is part of contemporary times. And not making a virtue about past practices, which your parents will always tell you, that hum jab chote the, hum to aise karte the, dunya kitni badal gayi hai, This is the dialogue in many, many homes. Listen to it, but that's not the be-all and end-all. There's much more to life than that. So finding your own personal space, that is a very, very important construal of contemporary times. And not difficult to do. And finally, daring to dream. daring to dream. Why I append dreaming with daring to dream is because you have to fight foreclosed, cloistered modes of thought. You have to also fight society being right on top. So in the I'm okay, you're okay life positions, everybody knows about those life positions. It's important to recognize that I'm okay, you're also okay. So whether it's your parents or whether it's your teachers or whether it's your college, etc., I'm okay, you're okay. There are two sides and positions can always be dialogical. So I will end here because we are running out of time, but I want to just leave you with two ideas. I did not want to make this intellectual, so I made it very practical and reality oriented. But deep in what I am appealing to you with is the need for reflection, self-reflection, and not just leading life without any reflection. And there are different ways in which we can do reflection. We are not asking you to sit down and meditate and, give 2 hours every day to what you're doing, but reflect on what you're doing. And whatever you see and do, value it, perceive it, understand it as a human experience. Don't just see it as part of a routine. I first understood this, I will end with that, when one of my colleagues, Professor Krishna Kumar, many of you may have read his writings, I sat with him on an admissions committee board. And I was a young teacher at that time, and he was also young, but he was more experienced than me. And he asked people that when they came to CIE and they entered the department, did they observe any trees? And we have some very prominent trees in CIE, so everybody observes them. And people said yes. They thought that if they say yes, they'll be in and they'll, get admission. And then he asked them, which trees were they? And then they were stumped over there because, they had entered the department, they had seen the space, they had seen the boardroom where they had to go, etc. But they had not had the time to perceive and understand the whole get-up. And that's when I understood that there is a difference between just viewing and actually perceiving. So let's move from viewing life to actually perceiving life and giving meaning to it. And if we start doing all of this, we will be in with contemporary times. We will be able to actually, through a dialogical, negotiation-centric approach, make space for ourselves, carve a sense of self and identity, and well-being is that. Thank you very much. Questions? There's no time. I'm willing to take questions if you wish to ask something. Do we have time for questions? 5 minutes? You decide? Yeah. Anybody wants to ask, anybody in the audience, students, teachers, anybody, if you want to ask me something, if you want to comment or add value to what I've said. I've said something, but yeah, please. Yeah, take a mic so that everybody hears and then it can be more. Or you can come up here, come, you can share the podium with me, come. Come, there are 2 mics, you can come. Ajay, tell her to come up, come up. I feel like a politician with this crossed mic. Huh? Come. Oh, you got a mic, all right. Speak into the mic, yeah.
Sometimes we feel that something we want to do, but we also want to do something for the society. And we tend to feel a conflict of interest that what we want to do as an individual might not be good for the society. So going against what we want to do and doing something what is good for the society, is this going against your individuality or is this going against your identity?
Okay, so why do you see this as an either-or proposition? It's not like a ping-pong match, no? That I do this or I do that. You can always dovetail things. There is nothing which is exclusively good for society or exclusively good for me. You know, because I'm also part of a society and I'm also a product of society and I also have a dialectical relationship with society, right? So don't see it as either or proposition. Look at ways in which you can synthesize. So we generate conflict by these attitudes which we have of separating two phenomena, right? Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, Jyoti?
Ma'am, is a formal study of psychology discipline helpful in individual well-being?
Trust Jyoti to ask such a question, huh? Okay. I don't think so, Jyoti. Because, you know, now the disciplines are not exclusive any longer. In fact, I think Professor Sangeeta will agree with me that those of us who were trained in psychology, in the traditional modes of psychology, we don't teach that now, but I was trained very traditionally. We were taught this, I did clinical psychology, we were taught this very diagnostic, clinical, you know, hospital-centric kind of psychology. And I had that kind of mindset when I emerged after my master's program. When I went to JNU and studied educational studies, I realized that, you know, oh no, everything's normal and happy and, you know, there is a world outside there. I don't think so. I think this self, identity, these construals, understanding contemporaneity in society, these cut across disciplines, Jyoti. And this is not about, and also you don't have to be an academic for this. You see very, very happy people. I forgot to say one thing. The mantra for, you know, knowing whether you have a sense of well-being or not is to be happy, human and humane. To be happy, to be human, which means that, you know, you can be angry and jealous and dissatisfied and wanting to kick somebody also, along with being happy. And humane, which means with care, compassion, etc. I mean, you know, it's like the Dalai Lama reincarnated in many ways. I don't have to talk about that. And this is something we developed during COVID. When I say we were a bunch of mental health practitioners from all over the world. This is what we developed as the popular but achievable definition of well-being, to be happy, human and humane. So I think that answers your question. Yes, yes, please.
Ma'am, this is not really a question, but an observation which I think most of us would agree, that when we are talking of well-being, we may compare, like we did in the morning session, and especially from the philosophy background that I come, that we often compare and contrast it with suffering, right? But then, at the same time, we don't conceive of well-being as a utopia, just as we don't conceive suffering as a dystopia. So this is what I
think this is fantastic. I can't agree more with you. Yeah, I'm so happy you've made this contribution. Great. So I think maybe now, if any more students want to ask anything, the students always have very nice and promising questions, challenging questions. Anybody? Yeah, there's one student there. That can be the last, no? Yeah.
Ma'am, my question is, you very well defined us the difference of self and identity, and it really, it was really insightful for me, but the questions still is revolving around my mind, that you told us about how our dreams, our visions, and our thoughts, our ideas from ourselves, but how would I conclude, who am I? Who is self? So it is still revolving around my mind.
Okay. So I only, for convenience, tried to focus on components of self and identity, but actually they are completely inextricably interwoven. Okay, you can't separate them. You know, so I can't call you and hammer you and say, come on, tell me your identity, come on, tell me yourself. It's not like that at all. They are completely intertwined. Okay? And they always operate as a twosome because the sense of them is the experience, the lived experience that you had, right?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so with this, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for those immensely relatable and empowering words. And the key takeaway is like happy, human, and humane. And it reminds me of a small quote I read somewhere. I can still be a kind person with a good heart and still say no. So I can be human, humane, and happy at the same time. Thank you, ma'am, for those immensely empowering words. Thank you. I now request. I thought she said something to me. I now request our principal, Professor Sangeeta Bhatia, ma'am, to deliver the valedictory address. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Payal. No, thank you. Good evening, everybody. And after the talk, what are the two words that we should be saying to ourselves? Or what is it that you would like to add on besides a question? What is your takeaway? Anybody? Well-being? Anything else? For me personally now, I think we all are, not only our students, on a voyage of self-discovery. And I think the reflection will continue by way of so many gems that you have shared with us today, ma'am. And we not only think that we've come back full circle from where we started on 20th of January, where we started to define well-being as looking at ourselves as human beings, and like Dr. Payal also said so wonderfully just now, that if not only humane, how can we actually embed ourselves in the humanity as such with meaning and a purposeful life. So thank you once again, Professor Ranganathan, so much. So once again, I mean, I know I started this, that looks just like yesterday, but the journey seems to be really long by way of all the ways that we have been enriched. And it seems to be intellectually inspiring, but so much to chew on and so much to reflect on. But as we move towards concluding our efforts over the course of these 2 days, I cannot help but reflect on our learnings that will help us be a bit better. As we gather here, there is an innate sense of accountability. Also a now. When I say a now, I mean it in caps lock. Also a now to acknowledge the deficits and to embrace the responsibility of our own well-being in order to add to our collective well-being. We have had very enriching, interactive deliberations over the course of these 2 days, and many of you must have participated, I'm quite sure. Your being here itself shows, and it means a lot to us that we together are on this journey. So I'll continue to intersperse with thank yous and gratitude, and in being partners in time. We started a learning spree in the blended mode where we were able to shirk the geographical distances and host our esteemed speakers from different parts of the world. We are very grateful to have the blessings and warm wishes of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Yogesh Singh Ji, who took out from his valuable time and joined us virtually to celebrate this momentous occasion. His insightful and knowledgeable sharing reiterated the multidimensionality of the concept and reminded us how we are the torch bearers of operationalizing it into our lives and set the prelude for the subsequent dialogues. Our respected chairperson, Professor Amit Singh Ji, also extended the dialogue further by reminding us the importance of sustainable goals and substantiated the imperative need by state-of-the-art researchers and mindful engagement. Our honorable guest of honor, Professor S.P. Singh Ji, Director, South Campus, in his signature style, brought in the importance of our ancient heritage and encouraged our students to revisit their cultural roots and imbibe lessons from indigenous sources that are rich in helping understand our collective Indian legacy and embrace our Vasudev Kutumbakam. Our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor A.K. Singh Ji, brought well-being alive in the auditorium by beautifully conceptualizing it and engaging with our students and all of us in ways of art of living. We are all for life would remain students of art of living at whatever the age. He enlightened all of us about the importance of value-based living and spirituality and its role in our day-to-day life in order to enhance the cosmic connections we have with one another. We are grateful to have the pleasure of such erudite speakers joining us for this humble endeavor. Our panel discussions that followed helped in creating an environment of a healthy debate, and our experts deliberated on the multidimensionality of the concept and reiterated upon the importance of adhering to a balanced approach, prioritizing fitness, sleep, and nutrition also as major tools to maximize our well-being, a fact that is also supported by evidence-based research from across the globe, as well, of course, from our very own country. Our workshops, I'm sure all of you will agree, helped in identifying different ways of rewiring our brains into making healthier choices that consolidate our well-being. As we conclude the proceedings for day one, there was a deep sense of satisfaction, at least for many of us, and hope that the second day of the conference would also compound our learnings manifold and help us in becoming the creators of our very own well-being. I think many of us wear this, which says, I, the creator of my well-being. This will remain with me and I should cherish it for life. Day two started on a zealous note with the entire team working towards making it a successful start. Professor Balaganpati elucidated upon the equanimity and well-being, stressing upon an urgent need to shift away from the biomedical model of health and well-being and incorporating a multidimensional model that encompasses a holistic approach rooted in tradition and cultural practices, prioritizing self to amplify our well-being. Unfortunately, Professor Ravindran could not join us today due to a challenging state of health. We wish him the speediest of recovery and hope he will join us in good health at some another time. Our efficient convener, Dr. Geeta Siddharth, took lead. She explored our traditional perspectives today, and she filled the void in that time by talking on everyday well-being tips from Patanjali Yoga Sutra. Thank you so much, Dr. Geeta, because it was not really a plan. It came from your inner learnings. It came from a spirit to share. It came from a passion to be able to keep connecting on your own learnings and life's lessons. Thank you, Dr. Geeta, so much. Indian philosophy that came from her sharings help us to build and broaden our perspective on well-being. The first technical session that followed also broadened our understanding of the multidimensionality, that to be willful in creating welfare measures that strengthen the backbone of our economy. How can we forget the basic needs as well? The second one brought to us the awareness, the importance of weaving in the intersectionality for framework to co-create a more inclusive and progressive society and community. And we take that pledge to continue to work towards that. We also witnessed academic brilliance and sparks created during paper presentation sessions where our students added hope, courage, and optimism to surmount the challenges that were brought to the fore and became instrumental in helping us develop strategies that will help in implementing these cogent ideas as we look ahead. Thank you so much, dear students, for your contributions today. For the valedictory session, we have the pleasure, the honor, the privilege of hosting Professor Namita Ranganathan, who added meaning to the concept of well-being like no other. In the context of higher education spaces, how to navigate through the challenges of identifying the construals and working on our well-being within the college setting. I feel a deep sense of gratitude towards all our dignitaries and guests who took out their valuable time from their very packed schedules. We mentioned all the dignitaries from yesterday. I would like to put on record the however exemplary coordination, commitment and hard work of our Delhi University centenary team of the college under the able leadership of conveners Dr. Geeta Siddharth, core committee members Dr. Varun Bhandari and Dr. Geeta Prakash, our treasurers. The budget is always something, and we started from months back and filling up those forms for funds and letters and following up. There are no words to thank you enough, Professor Shashi Chawla and Dr. Madhu Yashpal, your grace, I'm going to be a loss of words again. And of course, our MCs, Dr. Joya and Dr. Deeksha, who gave us a wonderful start and introduced and summarized all the sessions for us. Not the least, the tech team, they're just right there. They've had sleepless nights, and they're there, Dr. Kangsha, Dr. Neha, along with the support of course, Mr. Anuj and Mr. Wasim, who the day prior, we could not run videos and audio messages. One laptop would run the video, the other laptop would run the audio. So we used our ingenuity. Of course, Alex or artificial intelligence didn't come to help all of us. There was a third laptop, again brought into by Dr. Madhu Yashpal, and lo and behold, we had the Honorable Vice Chancellor write us speaking in our auditorium through all those efforts. Mr. Sunil Kohli, he's been an all-round supporter at all the time with the efficient Umesh and Vikas also doing the running around, who helped turn this vision into a reality. Mr. Deepak, our Administrative Officer for Accounts, released the advanced amount at the speediest ever. I'm sure everybody will agree that we want this money. We are going out to shop. Dr. Manju Sahai, Dr. Geeta Kichlu, and Dr. Sangeeta Jairad, Dr. Shweta Mishra, on a mission. But of course, we had to fill up their purses with the right amount of funds. And good wishes of Mr. Khan came from some distance. He was not in Delhi. He couldn't be with us during these days. All the smooth, the streamlined, seamless are advisors, our student advisors and a student union. When we have our Dr. Manju Sahai, Dr. Poonam Phogat, Dr. Jaswinder, and of course the able union led by Ms. Aditi Singh. So they're together with the proctors, we need an extra round of applause. I know your cultural committee with the Rangoli and some Ranjani, so I'm going to definitely take all the time, but in my heart I do feel that I should, the gratitude of each one of you being able to put in the best for Gargi College. Our proctors, Professor Prajita Mohanty and Dr. Anita Bhatt. So, they're like pillars. We know they're monitoring us very closely. They don't use drones. They use their own practical ways, and they bring forth to us a seamless experience. Our selfless student volunteers. There have been so many who left no stone unturned to make this conference a success. The word also used was compulsory volunteer. So we need to reflect on that probably, that can volunteerism be also compulsory, but that's how the college framework works, right? Unless you have attendance in compulsory, we choose not maybe. So as we sign off today, at least on my behalf, there is more to come. I sincerely, on behalf of everybody, commit to the promises made during these 2 days, and I hope that our entire endeavor would find the support from all the stakeholders in order to create a community that thrives and flourishes, and that becomes the role model, not only for us as our own inspiration, for others to follow, to truly become from human to humane. This is not the end, but only the beginning. Thank you, everybody, very much. Thank you, Dr. Payal. Dr. Payal.
Thank you, Principal Ma'am. We now take great pleasure in presenting before you a cultural program by the talented students of Gargi College. Before that, let us watch a short movie by Glass Eye, the Filmmaking Society of Gargi College. This is also actually a part of that itself. Thank you.
begin to.
It's so special, what feels when I'm with you. You got me doing things I never thought I'd do. Just so you know, ain't never let you go. You're my whole, just so you know, you're mine for sure. Yeah. You're mine for sure. Yeah. Ooh, you're mine for sure.
Good evening. Your minds may already be brimming with academic deliberation and marvel, but we are here today to delight your hearts with music that touches your soul and dance that unfurls your spirit. Samranjani and Nazakat extend warm greetings for the evening to one and all present here today. It has often been said that music excels where words fail, and that dance is itself music in motion, translating audible melodies into visual rhythm and expression. In Indian culture and tradition especially, the performing arts serve as a medium of connection to the divine and all that lies beyond common sensibilities. More than mere entertainment, traditional dance and music serve as a form of penance, offering discipline, serenity, spiritual upliftment, and exalted health to all those that take refuge within it. Goddess Saraswati is the divine patron of knowledge and art. Known by many names, she personifies beauty, serenity, and wisdom. Therefore, to pay a humble tribute to Vageshwari, Nazakat, the Indian Dance Society of Gargi College, presents a Bharatnatyam piece featuring a composition on Goddess Saraswati composed by Sri Ramamurthy Rao, tuned in Carnatic Ragam Mohan Kalyani and set to Adi Talam. We present Nazakat.
संगीत साम्राज्य संचारिणी संगीत साम्राज्य संचारिणी शृंगार शृंगेरी पुरवासिनी संगीत साम्राज्य संचारिणी उन्नत पाण्या केरळवासिनी उन्नत पाण्या केरळवासिनी संगुत श्रीचक्र मच्छनिवासिनी उन्नत पाण्या केरळवासिनी संगुत श्रीचक्र मच्छनिवासिनी कालडी शंकर हृदय निवासिनी कालडी शंकर हृदय निवासिनी कालदिक्पालक ब्रह्म विश्वासिनी कालडी शंकर हृदय निवासिनी कालदिक्पालक ब्रह्म विश्वासिनी संगीत साम्राज्य संचारिणी शृंगार शृंगेरी पुरवासिनी संगीत साम्राज्य संचारिणी गांधार पंचम दैवत रूपिणी गांधार पंचम दैवत रूपिणी निषाद पंचम सप्तस्वर रूपिणी गांधार पंचम दैवत रूपिणी निषाद पंचम सप्तस्वर रूपिणी मंदार कुसुम मणिमय तेजो मंदार कुसुम मणिमय तेजो माधुर्य मोह कल्याणी स्वरूपिणी मंदार कुसुम मणिमय तेजो माधुर्य मोह कल्याणी स्वरूपिणी हरिदसारिगा संगीत साम्राज्य संचारिणी शृंगार
Indian music, especially Indian classical music, is rooted in the Sapt Swaras, or the 7 divine notes. Each note has its own beauty and different frequencies, and a variation in these notes create rags, or musical scales. These rags have their own moods, demeanors, and nuances that every musician explores and relishes. To celebrate the musical beauty of these 7 notes, we have up next Samranjini, the Indian Music Society of Gargi College, rendering a classical piece in Hindustani Rag Malkauns, a solemn rag that conveys an ambiance of sobriety and meditativeness. This piece will be accompanied with the tabla and the violin. Please welcome Samranjini.
तबला कहाँ चाहिए वही चाहिए हाँ अनफ्रीज बोला अभी सर अब टाइम लगेगा एक माइक हाँ दो लेके ना जा रहे हैं वहाँ पे मृदुल के क्या ये सब देंगे बता सब देंगे
sa ma ma ga ma ga sa ga ga sa ni sa ma ni ni dha ni dha ma dha dha ma ga ma ma ni ni dha ma dha dha ma ga ma sa ma ma ga sa ga ga sa ni sa dha ni sa ni dha ma ni dha ma ga dha ma ga ga sa ga ma ga ni sa ga sa dha ni sa ga ma dha ni sa गोकुल की छवि गोकुल की छवि गोकुल की छवि
The pen is mightier than the sword. Words deliver mightier blows than the strongest fists and convey the softest emotions with great eloquence when wielded with greater poetic prowess. And when potent literature is lent the expressive strength of music and dance, it has the ability to conquer the hearts of those who bear witness to the spectacle. Nazakat, in collaboration with Samranjani, proudly presents an amalgamation of 3 different classical forms, Bharatnatyam, Kathak, and Kuchipudi. This piece is based on 2 poems, Swadhinta Pyar and Main Vriksh Ban Jaunga, composed by the renowned writer Sandor Petofi. In the first poem, we wish to portray patriotism and freedom through our movement, channeling Veer Ras as it's called in the Indian arts. The second poem talks of love, therefore showcasing Shringar Ras. We have embellished these pieces with several elements of Indian music and dance and has been rendered in an arrangement based on Hindustani classical music. The piece will be accompanied by the tabla and the keyboard. This is our humble effort to portray the deepest emotions of the poet's love for their country and that for humanity.
That deserves another round of huge applause. Thank you, Samranjani, and thank you, Nazakat, for those mesmerizing and soulful performances. Thank you also to Shivanshika, third-year student of Economics Honours, for those beautiful words of introduction to each and every one of those beautiful performances. Thank you. I now invite Dr. Geeta Siddharth, Organizing Secretary and Nodal Officer, Delhi University Centenary Celebrations Committee, Gargi College, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Payal. Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this last address by the organizing team, a very emotional moment for all of us. It has been a very fulfilling moment to all of us, and the journey was amazing, actually. And it's indeed, मैंने सोचा नहीं था कि इतना इमोशनल हो जाएगा, but actually the journey is coming to end, and what a perfect closure it was with that beautiful, mesmerizing performance by our girls our in-house girls, Samranjini, Nazakat. It's my pleasure to propose this vote of thanks after conducting this successful event to celebrate the completion of 100 years of the University of Delhi. I find myself blessed to propose it on behalf of the organizing team, all of it, which worked really tirelessly and cohesively for past 6 months. To begin with, we express our deepest gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Yogesh Singh, and Chief Guest, Professor S.P. Singh, Director South Campus. The pre-recorded message by Professor Yogesh Singh was really heart-touching, acknowledging the great efforts and initiatives of Gargi College towards excellence under the able guidance of our beloved Principal Ma'am, Professor Sangeeta Bhatia. We thank you, ma'am, to offer us this opportunity and allow us to plan and conduct the way we wish it to be. Your leadership and vision have been the guiding forces that have made this conference actually possible, and now I can say with pride, successful. We are also expressing our gratitude to all our resource persons in keynote addresses, technical sessions, and workshops for taking out their precious time and sharing their perspectives with all of us. We would also like to acknowledge the support of our respective chairman of governing body, Professor Amit Kumar Singh, and the whole governing body in making this conference possible with ease. We also express our thanks to our distinguished guests for honoring us and our superannuated faculty members, including our former principals, to encourage us with their presence. Our thanks is also offered to the Art of Living Foundation, our collaborators in this series of events organized for centenary celebrations. We also thank our sponsors, ICSSR and ICICI and SBI, for their fundings. We express our heartfelt gratitude to the whole team, which worked day and night to ensure the success of this event, including the Board of Advisors, the extended core team, including the anchors and the technical team, who have actually slept only for 2-3 hours every day for past 1 week. So I really appreciate their hard work. And all the teachers who have volunteered for different duties in this conference work. You would be amazed to know that in this conference, this was actually, new experiences for all of us, and many new things we have experimented with during this conference. So for the first time, 4 technical sessions were going on simultaneously. 4 workshops, well-being workshops were going on simultaneously. 4 keynote addresses, 1 in blended mode, which was a real challenge for us with that limited network to connect with the person who is sitting there in Jamaica, our respected guest. And it gave us sleepless nights actually, and evenings too. And we have left from here, at 9, at 10, at 8:30, for past so many days, solving this challenge, how to connect with him in blended mode when the network is so bad in this area. But anyway, that's why I call this a successful conference. So challenges were there, but we have met those challenges very successfully, I can say with confidence now. The thanks are also due to the college student council advisors, proctors, different society conveners. Actually, the list is so long that if I call them individually by their name, hum yahi raat kar jayenge. So, you will be amazed to know that more than 75 teacher volunteers, apart from the Board of Advisors, the core committee, and Principal Ma'am. Many of you don't know that Principal Ma'am ne aapke coupons hamare saath kaam kiya hai. We were, tearing them off and then punching, making groups. So even the Principal Ma'am contribution is also there in every single respect. And that is So she is like a mother figure to all of us in all respects and aspects. So then, so all these teachers they and faculty members, not only the volunteer teachers, but the entire staff, passages aa rahe hain, ja rahe hain, and then they are congratulating us, they are supporting us, they are giving us some few, diamonds of wisdom as well as encouraging words. इससे साहस बढ़ता है, हौसला बढ़ता है और आपको लगता है कि आपके साथ पूरी टीम खड़ी है, गलती हो जाए कोई बात नहीं, चलो ट्राई करते हैं. So that hostla was there because of the entire staff of 225 teachers there in college right now. I, from bottom of my heart, thank you each and every one of them. There might not be, names which I'm speaking, but I know that the team is thankful to every one of them. So our appreciation is also expressed to the entire student council members. The students there sitting, this is for the first time. We were little apprehensive, I don't know, pata nahi bacche kaise honge, student council hai. They were amazing girls, with pure hearts, with lovely smiles. So all the girls, कितनी बार हमने इन्होंने कुछ कहा, हमने मना किया, sometimes we were rude also, please pardon us. But we are really thankful to all of us, dear girls. And then society girls, these beautiful girls who have performed for us, the Hues, and then Iris, Glass Eye, media cell conveners, all conveners which are belonging to these societies, the student volunteers. More than 100 volunteers actually have worked round the clock during these 2 days. So, without whom it was not possible to actually organize effort of this scale. And we would always cherish actually their lovely faces, beaming with smiles, ever ready to help us all in organizing, doing small things, but we are really thankful to them, girls. We also thank our accounts department, our administrative staff, our computer lab staff, and our lab members, science lab members. They have helped us side by side in various related activities, with special thanks to Mr. Sunil, Mr. Khan, Mr. Deepak, Mr. Manoj, Mr. Umesh. Umesh is the one who was actually dragging the tables right now. And जब तक हम जाते नहीं थे, उमेश was always there. और वो हमेशा हमें किसी भी चीज़ में हो तो help करते थे. And Mr. Anuj, Mr. Vikas, Mr. Wasim, so many names are there. So along with that, we also thank our support staff, our sanitation staff, our gardeners, and many other people who have kept the campus ready for these 2 days and the footfall. Then we are also extending our thanks to our technical and support team from Sur Sangam. Sir, thanks to your team and you. इनसे हमारी commitment हुई थी half day के लिए, and you'll be amazed he's still there. I think live streaming the whole event. I hope आप हमसे extra charge नहीं करेंगे इसका. But thank you very much, sir. We really thank Sur Sangam, because of which actually this has gone very smoothly and very impressively. We are impressed by your efficiency. And not only that, the delicious food, Karnataka Bhavan, amazing food, amazing hospitality, and the evening teas. Mohan Bhaiya from canteen, Satya from Nescafe. Our special thanks to them. Our special thanks are also due to the botany department. We hijacked their rooms. So, not only we hijacked their rooms, we hijacked their tea club also. उन्हें पता भी नहीं चला होगा, वो छुट्टी में थे, हमने उनका सारा चाय का सामान और स्नैक्स खाली कर दिया. So thanks for that. So they actually have kept us warm during those harsh wintry days. Really, when the canteen was not there and they were always very smiling and saying, "Ma'am, अच्छा हम चाय पी रहे हैं, आप please आप बैठिए, हमारे लिए chairs लाते, धूप में आप काम कीजिए." That sort of, you know, what should I say, एक family feeling होती है ना, वो जो amazing feeling उनके साथ मज़ा आ गया. So we thank them with their nice hot cups of teas and refreshments, and more than that, for their love and hospitality. Thank you, Botany Department, including Mr. Gopal. Mr. Gopal, n number of prints, n number of prints. And वो कहीं पर भी हम हो कॉलेज में, हम बस कहते थे थ्रू ऑफ कोर्स डॉक्टर गीता प्रकाश, गोपाल भैया ये प्रिंट ले आइए. और वो बड़े स्माइल के साथ कितने बॉक्सेस उन्हें हमारे लिए इधर से उधर के. वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल टू मिस्टर गोपाल एंड ऑल अदर लैब स्टाफ देयर. And the audience is the key of success for any conference. So we thank all dear lovely participants for being deeply engaged, deeply engaged. We have seen you, how involved you are. अभी I think दोपहर में ही मैंने सुबह में ही शेयर किया था कि हमारे जितने गेस्ट हैं, they were amazed by you and they sent messages to us कि आपकी ऑडियंस कमाल की है. तो वो कमाल तो भाई आप हो. So thank you very much for encouraging us. But एक रिक्वेस्ट है, हाँ जी, एक रिक्वेस्ट है, आप तो सेल्फ इनकरेज्ड लोग हैं, अपने आसपास के साथियों को भी जरा इनकरेज कीजिए. So those who have registered but not came for the conference, उनको जरा जाके बताइए कि आपने क्या किया, कितना मजा आया, और उनके हिस्से का फूड कूपन भी आपने ही उड़ाया. Okay, so please pass on this message, our message to them. So next time, please make a commitment that when you register for a conference, lots of hard work and logistics goes into that. You know, आपको पता नहीं है प्रोफेसर शशि चावला एंड डॉक्टर मधु गुप्ता किस तरीके से बस हाथ में एक बोल लेने की कसर थी, सर पैसा दे दीजिए, जिससे मिलते थे सर पैसा दे दीजिए. And we spent that money on food and other logistics. It shouldn't go waste. हमने वेलबींग से और क्या सीखा, अगर ये नहीं सीखा तो कुछ नहीं सीखा. So या तो आप कमिटमेंट करें तो पूरा करें. So I hats off to all of you who have committed and are still there till this point. Okay, thank you very much. So I might have forgot some committees, some names, some people, some background people. I want to thank everyone whosoever has contributed to this conference, its related activities, including the pre-conference workshop. So, and I seek your forgiveness if we have lagged in anything as an organizing team. Then, as organizing secretary, I wish to thank our dear treasurers who were, what should I say? सर्वगुण संपन्न, हर जगह फूड भी संभाल रहे हैं, टेक्निकल भी संभाल रहे हैं, और लोगो भी डिजाइन कर रहे हैं, ब्रोशर भी बना रहे हैं, and looking after all these technicals and, you know, quotations, paperwork. So hats off to you, Professor Shashi Chawla, where are you? And Dr. Madhu Gupta. Okay. Hats off to you. And I also would like to thank all my sweet board of advisors. मैं यहाँ सबके नाम नहीं लूँगी, मुझसे पिछली बार एक गलती हो गई थी. I apologize for that. एक नाम छूट गया था. So all the board of advisors collectively, all those lovely ladies with their beautiful smiles and always encouraging words. And it was a family जहाँ बड़े भी थे और हमसे छोटे बच्चे भी थे और हम बीच में भी थे. So all generation, no generation gap. Okay. So that was the amazing team to work with, and once this event will be over, we will miss this energy and the n number of meetings in staff room or council room or botany lab. But thank you very much for being us with there every time. Then I would, personally, I also wish to express my personal thanks to the conveners. Dr. Geeta Prakash, that lovely lady with a lovely smile, always smiling. She's the Mona Lisa of our college. Why don't you show your smile, dear? Very sweet, very humble lady, but very efficient. And Mr. Dr. Varun Bhandari, संकट मोचन हमारे, खड़े हो जाओ भाई, बहुत काम किया है, yeah. He is the संकट मोचन. जहाँ कुछ काम नहीं करता वहाँ वरुण काम कर देता है. So thanks Geeta and Varun. Sorry, मैं अभी डॉक्टर नहीं लगा रही because you are now a family, part of my life, okay, and my soul too. And they have worked actually relentlessly for past 6 months. We all, okay. Thanks for that. Thanks for being with my side always. And lastly, I wish to thank the Almighty to provide me and the team this opportunity and to bless us with success of it. Thank you all once again. Let's see you all again. Let's see you all once again in the next program, whenever it is being there in future. Have a good day ahead and enjoy the credits. Thank you. Thank you.
प्ले करना है? नेशनल एंथम कैसे? अरे मैंने कहा था बोलूंगी नहीं, मैं कर देगा।